Yeah, I'm hearing you down the line. Just remember to get rid of Q when the bulletin's done, if you don't mind. Actually, it doesn't matter. No, don't forget that.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Sweep down again from Roderick. He picked the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point, and right between them, and that's raced away. Twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county, in the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team.
Good morning and welcome to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to begin on day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. And the news of the toss is that it has been won by Warwickshire, and they have chosen to bat first on this morning. And the umpires, Jack Shantry and Steve O'Shaughnessy, both former Worcestershire players, are leading the sides out now. Brett D'Oliveira leading the Worcestershire side out, and the Warwickshire opening batsmen Rob Yates and Alex Davies are making their way out to the crease. The weather is set fair, bright sunshine at the moment, a really lovely morning here at New Road. And although there is rain forecast for tomorrow, we are expecting an uninterrupted day's play today. Worcestershire, having won their game here against Essex last week inside 3 days, and having lost their game here against Durham inside 2 days prior to that, are expecting, I would imagine, that this pitch will be assisting the bowlers in the same way that those pitches did, and I have every expectation that that will be the case. One change for Worcestershire from the side which beat Essex. That sees Jacob Duffy, the New Zealand international, coming into the side to replace Yadvinder Singh. Duffy, who missed that game against Essex for personal reasons, and it is who will take up the attack, bowling to the left-handed Rob Yates from the New Road end. Warwickshire's side I will run through as we go through this first over. And here is Jacob Duffy now from the New Road end. He's in and he bowls, and Yates is immediately away, cutting a short ball down to deep backward point, and he'll pick up 3 runs. Alex Davis, no, in fact Yates sends Davis back as the throw comes in from Jake Libby, so 2 runs off the first ball of the day. A little bit of width for Yates, and he capitalised on that. So it's Davis, Yates, Tom Latham, the Kiwi, batting at 3, Hayne Barnard returning to his former club, Malik, Webster, Wokes, Bamber, Rushworth and Smith, Kai Smith. Here's Duffy in again, bowls, and Yates is again scoring off this one, just turning it on the leg side off a thickish inside edge out to mid wicket. Tom Taylor running round from mid on to do the fielding. So Warwickshire winning the toss and choosing to bat. Probably, having looked at what happened in the last game, they are thinking that if they can get a decent first innings score, it might just allow them to allow their excellent seam attack to go to work on this pitch. That, I imagine, would be the thinking. I say excellent seam attack, although Ollie Hannon-Dolby isn't playing. Warwickshire do have a pretty powerful lineup: Rushworth, Bamber, Wokes and Webster and Barnard. Pretty handy seam attack. Duffy in, bowls to Davis, who is forward and steering this one down behind square on the offside into the gully, fielded there by Libby, and there is no run. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. We're on 5 Sports Extra 2 and also on BBC Hereford Worcester, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, on the BBC Sports app and website. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford Worcester. Alongside me shortly will be Clive Eakin from BBC CWR. Duffy in again, bowls, and Davis chips this one away uppishly on the leg side. Kashif Ali is the fielder. Duffy goes for a little walk and a prod at the pitch. It was no ball called by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, so 2 more will be added to the total. It'll be 5 without loss, and we will be joined at various times throughout the day by BBC 5 Live's Kevin Howells. So 5 without loss, Warwickshire, with that no ball. Duffy, who might just take a little bit of time to discover his rhythm, having not played for 2 or 3 weeks. He's in again now, bowls, and that down the leg side, and Davis looks to flick it away off his hip but makes no contact. Through it goes to Gareth Roderick, the Worcestershire keeper, who equalled the Worcestershire record for dismissals in a match in first class cricket in the last game when he took 9 catches. He is accompanied by 3 slips and we have a gully, cover third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Here's Duffy then, 5th ball of the over, he's in, bowls, and Davis is driving this one up to mid-on. No real timing in that one. D'Oliveira is the fielder. Worcestershire, who caught well in the slips in the last game. Ethan Brooks particularly impressive. Henry Nichols is at first slip, Rob Jones at second, Ethan Brooks at third. They will probably be in attendance, I would imagine, for most of the morning, if Worcestershire find help in this pitch as they did in the last game. Here's Duffy again in, bowls. Davis on the back foot, plays defensively out on the offside, and there is no run. End of the first over then. and Warwickshire having chosen to bat are 5 without loss. Rob Yates has 3, Alex Davis yet to get off the mark, and we're going to see Tom Taylor bowling the second over of the innings from the Diglis end. Taylor, who has become a very important member of this Worcestershire side in the last couple of years, and performed well in the first innings against Essex last week, picked up 3 for 23 in 15 overs, and he will be bowling from the Diglis end, which is not usually his favoured end, to the left-handed Yates. 4 slips in place. Ben Allison has gone in at 4th slip, and here is Taylor now round the wicket, in fact, to the left-handed Yates, and Yates is out, caught behind, slashing at a wide delivery which bounced a little bit, edging high through to Gareth Roderick, and Roderick takes the catch over his shoulder. I'm not sure we could blame the pitch for that one, as I'm joined by Clive Eakin. It might be that we're just watching the replay now, that we'll look at it and feel that he maybe didn't, I don't know, maybe he did need to play it. It's good delivery, can't believe it, Rob Yates, but a clear and loud nick, and he's on his way, 5 for 1, and the pattern of last week's game, Clive, is re-established straight away.
Yeah, well, I mean, last week's game was a bit scary when Warwickshire, looking at how well Worcestershire did in that game. Probably before that match, Warwickshire would expect to come here and be pretty confident, but after that performance by Worcestershire, Yates had a decent start to the season, but he did struggle in the last match against Hampshire, and so that unfortunately continues a little bit of a mini run for him.
First ball of the second over, then Tom Taylor's first ball of the day, and he strikes, and Gareth Roderick, as I say, caught 9 in the last game, is underway straight away. I've been having a bit of fun, Clive, in the last game or two with quiz questions.
Oh yes,
for our listeners.
Yes, I heard one of those.
And I try to come up with questions that relate to both sides, but you know, sometimes players that have played for both sides, etc. I've got one for today, which I will say as we go through the course of this over, and it's don't cheat if you're listening. Don't cheat. Don't go to the internet. Don't go to all your cricket books. See if you can get it off the top of your head. I'm 95% certain that this is right. It's a difficult one to check, but I'm 95% certain that it's right, and it is quite a tricky one, I think. I'll just hold fire on that as Taylor comes in now round the wicket to Latham, who has replaced Yates, another left-hander. He's in, he bowls, and Latham lets that go outside the off stump. So today's question is, and you can get in touch with me on Twitter or X at FrankWatson58 if you want to suggest an answer. I'm not going to give the answer until tea, or just before tea. Clive, do you have an email address that people can get in touch with?
Clive.Eakin.
Oh, no, I meant a cricket one.
Not a cricket one,
yeah.
no.
Okay, well, maybe Twitter is the best way then.
Yeah.
And the question will come after this ball from Taylor, who is in now round the wicket and bowls, and Latham lets that go outside the off stump, and Roderick takes. 5 for 1 it remains. So today's question is, which Warwickshire player last captained England in international cricket? Which Warwickshire player last captained England in international cricket? So the wording of the question is quite important. Which Warwickshire player last captained England in international cricket? And answers can be sent in to me on Twitter at FrankWatson58. Here's Taylor again round the wicket, bowls to Latham, who tucks this one very nicely off his pads. He's timed that beautifully. He'll only get 2 as Jacob Duffy runs around from long leg to field, but nicely timed by Nichols, who made 100 in the last game, Clive, or the one before?
One before.
Yeah, a good start for him.
Yes.
And Worcestershire have a similar diminutive Kiwi left-hander, Nichols. I said Nichols when I meant Latham, of course, but they both sort of stocky left-handers from the New Zealand middle order. Tom Latham on strike, off the mark. Taylor into him round the wicket, lets that go outside the off stump, and Roderick takes. So 7 for 1 Warwickshire, who chose to bat this morning. Rob Yates out to the first ball of the second over, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off this man Tom Taylor for 3. So that's the quiz question. Just to repeat it one more time: which Warwickshire player was the last to skipper England in international cricket?
They were with Warwickshire at the time, yeah? Is that the point?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the point, yeah.
Okay.
Taylor round the wicket again, comes in and bowls and Latham again lets that go outside the off stump. Didn't bounce much this one through to Gareth Roderick. End of the over from Taylor. He picked up a wicket.
They got a result-orientated pitch against Hampshire, but unfortunately lost the game. But at least I suppose they had a chance, and this one is just kept out there by Davies. Warwickshire 7 for 1. There's Jacob Duffy bowling in the sunshine here at New Road. Polishes the ball, so 3 slips in place. And right arm over Davies yet to score. Unusual for him. He leaves that. There's no run. Usually tends to go at a good rate. That defeat against Hampshire, to be fair to Warwickshire, there wasn't much in it. It's really just Hampshire's first innings when they got 300. That was probably more than they should have got. Warwickshire, batting last, did get the second highest score of the match for the 4th innings, but were chasing too many in the end. And he did get a half century in that second innings, Davies. While he was there, Warwickshire had a glimmer of hope. Duffy in, and he turns that to the onside. There's no run. Scored over 1,000 runs last season, Alex Davies. First season as overall captain at Warwickshire, and a spell captain of the T20 team, but that was his first season as a fully fledged captain. Fair number in Euro. There's a new structure there since I was last here.
Yes,
Frank,
replacing with those 2 trees that died.
Yes.
New hospitality structure, yeah.
So next one is pushed into the onside. There's no run. It used to be quite a good place to sit if you wanted shade for those 2 trees.
Those trees were lovely, weren't they? Just one left now, sadly. But a nice new structure, proved quite popular in the last game.
Is that open to anyone, or was it hospitality people?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's open to anyone. Yeah, there's a bar underneath.
There's gazebos overhead. So Duffy to Davis. Davis wearing a short sleeve sweater, so it's not too hot out there. He defends that one, so it's quite a circumspect start from Alex Davies, who took the decision for Warwickshire to bat first, so need his team to make runs to justify that. They've already lost Rob Yates. Caught behind.
I've had the first response to the question, and from Jonathan Collett.
Is he right?
No, and it's quite a good response though, which will clear up something for a lot of people.
Next one is hit slightly uppishly by Davies, and it will be cut off at mid-on by is that Oliveira? Yes. 7 for 1.
So that was a maiden from Duffy, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. Jonathan Collett says, I would guess Bob Willis, trying to remember if anyone has done it on a temporary basis since, but can't think of anyone. Bob Willis is not the answer. He did obviously skipper England many times. My question, who which Warwickshire player was the last to captain England in international cricket? And the answer is not Bob Willis. 7 for 1. I'm not going to give the answer. If I get a right answer, I'll just say you've got it right, but I'm not going to give the answer. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you want to have a go. Taylor in bowls, and this one is left alone by Latham outside the off stump. So Taylor, the wicket taker, asking a few questions at the moment. Latham, however, is leaving well at the moment. He's showing good judgment outside the off stump, and he is so far untroubled. Has 2 to his name. A nice clip off his pads in the last over. 4 slips in place. Got Nichols at first, Jones at second, Brooks at third, and Ben Allison at fourth. As Taylor is in round the wicket and bowls, and Latham is forward and pushing this one out on the offside. Libby coming in to do the fielding. When you look at Count Clive at county sides and overseas players, I mean, obviously there's quite a few bowlers around who make an impact and so on, but for me, a good solid test batter in the middle order can be so important.
Yeah.
I'd certainly put Latham in that category. Thought it when they signed him, really good signing. Just that glue to hold things together. Bit of class when the ball's moving around. Taylor in bowls, and well, having said that, he's beaten outside the off stump by a good one. Taylor disappointed that he didn't find the edge on that occasion. He's been leaving well. That's the first time that he's actually nibbled at one outside the off stump, and possibly fortunate not to get a nick. Just watching the replay now, it's round the wicket from Taylor, and it's an absolute beauty, wasn't it? So the signs are, if you followed Worcestershire's last 2 games here at New Road, the signs are that there's still, as there was on those 2 occasions, plenty in this pitch for the seamers. Taylor in bowls, this time Latham leaves alone safely outside the off stump. It wasn't particularly extravagant movement, just all the way through the game the ball nipped off the seam.
They're the ones often that produce the most wickets, aren't they? Because they find the edge.
Exactly, and you know, not massive movement, as you say, so it misses the edge. But 9 catches for Roderick last week, and 5, I think, for Pepper in 1 innings. For the wicket keepers, were very busy. Here's Taylor from the Diglis end, bowls, and Latham is pushing this one out on the offside, and that's good running. Just dribbled away in front of the wicket on the offside. Jake Libby came round to field, and they went through for a single. So Latham moves on to 3. Davies has faced 11 deliveries, not yet off the mark, the Warwickshire captain, and they're 8 for 1. So we've got a situation today, unusual. I can't remember the last time, there will have been a time, I can't remember the last time I saw a county game where both wicket keepers were opening batsmen. It's quite unusual
piece of trivia, yes.
Yeah.
Taking over the wicket keeping the last couple of games, Alex Davis, and this year it was Kai Smith, who did a pretty decent job. I think probably for the balance of the team, particularly with Tom Latham around, that they decided that Davies will take the gloves for the championship. And he hasn't scored from first 11 balls.
Taylor in again, doesn't score off this one either, drives it back into the ground. The bowler does his own fielding, and there is no run. 8 for 1 at the end of the over. Latham has 3 and Davis yet to get off the mark. Pete Bate has asked me whether he's made a suggestion. Might have to check that. Could have thrown me into disarray, that one, I think, Pete. I'll just check it. Not sure. 8 for 1. Latham has 3. Davis yet to get off the mark. And we've had 4 overs.
Yes, and they took 5 off the first over, so it's been pretty tight since then. Warwickshire perhaps just feeling this need to get through this first period of the game. England have lost a wicket this morning. They're now teetering on 508 for 4.
In trouble.
Yeah, Pope 171, Duckett 140, Crawley 124. It is a sort of game, Joe Root out for 34. It is a sort of game where you don't want to fail as a batter because with everyone else making runs around you. But in comes Duffy, that's left by Latham, and there's no run. So Warwickshire winning the toss, electing to bat first. They are 8 for 1. They've lost early on, Rob Yates, who was caught behind off Taylor. Tom Taylor for 3. And Frank is just going to get some adjudication on the quiz question, I think. In comes the bowler Duffy, and that's driven quite powerfully by Latham, but straight to mid-on, so nothing for it.
Before that,
as the sun pops out, there's a few clouds in the sky, but it's a generally sunny day. Cathedral looking proudly over the ground. Have you having to change your answer then?
well, I wouldn't tell you if I was, would I? All I can say is Pete Bater's got it right. That's all I'll say. Oh, hang on, there's another suggestion come in.
Oh,
It's just now we're into timing now, I think.
that's left. There's no run.
We're into timing.
Now, I do a little quiz, what I call Give Me 5 on BBC CWR, where I come up with questions where there's 5 answers, and quite frequently I'm having to
Change them. Pretend you knew.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's part of the fun of it, to see if anyone comes up with a better answer.
There is a good answer that's come in.
This next one's turned around his pads by Latham. First run for a while. He moves on to 4, and it's 9 for 1 down to long leg.
Michael Hickman says it's Chris Wokes. Well, Chris Wokes skippered the Lions, I think. And that
Yeah.
would count as England in international cricket. I'm talking about a sort of a full England
Yes,
side.
England first team.
And remember that my questions, I generally try and make them relatable to both counties.
Yes, that's why I had
That's a bit of
somebody.
a
I've got
clue.
somebody in mind for
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
from that perspective. But
yeah.
here comes Duffy to bowl to Davies, who's also captain of the England Lions, by the way, Alex Davies. So it's probably him then that's played a square leg for a single. He captained them out in the winter. But if we're not counting the Lions, then that's
No, not counting the Lions. Not counting the Lions.
10 for 1.
My there are 2 good ones that where you could say they relate to both counties. That I'll give that much of a clue, really. I don't want to make it too easy. I've got some other questions for later in the game. Maybe when it's raining tomorrow, we'll have a few out there.
This next one is left. There's no run. 10 for 1 here. Playing everywhere else in the country, and we do have a full round of fixtures in this last round before the championship goes into hibernation ahead of the T20 blast. Durham have lost an early wicket against Somerset at Chester Street. They're 14 for 1. Likewise, Hampshire 15 for 1 against Sussex. Essex, wounded from their performance here, got off to a good start at the Oval. They're 21 without loss against Surrey, and the other first division match very slow going at Headingley, when Notts are 9 without loss in the 6th over. I'll do the second division in a row.
About to start the 6th over here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Warwickshire, who are visiting New Road, are 10 for 1. Taylor, the wicket taker, is about to begin his 3rd over from the Diglis end. So far, Duffy yet to trouble the batsman too much. Taylor, wicket with his first ball this morning, is in again and bowls, and Davis is leaving that outside the off stump, and that one absolutely took off, and Roderick took it above his shoulder, and that also is in keeping with what we've seen here in the previous 2 games, with the odd one scooting through quite low, but that one in particular this morning really climbing sharply outside the off stump, and Roderick snatching it above shoulder height. Davis left it on line.
Yeah, well taken by Roderick. Ball was travelling, wasn't it?
Here's Taylor again. He's in and he bowls, and Roderick Davis, the other keeper, gets a run off an inside edge here. Quite a loose drive, perhaps the loosest shot that he's played so far today, and inside edge takes it out to square leg, and he goes to 2, and the total to 11 for for 1, the man out Yates for
Just
3.
1 wicket in the 4 second division matches so far, and it's happened at Northampton when Northampton's 6 for 1 after 5 overs against Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 15 without loss against Middlesex. Lancashire 21 without loss against the table toppers Leicestershire, but the briskest start has gone to Derbyshire at Derby, who are already 34 without loss to the 6th over against Kent.
Goodness me. Taylor round the wicket bowls, and this one is left alone by Latham, and through it goes to Roderick. Going back to quizzes, Clive, you were saying about setting them.
Yes.
I've got this great big book at home, cricket quiz book, and it's all sorts of questions going back for centuries. The trouble is, of course, that it's a few years old, and then you get a question and you think you're right, and of course somebody has done something since or whatever, and that can prove difficult. And then unless you've got the time to go to Cricket Archive and trawl through everything, it's difficult to get infallible questions, but I'll be doing my best. It's only a bit of fun anyway. Round the wicket, Taylor in, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Latham lifts his bat clear of that one. As a good tumbling take by Roderick, low to his right. Gareth Roderick, as I say, equalled the record for catches in a match in the last game when he picked up 9, and he shares that with Hugo Yarnold, Stephen Rhodes and Ben Cox, I think. And there were 2 to still go when he reached 9. I thought he might be in with a chance of a new record, but it wasn't to be. But he started with a catch in this one, and he's proving a very reliable wicketkeeper for Worcestershire, Gareth Roderick, the sort of keeper that you don't really notice very much. Taylor in, round the wicket, and Latham driving this one up to mid-off where D'Oliveira is the field, and there's no run. And I always think, rather like we said about football referees, don't we? If you don't notice them, they're probably doing quite a good job. And Gareth Roderick, not flash, not at all a sort of flashy diving keeper, but just one who gets on with it, does the job very tidily and rarely misses an opportunity. He'll probably drop one now. I've said that, but Taylor will be hoping not.
Talking about referees, maybe chuck a little earlier when you mentioned the umpires here.
Yeah. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Latham is turning this one to mid-wicket. Kashif Ali fields, no run.
Both former Worcestershire players, and it's to cricket's great credit that's okay. Can you imagine in football if West Bromwich Albion rocked up at Molineux and found the referee and one of the assistants were former Wolves players?
Absolutely, yeah. No, well, I mean, I think you're right. It is to cricket's great credit. End of the over, by the way, 11 for 1. And Richard Illingworth has regularly stood here at various times over the years. And yeah, I mean, it's you don't. It doesn't even enter your head, does it? No. Really.
So 11 for 1, still pretty slow going for Warwickshire, but they're trying to build and get through this first hour. Jacob Duffy continues to bowl, right arm over, left by Davis, who is certainly playing in a more restrained fashion than usual.
It's a tricky one. I think we saw last week, Clive, when, with the exception of the Worcestershire first innings, which recovered actually from 123 for 5 to 350 odd, we saw Essex then bowled out in 60 overs, Worcestershire in 57, and then Essex rolled out for 110 in the last innings. One or two batsmen decided to fight fire with fire. It did not work.
Davis leaves that one. Goes past the...
Yeah, generally it wasn't the way to go, really. I think the batters who made runs, possibly with the exception of Matthew Waite in the first innings, were those who stuck around and just
battled here,
hoped that they missed the really good ones and put the bad ones away when they did come along.
Well, seems to be Warwickshire's approach so far. Duffy leans forward and bowls again. That's just left by Davis, but he doesn't need to have to try and make him play here. Duffy, Davis is happy to leave these, and remains 11 for 1. The First Division table having rather bunched up the last round of matches. Worcestershire at the bottom winning and Nottinghamshire at the top losing. Both retained their positions, so it's made the whole division a bit more compact. Warwickshire dropped a place to third as a result of their defeat against Hampshire. Davis drives that, and that's through the covers for 4. Stretching for a little bit of width, but a nicely timed shot, and that's his first boundary. He's on to 6. 15 for 1.
Yeah, beautiful shot, timed well, and yeah, it was a little bit of away movement. Well, it was pretty much a half volley, but the important thing is, if it is going to be another low-scoring one, and we don't know that for sure, that when the bad ones come along, you do actually capitalise, and he did.
Well, it's the first boundary of the innings, as that's left. There's no run.
I think that's so, leave, and then you do get a bad one. And the other thing, and we said this again last week several times, is when you do get a bad one, so Davis, let's get into his head for a minute, he's left one, he's left another, he's blocked one, he gets a half volley. Don't go at it too hard, eyes light up, don't sort of throw yourself at it, just make sure that you get a bat on it and find a gap. Exactly what he did.
And this one he pushes onto the onside, there's no run. I gave the county scores a moment ago, just the internationals. England 533 for 4 now. Harry Brooks on 32 against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge, 4-day match there. And Ireland are playing West Indies in a 50 over match in Dublin, and West Indies are 48 for 2 after 8 overs.
That was a no ball, by the way, so 2 more onto the total. Duffy's second no ball of the morning.
He's in again, and he opens the face of the bat there. Davis, notable that Duffy kept his foot well behind the line, even from here you can tell that there. That time, to avoid a repeat of the no ball, Davis opening the face of the bat, runs it down into the gully area, but can't get it through for a run. End of the over, but more lucrative over for Warwickshire. A boundary and a no ball means they're 17 for 1 after the first half hour's play.
Nicely played by Davis, that last one. He's not the biggest, and it bounced a bit, but he got on top of it and steered it down. As you say, perhaps not playing instinctively this morning.
Make way, Frank, for Kevin Howell.
Okay. Thanks to Clive Eakin, who goes off for a break before updating BBC CWR and WM listeners. Here's Taylor round the wicket from the Diglis end bowls to Tom Latham. And Latham leaves alone outside the off stump, and once again Gareth Roderick is called into action behind the stumps. Bright sunshine here at New Road, and forecast is good for today, not so good for tomorrow. We've tended to get the biggest crowds for the championship games at Worcester so far on the Friday of the games, and that looks as though it might be the case again today. Ground is pretty well populated. The D'Oliveira stand and the New Road stands and the pavilion all fairly well populated, as Latham plays and misses this time at one slightly shorter from Taylor, given a little bit of width but perhaps a little bit too close to him to cut, and through it goes to Roderick. So far the New Zealand left-hander has been showing good judgment and has left alone as many balls as he's been able to, really. That one, I can see why he played at it, a little bit wider, a little bit shorter, but maybe not wide enough to cut, and in the end he was sort of caught between two stools and fortunate perhaps not to get a nick. Taylor again round the wicket past umpire Jack Shantry bowls, and this time he does get a nick. It doesn't carry to Rob Jones at second slip, bounced just in front of him I think, and he parried it and has hurt his finger in doing so. The batsmen have gone through for a single, which takes the total on to 18 for 1 and takes Latham on to 5. Just checking on the replay, I don't think it carried. No, it didn't, bounce just in front of Jones. Saw quite a few like that last week, and Jones is wringing his right hand in pain at the moment, but Latham gets away, gets up to the other end, which is probably the best place to be. And Davis, who's on 6, having faced 22 deliveries, will now face Taylor, who is changing to over the wicket to the right-hander. He comes in now and bowls, and Davis is just dropping his hands inside that one, I think. Don't think he played at that. End of a good over from Tom Taylor. In fact, it's not the end of the over. I was thrown by the umpire O'Shaughnessy, who's decided to cross over now. He had stayed at point for the right-hander, but is now crossing over to the leg side. Ben Allison loosening up at mid-wicket, suggesting that he will be into the attack shortly. Former Essex all-rounder who's been a good performer for Worcestershire, very consistent with the ball in the first few games of the season. There's Taylor in once more, bowls, and Davis is turned round by this one, suggesting a little bit of movement away from the right-hander. It runs off a thick outside edge into the covers where Kashif Ali does the fielding. 18 for 1 the score remains. Warwickshire won the toss this morning, chose to bat, and they lost Rob Yates to the first ball of the second over, flashing outside the off stump, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off this man Tom Taylor, having made 3, which he obviously scored in the first over. I say flashing, it's probably a little bit unkind. It was a good delivery which bounced and left him a bit. Taylor leaves this, bowls this, and Davis leaves it, and it nips back, takes him on the pad and on the way through to Roderick. And there's an appeal for LBW, half-hearted, and umpire Shantry says not out. End of the over from Taylor. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 5 his figures. Warwickshire are 18 for 1, and it's good morning for the first time to Kevin Howells.
Well, Frank, it's only 1 wicket fall, and you told me they'd be all out by 25 to...
Shh, the groundsman might be listening.
It was an exaggeration. Yeah, I don't think it's... On that first dismissal, I heard your commentary at the time. You didn't necessarily think that was anything pitch related, and I guess whatever the circumstances and the situation, batters come along. That my concern, I guess, from a Warwickshire point of view, might have been that sometimes it gets in the heads of batters that, this is what's happened over the last couple of matches, but actually they're applying themselves as best they possibly can, and that's only 1 wicket down so far. So Latham and Davis for the Bears for Warwickshire, and that's why we're here, partly why we're here with our main coverage on Sports Extra 2 from the BBC, because there's always a lot of pleasant needle and rivalry between these two West Midland counties. Start of the next over, round the wicket, in and bowls edged. That's flown just wide. Third slip, and then that's going to race down to the boundary. Well, that is movement. 4 more to the total for Warwickshire. That really did. Take a look on the replay again as to
Ben Allison's first delivery is bowled,
and it's been a good morning for bowlers. Well,
a little bit of movement. He shapes the ball into the right-hander away from the left-hander naturally, Allison, and that one just did enough, didn't it?
Tall
just
figure.
Enough.
It's bowling from the New Road end away to our left-hand side, and he comes around the wicket in now and bowls, and more defensive there from Latham, up to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, I think you're right though, Kevin. I'm sure it gets into the batsman's head, and certainly you look at the scores and you see teams being bowled out in 50 overs, 60 overs or whatever, and you think, well, do I go out? And I said a couple of players did try in the last game to fight fire with fire and come out and play shots, but that didn't prove to be the way. Just got to hang in there, I think.
Turns again. There's Allison to bowl to Latham now, the left-hander from New Zealand, and again defensive. And no run. But Latham is a quality international batter, and therefore you'd like to think, and I'm sure it's the case, that given conditions, even if it's rumoured and reported to be tricky out there, and interesting was a word I heard fairly early on arrival at the ground today, you'd like to think that they consider that to be one of the ultimate challenges. Okay, well, you might think that. This is what I'm going to do on it. Let's have a look now. That's down the leg side. Tumbling take from Roderick, the keeper. Essex have lost a wicket, but off to a quick start away to Surrey, 50 for 1. Hampshire, 20 for 1. What the last few weeks have really drawn into focus is the fact that this is a very open Championship Division 1. Whether by design or not, Surrey have found it difficult getting wins away from home, but they're clearly obviously a very strong force. But amongst the rest, as Allison comes around the wicket, in the bowls again and defended into the offside for no run. Nottinghamshire 12 for 1, such a slow start. Hamid is out though for 6 now. He faced 25 balls for that 6. A wicket for Jack White and a catch for James Wharton. And of course, one of the backstories there are a couple of stories obviously that Yorkshire-Nottinghamshire match in terms of team selection. Because Dylan Pennington is back and playing there for Notts today, but also Yorkshire without Johnny Bairstow. Next ball, and he leaves that one. And that you have to perhaps just be fairly confident of what's going on.
Yeah, I think when you look at the amount of money involved, it can't have been too difficult a decision for Johnny Bairstow, and I don't think you can blame him. Taylor over the wicket, in to bowl to Alex Davis, down the leg side. Davis plays at it, obviously flicked something. Gareth Roderick takes it, and there was a noise and an appeal, but umpire Jack Chantry says not out. Score remains at 22 for 1. But yeah, nice to bring in a player of Milan's experience to replace him.
Well, he's played in a few matches right at the start of the season.
Played against Worcestershire.
And then he's missed some more recent games.
Played against Worcestershire and made 98 in Yorkshire's only innings in that game. Actually, it wasn't their only innings, is it? Because they didn't enforce the follow on. There's Taylor again over the wicket from the Diglis end to Davis, who is forward, just pushing this out on the onside, and there's no run. 22 for 1 it remains. Yeah, Milan 98 in first innings and 76 not out in the second against Worcestershire. He didn't look in bad form at the start of the season up at Headingley, but obviously lost his place since then, so he'll be pleased to be back today, I expect. Tom Taylor, 4.2 overs, no ends, 1 for 5 so far. He's in, he bowls. Davis leaves alone outside the off stump, and Roderick takes. Yeah, going back to what you were saying about batsmen leaving the ball, Kevin, I think it's a massive skill on a pitch like this. We did see one in the last game where Henry Nichols, like Latham, a Kiwi test left-hander, was out for naught in the first innings against Essex, trying to leave the ball, but just took his bat away too late, and the ball just flicked his bat on the way through to the keeper. If you leave, you've got to be positive in doing so. Taylor bowls, and Davis doesn't leave this one. He plays at it outside the off stump, and through it goes. We're seeing pretty much a repeat of what we've seen in games here so far. Scoring rate is fairly slow. We're nearing the end of the 10th over. Warwickshire just 22 on the board, just one boundary. Actually 2, one off the edge, and one genuine boundary by Davis, stroked through the covers, but run scoring certainly not proving straightforward at all this morning, as Taylor comes in again from the Diglis end, and there's another boundary, but it's an involuntary one really, as Davis plays away from his body, and it goes down to third man for 4. So a fortunate one for Davis, takes him into double figures. He goes to 10, and the total goes to 26 for 1. I mentioned last game on many occasions, and even had discussions with one or two coaches and players about it, but third man in a low scoring game, that's 8 that have gone through there already, and something like 9 boundaries went through there in one of the low scoring innings last week. As Taylor is in again and bowls, and Davis is flicking at this one down the leg side, doesn't make contact, taken by Roderick. End of the over, 10 gone, 26 for 1. But in a low scoring game, if you concede 9 or 10 boundaries through third man because you don't have a third man, then it can be crucial, I think. Now, if you have a third man, he's obviously got to come from somewhere else, and you could concede runs in that area. But it's so often the case, if the bowlers are consistently attacking the top of off stump, that bowling for edges, that if you get a thick edge and it goes to third man, you haven't got one there, you're actually leaking runs. So I'm going to keep counting again, Kevin. 2 boundaries through there already.
Good for you, Frank. Why not? Alison, I want to come back on a point in that in a moment. Alison in bowls, and LBW appeal, not out. I'm saying not out straight away. They're just the body language. He could have really let me down badly there, umpire Shaughnessy, but just didn't seem interested from the go on that one. I mean, we're not in line to be able to give any sort of ideas from here, really, but we can see it again on the replay. You can see that now.
Outside the line, I think, playing a shot.
He was playing at it. But I've seen so many matches already this season where, especially this time of the day, 4 slips have been employed, and they're only using 3 here at the moment. That would have been a possible catch there, not turning at 4th before, or when he's played lifting delivery to lay them. So this is good from Allison. He's really troubling him at the moment, and he goes now to have a bit of a look at the pitch. So we'll concentrate on this over because things are happening in this. But just that look of so you talk about the third. If you put a 4th in there.
Well, we saw
because they had a backward point, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They had 4 when Taylor was bowling, and they had Essex had 4 almost the entire game last week. Again, I suppose Brett Dolliver is thinking, well, if I have a 4th, where's he going to come from? Maybe extra cover.
Round the wicket, Allison, and that one he's, I say, happy to leave, relieved to leave.
But then he might feel that if he's encouraging Allison to pitch the ball up to allow it to swing, if he just slightly over pitches, extra cover, Kashif Ali is a bit of an insurance policy. And that's it. And I accept that's the same argument with my third man one, that the captain has to weigh up the checks and balances and work out where he thinks it's most likely to go.
But at this time and at the start of a bowler, would you not be taking the more attacking view? Next ball is bowled, and another lovely, glorious delivery, which just moves away a little through to the keeper. You understand what I'm saying? You risk those runs, if you like, at this stage of the game, but also of the bowler just coming on.
Yeah, possibly. The only thing I'd say is, I think, on the basis of the 5 days cricket that we've had here so far this season, and that's all it's been, it doesn't really matter at what stage, because it's the pitch hasn't flattened out at any point in the game, really.
Allison again, the ball to lay them, the left-hander, and he puts bat on that defensively into the offside. No run. Talking of players making appearances in the championship this round, Sam Curran, of course, I think he's probably due to be still, well, at the IPL. They had that break with the troubles between Pakistan and India, and he's not gone back, so he's, I say, made himself available. He is available for Surrey, and he's taken a wicket very early on there and getting rid of Dean Elgoff at 31. Caught by Sibley, so I imagine that's catching the slips as well. As Allison comes around the wicket, bowls, and that's a lovely delivery. Out! Sure he's got an edge on that? No, he's not out. Forgive me. I thought I heard something there. They went up high.
Well, it went to third slip. Must have been off the pad alone, I suppose. Umpire O'Shaughnessy certainly not interested.
And they've not gone on with that appeal forever, as if they feel really aggrieved.
No, just
the bowler stopped in the appeal to check, and then we saw all the slips gone up. I better join in again. That's the giveaway there, but it's not out, and it's still 26 for 1. Latham on 9, Davis on 10. So I thought I heard a noise out there, but that just maybe off the pad, flying high away. But it's still a terrific over from Allison. You'll feel he deserved something from it, but he got nothing there. Latham 9, Davis 10, 26 for 1.
And Allison 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. Taylor is continuing. This is his 6th over. It'll probably be his last as he bowls from the Diglis end, and Davis forward jams the bat down on it. Combination of bat and pad, and it dribbles out on the leg side. Didn't know much about it, the Warwickshire skipper, but they go through for a single. Takes him on to 11. 27 for 1. It's not easy out there at the moment for the batsman, and as I say, Taylor liable to come off, I would have thought, after this spell. Might then be a case of whether Duffy comes and has a go at that end. or whether Matthew Waite, who bowled so splendidly last week against Essex, career best 6 for 19 from him, but he doesn't often come on this early in an innings. Taylor round the wicket in, bowls, and Latham is again leaving alone outside the off stump. So 35 deliveries now Latham has faced for his 9 runs, and that tells you just how tricky it is out there. He's left the ball exceptionally well, and he looks exactly the sort of player that you need in these testing circumstances. Bright sunny morning, Warwickshire choosing to bat first, but I think probably knowing that they weren't going to walk out there and find things easy. Taylor round the wicket again, and another excellent leave from Latham, lifting his bat well clear of that, and through it goes to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick, who picked up a catch off the first ball of the second over this morning to remove Rob Yates for 3. But that's so far the only success for Worcestershire, and we're halfway through the 12th over. Bit of a reunion in lots of ways, this game here this morning. Got 2 umpires that used to play for Worcestershire. Around the wicket Taylor, and left alone again by Latham. That's Jack Shantry at the bowler's end and Steve O'Shaughnessy at square leg. Ed Barnard, of course, back on his old stomping ground. Ethan Brooks out there fielding for Worcestershire, former Warwickshire player, and of course Zen Malik, who was a Malvern College schoolboy and in the academy at Worcestershire a few years ago, I think. So all kinds of connections between the two counties, and as Kevin was suggesting earlier, lots of rivalry, but most of it I think fairly good natured. Taylor round the wicket again, bowls, and beats Latham this time. Definitely played at that one, slightly on the walk, the batter, and past the outside edge, and through it goes to Gareth Roderick. 27 for 1.
Whether this is, you know, the ideal service that even the groundsman want to prepare or not, I don't know, but I tell you what, it makes for absorbing wonderful cricket.
Yeah.
I hate all those banner lines they give for limited over stuff, but every ball really is counting here. It's terrific.
That definitely has been the case for all the cricket here so far this season. Always liable that something's going to happen. Taylor bowls. This time it is a good lead from Latham. That's another good tidy over from Taylor. Just the 1 run from it. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10 his figures. And the other bowlers used this morning. Jacob Duffy, a little bit perhaps the least threatening of the bowlers in his first spell from the New Road End. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 13. And Ben Allison, who is about to continue from the New Road End, who started very well, 2 overs for 4 so far.
Maybe listening on Sports Extra 2, a new audience as such, they won't have followed every word you've had to say, Frank, and I know they'll be the less for that. So in all seriousness, just a little reminder about the sort of challenges that the ground staff are up against, and what's happened here over the last winter, maybe over the next few minutes. Warwickshire 27 for 1, and Allison comes in past the umpire now, bowls over the wicket, in the bowls to Davis, and pushes forward, prods forward to that one, comes down to have a look at the pitch again. Yeah, because we all know that everybody knows about the flooding here, but and it's not getting any better, is it?
No. 13 floods in the last 2 winters, and that means that's 13 separate occasions on which the ground has flooded. 8 in the winter before last, and 5 last winter, the last of which was quite late in February, and the extent to which that affects the ground I'll just explain after this delivery.
Davis on 11, facing now Allison. Goes forward to that, wraps him on the glove as well, I think. Get up a little bit more on him than anticipated. Not only this now tactically difficult, but also painful.
And the extent of those floods this last winter, the groundsman told me that there were 38 days between October and February, I think, where the actual square was under a couple of feet of water, not just an inch or 2. 38 days not consecutively, but on separate occasions. So he just couldn't do anything.
Allison bowls again to Davies. Managed to get a bigger stride in for Alex, and no run.
And so the work that would normally be done on a cricket square in late September, October, where the top is taken off and it's top dressed and then seeded, couldn't be done on this square this time until March, I think, and then a tent was put up and they had lights inside to help the grass grow. So they've got, it looks lovely, doesn't it? Good grass growth, but of course what's happening underneath in terms of root growth and so on is not what it should be.
Allison to Davis again, goes forward. Does he get a nick on that? No. Very nearly. He's in the bat there, Allison.
And the effect has been, and people listening to us on Sports Extra might not be aware of it, Worcestershire fans will be, those who've watched the scores might be. The effect has been that we've had a game here that finished in 2 days against Durham, one finished in 3 days against Essex. Not by design, absolutely not by design, but the ball has just basically nipped around all the time.
Entertaining but challenging. And Allison in and again just lifts his bat out of the way fairly late on that one. But it is a great contest to watch, even though you know that perhaps conditions are favouring the bowler a little bit too much, but at the same time it's lovely to see the batters really apply themselves as best they can out there.
Yeah, it's a real examination of it's the sort of thing, I guess, that you read about in the old days on uncovered pitches when batsmen were tested, and people say it has become too easy on flat pitches.
Davis waits again, goes forward, gets full the bat on that. It's that D'Oliveira that goes up for an appeal. I'm not too sure what form. If maybe a bit of pad before, but no. It's all safe and quiet, and that's maiden, isn't it, from Allison there?
Yeah.
That's 27 for 1, and he has bowled now 3 overs, 2 of which have been maidens, conceded just 4 runs. It has been tidy. As you say, it's been offering a real examination of both out there, Latham and Davis. But it's looking a bit different now. This is interesting. Tell us more about Wade here, Frank. Derbyshire 73 for no wicket in the 14th over against Kent. That is a different sort of tale there in the second division of Derby. Anyway, young Wade here.
Yeah, Matthew Wade enjoying a good season with bat and ball for Worcestershire. In the last game, not only did he top score with 73 in the first innings, but he also picked up career best figures of 6 for 19 in the Essex second innings. Lively medium pacer. Previously his method tended to be to pitch the ball up and try and swing it away from the right-handers. He comes in now and bowls to the left-handed Latham. That's across him, and he leaves it alone. But talking to him in an interview that we did for the BBC after the last game, he said, well, I've stopped trying to swing it so much and started just trying to seam it a little bit more, and I'm using this wobble seam method, and I don't know if it's going to go in or away, so the batsman isn't going to know either, and he'd been having a lot of success with it. It depends on getting the length right and the line right. He's in now bowls, and that one he doesn't quite get the length right. It's over pitch, it's a half volley, and the class player that Tom Latham is, he doesn't miss out on it. He's had to wait a long time for that scoring opportunity. He's faced 41 deliveries now, and he had only 9 before that one, but seeing the half volley come along, just kept his shape, kept his head still, and made sure that he got a bat on it, full face of the bat, straight down the ground, and he profits to the tune of 4 runs. Shot of the day indeed from the Kiwi, and Waite in again now bowls to him, and he's forward to a better length delivery and pushing this one into the covers, and Cashy fields, and there is no run. So 31 for 1 with that boundary, limping along you could say, but the important thing is they have only lost 1 wicket, and it is about application and determination out there. There'll be a few knocks on the hand as well. We've seen that happen to Davis. You've got to leave well, you've got to focus, and as Latham did earlier in this over, when the bad ball comes along, got to try and put it away. Wait in, bowls, and he drives again, and he's unlucky this time because the ball cannons into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Otherwise that may well have been on its way to the boundary once again. So at the moment, Waite perhaps a little too full in his length. Just watching that one again. In fact, I think had he got anything on that, there would have been a run out, because Davis was well short of his ground at that end, but it didn't touch Waite on the way through. Latham stays on 13. Waite in again, bowls to him, and he's forward and just pushing this out on the offside, and there's no run. Matthew Waite, who is, as I say, medium pace, I think, genuine medium pace, no more than that. So far he's picked up 6, 8, 10, 16, 23 wickets, so top wicket taken for Worcestershire, and probably, I think, enjoying the best bowling form of his career. He was beset by injuries in his early days at Yorkshire. He's in again now and bowls, and that one is left alone by Latham, and through it goes to Roderick. 31 for 1 at the end of the over. Clive Eakins back, and he's just got to do an update.
Yeah, I'll be able to give you a break, Frank.
That's
At
very
half past
kind.
12. No, at half past 12. You
Oh,
keep
at
going
half
for
past
another,
12. Okay,
another,
that's good.
I just want to just add
lunch.
Yeah, just no. There are other things. Don't be cruel. Matthew Waite, those 23 wickets puts him third. Carl Abbott sits top at the moment on wicket takers in Division 1 on 31. George Hill, who's been noticed a bit by England as well, Yorkshire on 27. There are a few on 23 actually. Porter, Leach, Taylor's on the same number. Yeah.
Who is the one wicket taker here?
So Allison in again over the wicket, forward to that with a sharp shout of no from Davis into the offside. That's in Division 1. So if Abbott's on 31 in Div 1, who have we got in Division 2? Ian Holland, Leicestershire. What a story that is, Frank. Over in the second division. Ian Holland on 27. So Abbott, in terms of the country, never mind the division, is top of the wicket takers. Still doing a terrific job for Hampshire as the bell tolls. And we see Allison coming in again in the bowls, and a little bit of movement of the feet there from Davis to push it into the offside. Talk about the traps that players can fall into. The trap on the other side is, I don't think that there are demons there, which they may well be, but not playing to them. The bowlers themselves can maybe get a bit frustrated knowing that things are on their side and they've got to make use of it. Well, no, just stick to doing what you've been doing. I wonder if Waite, off the back of such a great performance last time out, think I've got to do it again. Well, it's back to the start, isn't it? And this one is prodded, and they'll run through very quickly for a single into the offside. And here, Allison, he's just been bowling beautifully, hasn't he? He's just got to keep on doing it and hope that something will go his way. 3.3 overs, 2 maidens. Warwickshire at 32 for 1. Because quite clearly, if Warwickshire were to get through, and they've got it's a big ask of them, this, but another hour in this morning session. But if they were to get through, just losing only maybe one other wicket, they might consider that a really good morning.
Absolutely.
Bearing in mind all the conditions and everything, but best to stay composed, focused. Batters, bowlers alike, just do your best, do it right, and something should come your way. I guess they'll always have in the back of the mind have times when that's happened and things haven't gone their way, but it strikes me such a strong looking bowler here, Allison. Terrific. Last week who got which brother out last week?
Charlie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Turns and comes around the wicket. Bowls again. Oh, edged, and that's flown past third slip again, and down towards the covers. Well, I say something will come your way. He might not be believing that at the moment. Actually, that went very low. But was it at a catching height? I'm not too sure. Fallen just short. We'll take a look at the replay. But 36 for 1 is Warwickshire at the moment. Let's take a look on the replay again. There are 3 slips going down. Well to the left. The third slip in the end. just do wonder about the placing of another in there. That slip cord.
Brooks caught one just like that last week to get rid of Dean Elgar, low to his left, one-handed, very similar to that, but just carried. But yeah, unlucky for Allison.
He's got one more delivery of his 4th over. And he bowls it now to Latham into the body of Latham, the Kiwi, and don't think it caught him too nastily. He has a bit of a rearrangement, but I think he's okay. And it's Warwickshire at 36 for 1. Allison, who will, I think, now be bemoaning his lack of luck out there with his 4 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs conceded, not a wicket, and he's probably deserved one now. He's been bowling beautifully. Latham on 17, Davis on 12.
He's got 19 wickets so far, Ben Allison, for Worcestershire. Brought in as a sort of replacement for Ed Barnard, really, I think, in the eyes of the Worcestershire setup, and not as good a batter as Barnard, obviously, but impressed on loan here 2 seasons ago, and then recruited for this season, and he's made a good start. It's been impressive. He's played every game, made 1 or 2 runs down at the sort of lower middle order, and 19 wickets so far. 36 for 1 then, as Waite starts a new over from the Digless end, bowling to the right-handed Davis, who lets that go outside the off stump. Davis on 12, Latham on 17. Yates, the man out for 3. Second over, first ball of the second over this morning, and since then these two have made watchful progress. Occasional bits of good fortune, a couple of edges have gone to third man for 4, and we've seen 1 or 2 nicks not quite carry. Waite in bowls, Davis on the leg side turning this one away, but straight to Ben Gibbon, who is fielding as a substitute at mid-wicket. Not quite sure who's gone off, might be Taylor. And there's no run. 36 for 1. My quiz question from earlier in the day has had a few responses. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter is my handle, or X as I should now call it. My question was, which Warwickshire player was the last to captain England in international cricket? As Waite bowls and Davis pushes out on the offside, and in full international cricket I should say, not the Lions. So which player last captained England in international cricket? We've had 1 right. I'm not given the answer out yet. I've had 1 right answer. At Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter, if you'd like to have a go at that. Michael Hickman said it was Chris Wokes. As far as I am aware, Chris Wokes skippered the Lions, not the full England side. Here's Waite again from the Digless end bowls, and Davis is edging this one down to third man. Libby is in pursuit. He will not get there, so that's the 4th boundary that's gone through third man today, and the total goes on to 40 for 1. Davis goes to 16 I should say. Clive, I was saying earlier that I counted in the last game the number that went through third man, and there was a huge number in a low scoring game. It can be quite significant. I discussed it with a few cricket coaches and players afterwards, and bearing in mind you've got to find that fielder from somewhere if you have a third man, and you've got to take him from somewhere else. But that's 16 gone through there already in a total of 40. Waite in again, bowls, and Davis is forward pushing out on the offside. And my point was that you are asking your bowlers to hit the top of off stump. That's what your target is. You're looking at the outside edge, so you're almost expecting to get edges that are going to go in that area. If they don't carry, or if they're wide of the slips, they're going to produce runs. And in a low scoring game, I mean, it's 40 on the board, 16 of them have gone through third man so far.
Which field are you putting there then?
Well,
square leg, boundary field,
long
maybe?
leg perhaps, if you bowled him at the top of off stump. Yeah. Here's Waite in to Davis, bowls, and Davis is forward pushing out on the offside, thinks about a single. Kashif Ali comes into field and they turn it down, end of the over. Latham 17, Davis 16. Warwickshire, who chose to bat after 16 overs off 40 for 1.
Yeah, they're pretty happy with the start. Warwickshire's not been easy, and Alex Davis 16 off 47 balls. He's showing that he knows more than one way to bat, because he's normally more aggressive than that. Sometimes accused perhaps of being a little overly aggressive, giving his wicket away. He's certainly not doing that so far here. Tom Latham also going steadily.
Good start, I think. Good start.
So Ben Allison in to bowl, and that's left by Latham. There's no run. .40 for 1. 70th over. Good crowd here. This still lovely ground. It's developed a lot over the years, but it's retained its character. One hopes that Worcestershire will be able to stay here. Obviously there are big challenges. That's pushed out to the back of square leg for a single. Latham moves on to 18. I mean, the almost unthinkable subject was brought up in the last couple of years, Frank, as to whether Worcestershire actually move altogether. Is that still?
Yeah, it's still definitely a possibility. I think the suggestion now is they'll find a supplementary venue, so they'll still keep New Road.
Yeah.
But somewhere else where they might be able to have an indoor school and floodlights, and develop it as a sort of as a number one venue, because I think one of the things that Ashley Giles has pointed out, I'll just break off.
This one is played onto the onside for no run.
Is that there's not really much future in investing in this place as a stadium when the flooding seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. So the initial horror and outrage has passed slightly, I think, as people have recognised the logic in the thinking. But at the moment it's exploratory rather than anything else, I think. And obviously the funding is a big factor.
Because he's the only first class headquarters without floodlights, isn't it? This one, which is a problem. That's driven down the ground, but it'll be cut off by D'Oliveira. There's no run. 41 for 1. Yes, it's always a bit of an anomaly that Worcestershire managed to make the quarter-finals of a T20, having to play it start at 5:30, and by that time of the year that's usually too late anyway to get a game through without the light affecting it. But this next one from Allison is pushed out by Davis to point for no run. Davis, who has now discarded his sleeveless jumper that he was wearing, and he's digging in here for the long haul. So it's probably what Warwickshire lost their last match because of their opposition's first innings. So they'll be thinking here, if we can make a decent score batting first.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in the Essex game as well here. Worcestershire recovered from 123 for 5 to get 350, and that was the difference really.
Davis pushes that into the covers for no run. End of another tight over, 41 for 1. It's not tight at Trent Bridge, though. Zimbabwe at 22 without loss off 19 balls, replying to England's declared total of 565 for 6.
Yeah, and I'll just give you scores elsewhere in the Championship as well, which we like to do every now and again. Durham are 59 for 1 against Somerset. Hampshire are 45 for 2 off 17 against Sussex. Essex are 86 for 1 off 17 against Surrey, so they're going well. Notts 33 for 1, finding it tough against Yorkshire, but battling it out there. That's off 18 overs. There's weight bowls, and Latham leaves alone outside the off stump, and the busy Roderick takes. Wicketkeepers taking a huge percentage of deliveries in the last game here. Both left alone, edged, played and missed. They were very busy, both keepers in that game. Derbyshire going well. They're 84 without loss against Kent in the 19th over. Glamorgan 45 for 2 against Middlesex, and Lancashire 52 without loss against Leicestershire, and finally Northants 40 for 2 against Gloucestershire's Waite bowls. Latham leaves and Roderick takes. How often have we said that this morning? Latham is leaving the ball very expertly this morning, and it takes great discipline to do that. He's played and missed at one that he probably could have left. Other than that, generally he's made the right decision almost all the time.
If you want to follow what's going on in all the other games, as usual, the BBC website County Championship page will keep you informed. Gideon, Dan, Paul and Harry are in charge today.
Here comes Waite again, passed umpire Chantry bowls, and this one is edged, and there you go, 4 more through third man. So that's 20 runs that have gone through third man off the edge today, in a total of 45 for 1, and Latham goes to 22. It was all on the ground, it wasn't a chance, but runs being leaked, and I think we are now going to have a third man, and it's one of the slips who is sacrificed. So Brooks goes from third slip to third man, and Worcestershire are plugging the gap, which has seen 20 runs scored. So almost half of the runs this morning.
Now what you don't want to see is a ball fly past third slip.
Indeed you don't. Indeed you don't. But it's you've got to think about it. You've got to think about it, I think. Could you have had the long leg there? Or how many balls have been played to long leg? I can't think of many this morning that have gone down to long leg for a single that would have gone for 4 otherwise. They're bringing the third slip back in now, and they've decided to sacrifice the extra cover. So he could drive through extra, but he's plugged the gap at third man. Waite in, bowls again, and he's playing and missing outside the off stump, and there's no run.
That makes some sense, doesn't it? You might want to encourage him to try to drive.
46 for 1 then. 45 for 1. Sometimes at this angle the 6 on that scoreboard looks like a 5. That's my excuse, or my eyes are going a bit clear on the other board. Just the angle of the digits, as Waite is in once more over the wicket and bowls, and again Latham is beaten outside the off stump. I've got a friend who has a son called Latham, Latham, that's his first name, and he has messaged me. He's a well-known local cricketer, Ted Bayliss, who played in the Birmingham League for quite a long time, and he is saying we're pronouncing it differently. I say Latham. Do you say Latham?
I do, but I've never really asked him, to be fair. I've not had a chance to speak to him.
And he is saying I overemphasise the TH, so he says Latham, which I think is what I say, as Waite bowls, and the aforementioned Tom plays the ball back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 45 for 1 at the end of the over. I say Latham, and the other, I don't know why I say Latham and not Latham, but I say Latham. I taught at Repton School, as you probably know, Clive, and there's a house there which is called Latham House, and everybody says Latham, so maybe that's where I've got my pronunciation from. But anyway, Tom Latham, the Kiwi left-hander, is 22 not out. Rob Yates is the man out for 3. Alex Davis, the captain, 16 not out. And Warwickshire, who chose to bat when they won the toss, are 45 for 1 after 18 overs, and I reckon you're right, Clive. I reckon that's a pretty good start in these circumstances.
Yeah, nothing. A couple of quick wickets wouldn't change, but at the moment Warwickshire are keeping Worcestershire out. Ben Allison bowls. That's driven. I didn't quite. It seemed the bat turned in his hand there a little bit, Davis, and it goes out to the covers where it's fielded by Kashif Ali for no run. Sun shining here at New Road. In again is Allison, and that's edged. Guess what? There's no third there now, and it's gone down to third for 4 runs.
6th boundary through third man. To be fair, that one went so quickly that even if you'd had a man there, if he'd have been even remotely wide, he wouldn't necessarily have cut it off. But I still. Well, I'll have to stop because people will be getting bored of it. Stop banging on about it. But it's been a productive area. Let's put it that way. 49 for 1.
Yeah, he closed that gap in the last over, but not for Ben Allison's over here.
Half the runs, virtually half the runs, have come through third man off the edge.
He's in again, Allison, 65 on his back, and Davis just tries to guide that down towards third, but it's cut off at backward point, so there's no run. 20 off 53 balls, Alex Davies, 49 for 1.
Nobody's got 100 here this season, Clive, in the 2 games that we've had so far. I think the highest score in those 2 games was Matthew Waite's 70 odd last week, and I venture to suggest if anybody makes 100 they will not be on the losing side, but it could be different this time.
Allison bowls, and that's just turned round to shortish square for a single by Davies, and that's the 50 up for Warwickshire. 50 for 1, just lost Rob Yates early on. So, this partnership worth 45 so far. I mean, no ball, 2 no balls, so. $114 balls, if I'm not mistaken, for the 50. This next one is left by Latham, and it remains 50 for 1. Seeing Phil Neal here.
Yeah, president of
I was
Worcestershire, yeah.
really triumphant on Pointless. That was a couple of years ago now,
right.
But I thought, I've got a Pointless answer here, because they showed a big picture of the England squad,
Right.
with the Queen, and you had to identify people, and that's driven for single. It has to be quite quick. The throw comes in, but from D'Oliveira, but they do make it, so it's 1 run. And I thought, well, there's Phil Neal. He's a Pointless answer if ever there was one, and he was indeed. But so I think was Ashley Giles, surprisingly enough. Yeah. Somebody as a joke said the Queen. He said, "Well, sorry, you've got to take that as your answer now." Well, it was about 98, I think. I don't think it was 100.
Yeah, well, president of Worcester, and often here, and actually even occasionally goes out there and does a little bit beforehand, doing the nicks for the slip catchers and that kind of thing. The fittest 70-year-old you're ever likely to see, I would think. There's Waite in to bowl to the left-handed Latham, who drops it down on the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm actually due to do an evening with Phil. You know, you're talking about your conversation evening. I've got one coming up in a week tomorrow, I think it is, at a local cricket club, and I've done 1 or 2 before. I always say one of the things about Phil is that well, I don't know how many tours he ended up doing with England, but it was well over, I think it was about 20 odd, maybe even more, and several double figures to the subcontinent. As Waite comes in and bowls, and that one comes back after it's past the outside edge, or left alone by Latham after it's past the off stump, and there's no run. And he's never eaten a curry.
He's not?
Never eaten a curry in his life. Phil is the most careful eater, and when I say careful, I mean perhaps. He has a certain few things that he eats and nothing more. When he goes to India or Pakistan, the whole tour, egg on toast basically is the basic staple that he gets by on. An exotic meal for Phil is a pizza, as this one is bowled by Matthew Waite, tucked away on the leg side by the left-handed Latham for a single, D'Oliveira Fields from mid-wicket, and the score moves on to 52 for 1. This is now becoming a very good start. It might not look it, but from the point of view of a supporter who has been at every game here this season, or somebody who's watched every Worcestershire game on the live stream this season, they will tell you that this is developing into an exceptionally good partnership at the moment. Latham has 24, Davis has 21. Neither is given a chance. Both have had edges not quite carried to slip, but they have put the bad ball away, and there haven't been many bad balls. The bowling's been generally pretty tidy, been very tidy really. Weight, the most expensive actually so far, he's gone for over 3 and over. He's just in his 4th over, but everybody else fairly tidy, but no opportunities created.
Just moved 3rd slip to 4th, a little bit of gap between 2nd and 4th.
Bowls, and he gets an LBW. Davis slightly on the warp, doesn't look too happy with it, but it looked a confident shout from our position here, some distance away, just having a look at it on the replay now.
I think he thought he hit it.
And I got criticised last week, Clive, by somebody because they said every time I looked at the replay, I said, yeah, that looks a pretty good shout to me. And I did think it looked a pretty good shout. And I meant that for both sides as well.
I'm suspecting that he feels he hit it. I have to say, he's pretty close to showing dissent there.
Yeah. Well, the match referees get involved very quickly these days, don't they? But, he's gone. And I can understand huge disappointment from a batter who's battled away as long as Alex Davies has, and that was the 57th delivery he faced, I think, or 56th delivery, but he has gone for 21. Worcestershire needed that wicket because it was a good partnership of 47 for that second wicket, but it has been broken and Matthew Waite has done the trick.
Yeah, he complained both to the umpire that gave the decision and to the square leg umpire there, Alex Davis. I'm not saying he didn't stay there too long, but he clearly made his feelings known. Probably fairly politely, but even so, he could conceivably be out of pocket a little bit as a result of that.
They don't like it, do they? Don't like it these days. Anyway, Worcestershire have got their second wicket. Warwickshire 52 for 2, and Sam Hayne, no stranger to success on this ground, Clive, as you know, comes out.
No, but he's not been in the greatest of form this season, although he probably looked at his most fluent in the second innings against Hampshire. He got out, I'm going on reports and our commentary team, but he got out to apparently a pretty unplayable delivery, but up to them was looking quite good. But he has struggled a little bit this season. He's managed to make middling scores, but not big ones. And of course, another wicket now for Worcestershire completely transforms
absolutely.
the morning.
Well, my regular listeners have heard me say it many times. My par for lunch on the first day is 85 for 3. That's my par. So Worcestershire have got to get another one. Having said that, on this pitch, 50 odd in 90 minutes is not a bad effort. As Matthew Waite comes into bowl to Sam Hayne. First ball for the new batsman, left alone outside the off stump by Hayne, leaning onto the front foot and then lifting his bat clear of that one. And through it goes to Roderick.
So Matthew Waite continues to be in the wickets, having got 9 in the last match.
That was his 24th wicket. I think he's 3rd in the charts. Got some runs as well. He's having a good season. Key man for Worcestershire as he's got to stay fit, but an important member of this side. And in he comes again now. And Hayne is on the walk slightly and left alone outside the off stump. Through it goes to the wicket keeper, and a wicket taking over for Matthew Waite. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13 his figures. And at the end of that over, the 20th of the innings, Warwickshire, who chose to bat when they won the toss, are 52 for 2.
Yeah, Warwickshire's top wicket takers Ethan Bamber with 22 this season. He might fancy his chances here. Remember, Chris Rushworth and Chris Wokes also in the bowling attack.
I reckon he will. I think this pitch is ideal for Ethan Bamber. Jacob Duffy coming back into the attack.
Yeah. Bowled right at the beginning from the New Road end. Is it still called that? Or
Yes, no, it's still called the New Road end and the Diglis end. You can't change those, can you?
Well,
you
you might name them after somebody at some point,
you
mightn't
might do.
Right, Allenby bowls, and that's going down the leg side. Gareth Roderick talks as if he takes the catch. Delighted that the press box we're in now is the Curtis O'Neill and Beddoe Lounge, it's called.
Yes, which is slightly loose.
Just a little bit
Slightly loose use
it's
of
perhaps
language.
the least accurate of those words, isn't it? But of course,
Yeah, 3 great men.
indeed. Chris still here, still in the press box. That one is played down to long leg for a single by Latham, who moves on to 24.
You feel like you're watching a top operator with Latham, don't you? And Henry Nichols has been a bit like this for Worcester. He didn't get any runs in the last game, but he just has a calm demeanour at the crease and soaks up the pressure and leaves the ball well, puts the bad ball away. Just think, he's becoming a key man, isn't he? He's only got 25, but it looks like a key wicket already, doesn't it?
Does. This one is left. A slightly late decision to leave that from Sam Hayne, but he gets his bat out of the way. He indicates the ball might have swung in a bit.
Characteristic leave. He leans onto the front foot, doesn't he, and then sort of lifts the bat away at the very last minute.
Just wondering, I'm just probably need to see it again. I'm just wondering if Alex Davis's complaint was that he felt the ball was maybe too high. I'll come back to that in a minute. This next one is left, there's no run, because he seemed to point with his hand to the umpire as if he's saying, look where it bounced, how could it be? Maybe not. Actually seen that replay, that's probably not his objection, but he does, he sort of points his hand at the umpire and then turns to the square leg umpire as well. Maybe it's just that he felt he hit it, I don't know.
Isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. It's unusual to see a player gesticulate like that, isn't it?
Yeah. This one is just slightly over pitch. It's played onto the leg side, digs it out there, Hayne, but he can't find a gap, so he remains on none. He's had to work hard this season, Sam Hayne. The runs haven't flowed the way they sometimes do for him. He's had to battle away. Got 23 and 30 against Hampshire in a fairly low scoring match, so not a disastrous performance, but he had to struggle for that a little bit. Oh, he leaves that one and it hits him somewhere, and in fact has that hit him in the elbow? He's putting his bat down. That's hurt him. He may require a bit of treatment here. He's on walkabout. He's not getting any. In fact, the umpire is calling the physio on. He's just trying to get his bat up as well. Must have hit part of his arm somewhere. Yeah, came in a bit.
We saw Ethan Brooks get a painful blow on the elbow in the last game, and it's not unusual. That might be what Alex Davis was thinking about, the bounce. Although watching that replay, I don't think it was going over the top.
No,
it does. Hesitate to use my favourite phrase, but it does look like a reasonable shout. But that was a nasty one for Hayne, and we might have quite a delay here.
Yes.
The physio is actually going to come out, I think. Physio coming out now, and one player who will be very sympathetic out there is Ethan Brooks, because he suffered exactly that sort of knock. We've seen batsmen get hit on the hand as well. The thing about being hit on the elbow, and I speak from experience, is that the old funny bone can be
not very funny.
But you know when you knock your elbow, that's why we call it the funny bone and the humorous. But when that's hit by a cricket ball, it can just send pins and needles down your fingers and numb your hand for a minute or two, and it might just be that he'll make a recovery, but it's a very painful one, and not what you want when you've only just gone to the crease and you're not yet off the mark.
We're getting the magic spray. So I'll go through some other scores while we're getting the delay in the test match. Zimbabwe 48 for 1 off 8 overs, so they're making quick progress, but Sam Cook's got his first test wicket. Well done to him. Got Ben Cullen out for 6. And they're applying to England's 565 for 6 declared. England will want to get on with it. Remember, that is a 4-day game. The problem with 4-day tests, and I understand the arguments, some people say, well, they can finish it in 4 days. Well, they can if they don't lose a day to weather. And with the weather forecast being tomorrow, England might have the work cut out to try and force a win there. In Dublin, West Indies 127 for 3 in the 23rd over against Ireland. In the County Championship, Durham are 84 for 2 against Somerset at Chester. Straight Hampshire now 70 for 3 against Sussex. Sussex, the early stages of the season, have fared pretty well for a newly promoted team. They have Hampshire at 70 for 3 at Southampton. Essex 88 for 3 now against Surrey. And despite the perception they found it difficult this season, only 3 points off the top, so their chances of a 4th title still look pretty decent. And we're back underway. Waite bowls to Latham, so Hayne appears to be alright. Kevin Howes has jumped into the commentary position.
Well, it's not that one.
Oh, you should turn right down, I think. That's why.
That's right. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was going to question and challenge your statement that I jumped. I can't remember the last time I jumped.
Well, everything's relative.
Without falling over.
Wait to Latham, who goes a little tip and run and gets a single. He's on to 26. Just to complete the scores then, still slow going at Headingley with Notts 55 for 1 in the 24th over. Second Division, Glamorgan 53 for 3 against Middlesex now in the 21st over at Cardiff. Lancashire looking good at the moment at Leicester, 66 without loss. Northants 48 for 3 against Gloucestershire. And Derbyshire 99 without loss after 24 overs against Kent at Derby. There is the half century there for David Lloyd, by the way. There is a women's T20 this evening, which gives me a good opportunity to congratulate M. Arlett, both from a Warwickshire and a Herefordshire point of view, because she lives in Herefordshire and she plays for Warwickshire. Won her first T20 cap as England won the first match of the series against West Indies. As that one's run down to a third for a single by Sam Hayne, who's on to 1.
So, born bred in Herefordshire.
I'm not sure whether she was born and bred there, but she does live in well, she lives in Ledbury, as I understand. She's the most famous Ledbury sports person since Terry Jenkins, the darts player, I would venture to suggest.
Isn't there somebody else? In
Sports, not playing sport, no.
Sporting personality.
This one is run down to third for a single by Latham. He ran the first one quickly, thinking there might be 2. But there isn't. The fielder was pretty sharp there. Had a bit of ground to make up Cashew Valley because he's quite wide, but he got there quickly and got the throw in. That usual short boundary in front of the hotel.
Delighted to say that the website selling tickets for your conversation evening is now back up and running. Apparently, it crashed.
It's not selling tickets; they're giving them away.
Oh dear! There should be some sort of value put upon it.
This one is defended as no run.
Well,
especially
anyway.
if I were to get a percentage of it, but I do. I get 100% of the gate receipts, 100% of naught.
This is quite the send-off from a man that I'm looking forward to working with again in a couple of months' time.
Hopefully, yeah. I always tell the story about my maths teacher at my school, who was been at the school for years. Was getting fairly elderly. As Waite comes into bowl to Hayne. Right arm over. Oh, that one leaps up on Hayne. Goodness me, he's getting a bit of a bruising here. I think that's probably hit him just high on the bat rather than on the glove. It loops up in the air. He's got through for one. But that one misbehaved. Anyway, so after years and years and years, he announced his retirement at the end of term. The staff apparently went big time because he'd been there so long, and they all chipped in. They bought him a lovely, nice new set of golf clubs.
Okay.
And were a little bit perturbed on the first day of the next term to find he was back in the staff room, working.
Did he hand back his gift?
I think there were a few mutterings that he might have saw too, but no, I don't think he did. 57 for 2.
Indeed. So, this has been a fascinating, at times brutally painful, but totally absorbing contest here, which Warwickshire are 57 for 2. Next ball is bowled, start of the next over. That's a lovely delivery. They're going to edge on that. They've gone up the slips. The bowler wasn't particularly interested. So it still remains at 57 for 2. This is Duffy's 6th over. One maiden, 14 runs so far for the Kiwi. That Alex Davis dismissal was bizarre in his reaction.
Yeah, it was. I have to find out what he was unhappy about.
I'm wondering whether he was just making a point about what he felt on the surface.
Yeah, it could have been that. Yeah.
Because he was looking at it, it was very strange. Now, that's a very exaggerated but successful leave from Hayne through to the keeper.
You're right, I might have done him a disservice. He might not have been complaining about the decision. He might have just been complaining about the way the ball behaved.
Because it would seem to be pointing at the pitch.
Yeah, and also he looked at the square leg umpire as well. I mean, there's nothing to do with him, the decision, so...
No. Anyway, either way, it didn't look great from Alex, but he wasn't happy. And maybe he may get a visit later on in the day. From Mr. Herbert, I think Ian Herbert is the match manager. Next delivery bowled, and that's past the off stump and through to the keeper, no run.
Of course, he might have been saying that's a brilliant decision on par, but look how badly the pitch has been.
Or he may have just been saying, "What a great delivery that was!"
Might have been, yeah. I've got to stand here and admire it for a bit.
But it has been challenging for the batters. However, still Warwickshire. I said 2 down by lunchtime. It would be a really good session for them. They've got a little way to go.
Yeah, I think 3 down wouldn't be too bad.
Oh no. But, Worcestershire would, I think, as this next delivery is ball from Duffy and Hayne into the offside, no run. I think Worcestershire would feel pretty aggrieved at 2 down. Yeah. The 3 might give them a bit more spirit for the afternoon. But anyway, Duffy with so far 4 dot balls in this over, and then maybe that is the way to go for Warwickshire here now for the next 15-20 minutes. Well, it could be for the way to go for the entirety of their innings. Just battle it out. It might have to be. But Hayne is on strike. He's on 2 at the moment, and happy to leave that past the off stump. The leave is an interesting choice on this surface, but so far it's been successful enough. And certainly any batter that comes out there to the middle will know very, very quickly what sort of a challenge they're facing. As I say, I have some sympathy for them, but only a little bit, because I'm enjoying it. I think it's wonderful entertainment. Ball versus bat here is up onto his toes, and therefore, even just the way he fended that away from Hayne, so the leg side it gets a single. For every run they score, and for the fact they might still be out there and everything, I applaud the batters all the more. Terrific work from them. So Hayne moves to 3, Warwickshire to 58 for 2, and for the fact this is a match between the rivals of Worcestershire and Warwickshire. little extra edge to it doesn't go amiss.
Yes, it's all been the Bears v Pairs bit is a relatively recent innovation, but it's been
Pairs
somewhat
first.
hyped.
Pairs first here.
Yes,
Pairs versus.
but from my perspective,
I know.
but
'cause you've been around for-
although Worcestershire, my first county, so, but yeah, the Pairs versus Bears bit is a relatively recent innovation, I think. But the admins from both counties have quite enjoyed that.
yeah.
That colour. The truth is, certainly it used to be the case, I think it probably still is, there's quite a lot of people who actually follow both.
Mm-hmm.
So Sam Haynes on strike. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. I think he did play at that from Taylor's delivery.
Can I just mention you talked about the women's second T20 tonight? If you want to follow that on the BBC, you can on Sports Extra from 6:30 this evening. There's Hove.
First game at Canterbury, it ended up being not particularly close, but there was a excitement of seeing a brilliant century from the opposition, Aidy Matthews. That one is turned round to mid-wicket by Hayne. There's no run. He did somewhat carry the West Indies batting single-handed. It was a really impressive innings. But yeah, good debut for Em Arlott. No relation, as I understand it, by the way. Lots of people ask.
Do they?
I have to confess, I've asked her on as well.
Did you have to tell her who you were talking about?
I don't think so. I think she did know. This next one is that's gone past. Taken by the wicketkeeper. Well, I remember when Richard Illingworth was here. I covered Worcestershire. I heard him. He was signing some autographs, and someone said, "Oh, you related to Ray Illingworth?" Yeah, he's my uncle. I said to him, "He's not, though, is he?" No, I just get so fed up of asking. Being asked, that's what I just say now.
Yeah.
No relation at all, for the record.
Not so much relations, but you've mentioned Sam Cooke, of course. We all had great fun with Sam Cooke and the musician, the soul singer, and of course, younger Sam Cooke. Never heard of him.
Well, this is the thing. Yeah, I've had that many a time. That one's left. There's no run. And when Marie Kelly was captain of Warwickshire, I said to you, I can't get that out of my head. The song by Kelly Marie. I've got this blank look. What?
I know. They do very well, really, not to call for security at that stage, I think.
Well, the other one I had was Gustavo Hamer when he was at Coventry City. And the Coventry fans are very good at coming up with songs for individual players. And that's worked out to the back of square leg for a single. But almost got through there. Hayne gets one. And it was an Oasis song that they adapted for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I really did feel my age when he told me Oasis were before his time. Really? Yeah. Grief.
Because the thing about Oasis is they were after my time. That's what makes it even more alarming.
Exactly, yeah. Good contest here between bat and ball. Batters are working on Tom Latham using all his experience, 27 off 66 balls. Sam Haynes finding it a struggle, as he has tended to do this so far this season. He's not a batter in great form. That's left. There's no run. But he is someone who's working hard. End of the over, 59 for 2. 24 overs bowled. So it is slow going. Warwickshire usually score a lot quicker than that, but they're respecting the conditions here. And even with the pessimistic weather forecast for tomorrow, this match, I think, has plenty of life in it.
How bad is it tomorrow?
I don't know. I try not to look.
I tend to have a very cheerful app which takes everybody else's doom and turns into something a bit more positive. 70% chance of rain. That's not so
Quite
clever.
high, yeah.
Duffy from the New Road End continuing here and through to the keeper. 3 slips still at the moment. There have been times when I do wonder whether Worcestershire could have employed 4. But anyway.
Yeah, 1 or 2 have gone past the slip, Gordon, haven't they?
Some wide, low, and
That's the only thing. Not much has carried in that area.
Well, that's also true, yeah. But there has been plenty of movement. Let's see if Duffy can get some now. And whilst bowling to Hayne, that's an edge which actually fairly low down off the bat, and again that does fall short of second slip.
It's actually very well fielded, possibly at some personal cost. Has he hurt his hand? I think he's alright, back at his feet.
Is that Rob Jones there? There have been at least one I remember earlier today, and when they realise that they're dropping short, it's almost, well, I know I've got to get something to it, but also I want to keep the end of my fingers if I can. Duffy turns again. Hayne is on 4 not out. Duffy to Hayne. Width on that one allows a comfortable leave for the Warwickshire bat.
As opposed to the earlier leave, which was highly uncomfortable when it hit him on the elbow, so he got his arms as high up there as he could. Make sure. It seems to be okay from that blow. Either that or he's putting a very brave face on it.
For all the talk, the weather supposedly getting a bit stormy over the weekend. It looks a real picture here at New Road today, that's for certain. And Duffy again bowls, full, driven nicely, glorious, and it's beaten the field. That races past and over the boundary through extra cover. 4 runs. Hayne will move to 8 and take the Warwickshire score to 63 for 2.
That'll make him feel good. Sam Hayne. Say he's not failed a lot this season. He just hasn't got as much beyond the 20s and 30s this season. He did get a 40 odd in a high scoring game. 43 against Nottinghamshire.
Duffy again. Hayne goes back this time.
In fairness, actually that wasn't a high scoring game, but 23 and 30 against Hampshire, 26 against Surrey, which was a very high scoring game. For 2 second innings against Durham, got 30 in the first innings. Of course, so much expected of him.
Essex are now 95 for 3. They made a good start, but wickets for Smith, who was formerly here, of course. Curran and Clark, 95 for 3 away to Surrey. Duffy bowls and defended again, back up to the bowler, completes another over and sees Warwickshire at 63 for 2. Latham on 27, Hayne on 8, and Duffy's bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs. It's conceded so far. Talking of bowlers, as I just was there with the bowlers for Surrey, no James Anderson for Lancashire today. Already they're managing his return from injury. I imagine that he wouldn't have felt so full of beans following his attempts to get wickets at Old Trafford last week. But Wells and Jennings are going well for Lancashire today. They're away to Leicestershire. They were doing very well in the second division. Lancashire 74 for no wicket.
Taylor around the wicket. Latham again leaves. And it goes through to the wicket keeper. Made big runs in his first match for Warwickshire. Didn't do so well in his second. Tom Latham. Warwickshire have taken no chances, if you like, on overseas players. Having last season signed players and then lost them to unexpected call-ups and what have you. They've hedged their bets a little bit this year. That's pushed out on the offside. There's no runs. I think they've got a total of 5. They had Fernando for the first 3 matches, Sri Lankan. And they got Tom Latham and Bo Webster, and they also actually at the moment have 3 overseas players in their books, because Michael Booth, who started the season very well, is still an overseas player for this season. He'll be English qualified for next season, but not yet. This next one around the wicket is it's a Yorker length delivery which Latham just about digs out. The ball ends up right by his feet, but he survived it. The potentially difficult.
His bat hasn't.
Oh,
sorry to interrupt.
Yes, that's all right. Yes, he's obviously. I might have hit the bat hard on the ground to keep the ball out. That has damaged it. Just so on Booth, a potentially awkward decision for the selectors has unfortunately been made easy because Booth is out for a couple of months with injury, which is a great shame because he started the season really well. But had he been fit, not sure whether he would have been in the team with Bo Webster and Tom Latham currently over. They've got Hassan Ali still to come as well. Yes, so we have another delay here while clearly the damage is significant enough for Latham to require its immediate replacement. Showing it to the umpire. And somebody's coming down with a whole array of bats.
You never know when you're looking at scorecards, and I haven't seen any reports yet, but you tell us a bowl Southampton. Which Hampshire are you going to get from 1 week to the next?
No.
Hampshire 89 for 4 against Sussex. I know they're at that ground, talking of the hard work the ground staff have to do to try and get things right. And they've had problems with getting result pitches there. Well, perhaps they've overcooked it, who knows? But that's to take nothing away from the bowling of Sussex. So fair play, the 4 bowlers have picked up the wickets, 1 apiece. 90 for 4 though, Hampshire against Sussex.
So Latham has a new bat. Doesn't have to put it through the batting gauge you see in the IPL. And his little tip and run for a single. He's on to 28.
Well, they do it randomly here. Do they do it as soon as they get out to the middle, do they?
Yeah, the IPL, every batter comes out, has to show his bat to the umpire. And there have been 1 or 2 been sent back. Go and get another bat. This one doesn't go through my gauge.
Well, here I think it's just done randomly.
84 for 2 is the Warwickshire total. If they can keep it down to 2 in the next 6 minutes or so and get to lunch, 64 for 2. Did I say 84? 64 for 2, getting carried away, but they'll still be happy if they can keep it down to 2. That's turned round by Hayne to mid-wicket for no run. Hayne on 8, faced 26 balls, and Latham 71 balls for his 28. He's been very patient this morning. Three slips still in place. There is a fielder at third now, quite wide. That's Duffy in between his overs. He walks in as that one, he stretches for that one, Hayne, but doesn't quite get to it, and the ball doesn't travel very far off his bat. Want to get a little low.
As lunchtime approaches, spectators
64 for 2. Oh, we can run on the pitch. Well, not the pitch, but the field. During lunch, as Brad is telling the Worcestershire audience.
To advise you where you should not go. Please don't take food or drink onto the outfield.
Oh, okay. Can't take a lunch on the outfield.
It's the way he says it. When the world's about to end, I want Brad to be announcing it on the BBC. Next ball, started over Duffy in past the off stump of Latham and through to the keeper. I'll just do one more over, then Frank will come in just at the head of lunch, which is what we are fast approaching on this opening day. It's the last match in this opening block of games as well in the Championship. Hence the T20. It's underway next week.
Marks the halfway stage of the Championship as well. That's scary.
Turns and won't run away from us because he's away to our left hand side coming in from the New Road end. Right arm bowls now. Latham gets bat on that. Battle of the Kiwis here. This pair.
This must be one of the longest serving press boxes in the circuit. This bit has been extended, I think, from when I first came here. And they had the lad on with the scorers now go. Scorers used to sit to the right of the press box, but it's been more or less the same.
Yes,
for a long time now.
Duffy once again will bowl now. Well, that's a delivery which is not too far away from the bat of Latham, who goes forward to that. Just holds the pose through to the cordon. Just had a quick stroll round half of the ground. I have to say that I'm rather taken by that new hospitality set up over
talking
there.
To Frank.
I mean, you've got to have the weather for it, as they say, but up on top, that looks like a lovely spot to watch from.
Yeah. Shady weather.
And a cafe and a bar there as well.
Yeah.
Duffy bowls again, and taken to the right-hand side by the keeper.
Just going back to this commentary position, I do recall a match here where Viv Richards was playing, probably for Glamorgan, I think. I don't mean for West Indies, a tour match, I can't remember. But anyway, he started hitting a couple of sixes came this way.
Mm-hmm.
And after a while, the press came to the conclusion that this was entirely deliberate. Somebody had upset him in the press with something they'd written that morning. So he was launching sixes directly at the press box.
Duffy bowls and into the offside for no run. Anyway, whether or not it was, you should have seen the glowing reports there were for his innings the following morning in the paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, let you and Frank just sum up this session, but this for me has just been compelling stuff. And full credit, I think, to Warwickshire here at 64 for 2. Well, curse me now if anything goes drastically wrong in the next couple of minutes, but Duffy in bowls to Latham. Big shout of no, and a throw back of the stumps as well, and that is the end of that over, so I shall move aside. 64 for 2, Warwickshire. Latham on 28, Hayne on 8. Duffy's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 19.
Yes, Frank will have to jump off shortly as well, so I'll leave Frank to sum everything up. Yes. But yeah, Warwick should be pretty happy. They haven't scored many runs, that's the only thing. Worcestershire kept the runs tight, only 64 scored. Rob Yates out the second over of the morning for 3. And then Alex Davis out for 21. There's this one. Tries to turn around his pads. Hayne doesn't make contact. Good tumbling stop by Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. We were just discussing, Frank, earlier with Kevin, whether we're wondering now whether Alex Davis actually was complaining about his decision or whether he was more complaining about what the ball did.
Right.
Complaining about the pitch.
Just generally complaining about the pitch, possibly. Yeah. I don't know, but nothing that's happened out there has been a surprise to those of us that have watched the cricket here so far this season.
This one, Hayne defends solidly to mid-off.
But I made the point earlier, Clive, I think, I can't remember whether you were with me or not, about how you often hear older players banging on about uncovered pitches, don't you, and how technique was examined and that kind of thing. Well, Tom Latham has faced 77 for 28, and his technique's been up to it, hasn't it, out there? And fair play to him. As Taylor comes in and bowls to Hayne, who pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. 64 for 2 then, Warwickshire. 2 men out, as we said, Yates 3 and Davis 21. Worcestershire have bowled tightly. Duffy 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 19. Allison 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 16. Waite 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. And Taylor 1 for 12 so far in his 9th over. So they've been tight, but Worcestershire will feel disappointed that they have only managed the 2 wickets this morning. Taylor bowls and Hayne turns this on the leg side. It's been hard work for the batters. 2 balls to go before lunch. But I would venture to say that this so far has been Warwickshire's morning. And I say that simply because they have only lost those 2 wickets. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners to the news coming shortly. Should be just on the stroke of lunch. Taylor bowls and takes Hayne on the pad. The ball runs out on the offside and they go through for a single. No umpire signal from Jack Shantry, so a bat on that, an edge on that from Hayne, and that means that he moves on to 9. He's faced 33 deliveries. That's how tough it has been. Latham 77 deliveries for his 28, but he's not given a chance. He's edged a couple just short of slip, and he's generally batted with great control, and he lets that last ball before lunch go outside the off stump, and that is lunch here. So at the break, Warwickshire, who chose to bat, are 65 for 2, and that after 28 overs, with the 2 not out batsmen, Tom Latham on 28 and Sam Hain on 9. So they chose to bat, lost a wicket to the first ball of the second over, but have battled through to the break, and they are 65 for 2 in 28 overs as the players leave the field for lunch. Thank you for being with us this morning. If you've been watching on the live stream or listening on the BBC Sports app or to 5 Sports Extra 2, we'll be back when play resumes just before 1:40. Until then, thanks for being with us.
Tom Latham has left a lot of deliveries. He's on 28 off 78 balls. Sam Hain's been hit on the elbow.
ball was dominant in terms of batsmen struggling to score fluently, but Worcestershire might be disappointed they managed only the 2 wickets, and that was largely because Warwickshire number 3 Tom Latham, New Zealand Test left-hander, batted so expertly this morning in difficult circumstances. I thought the Worcestershire bowling this morning was pretty good. Jacob Duffy 8 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 19. Tom Taylor 9 overs no maidens, 1 for 13. Ben Allison 6 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 16. And Matthew Waite 5 overs no maidens, 1 for 17. But good batting from Alex Davies and Latham, added 47 for the second wicket after the early dismissal of Rob Yates. And Davies, the only other man out this morning, for 21.
I think the thing that what Worcestershire's bowlers will comfort themselves with is the fact that Warwickshire only scoring at 2.3 and over, so there's only 65 on the board, even though they got to lunch. So, 2 quick wickets, and Worcestershire are back in a strong position.
Absolutely. Ben Allison will be looking for the first of those 2 quick wickets as he starts the first over after lunch from the New Road end. He'll be bowling to the right-handed Sam Hain, who is 9 not out. Hain's faced 33 deliveries for those 9. It's the extent to which it has been difficult to score. But anybody who's watched the previous 2 games here would probably say that to get through the session, having lost only 2 wickets when you lose one to the 7th ball of the day, is not a bad effort by the Bears. Here comes Allison then over the wicket to the right-handed Hain, who is taken on the pad by the first ball after the break. There's a half an appeal from Allison, and the ball drops out on the offside.
Walked a little way down there, Hain, and he was looking to work it onto the leg side.
I don't think it was a genuine optimistic appeal. It was just a sort of polite post-lunch inquiry, wasn't it, I think. Allison, though, tidy this morning, went past the bat a few times, angles the ball into the right-hander generally, can get the ball to just hit the seam and hold up, go the other way. 3 slips, hoping he can do that as he comes in now and bowls, and Hain is turning this one on the leg side to mid-wicket. They've got 3rd man in now, so that gap is plugged with 6 balls having gone through there for 4 this morning. They've taken away the man at cover point, put him down there in an attempt to cut off those runs, but they have opened up a bit of a gap square of the wicket on the offside. Here comes Allison once more. Bowles, and Hain is very watchfully forward and pushing out on the offside. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. The other voice you can hear this morning is this afternoon now is Clive Eakin from BBC CWR, and we will be joined later and at various times during the day by Kevin Howells of BBC Radio 5 Live, who's here under sunny skies at New Road to watch this West Midlands derby, Warwickshire against Worcestershire. Allison in again, bowls, and Hain on the walk again, just dabs this one down on the onside. It trickles up to the Worcestershire captain Brett D'Oliveira at mid-on. I've been asking a quiz question all day. If you're just joining us, you might not have heard this, so I'll ask it again. So who was the last Warwickshire player to skipper England in international cricket? That's England first team really in international cricket. In comes Ben Allison again, bowls, and Hain is forward again, pushing out on the offside. I was talking to Ashley Giles earlier, and he said he skippered England against Namibia.
Well, I wonder whether it was him.
I said I'm not counting that against Namibia. Okay. And he said, "What do you mean you're not counting it?" So he had actually got the first answer that I had from quite a long time ago, but I have realised since that there's been a more recent one. If you think I'm a useless quizmaster, then feel free to tell me. So I'm just trying to make things a little bit more interesting, and I try and have a quiz question each day, and I try to make them questions that relate to both of the counties if I can. Allison bowls again, and this is pushed out on the offside. That's no run. It's a maiden over, and the end of that over, it is still, of course, the lunchtime score of 65 for 2. And anyway, if you want to have a shot at that, who's the last Warwickshire player to skipper England in a first team international, then have a go. Get in touch with me on X or Twitter at FrankWatson58, and I'll give the answer out just before tea.
It's another over seen off, but runs still hard to come by. A maiden to start with after lunch. And Matthew Waiters, Dave Bradley announces over the tannoy, is going to got the wicket of Alex Davis, LBW for 21. Tom Latham still there. He's playing a very un-Ben Duckett type innings because he's leaving a lot. As Waite comes in from the Diglis end, and he just drops a bat on that Latham and sprints through for one. He reckons there's a second there, and he's coming for it, and Hayne could be struggling when he gets there. Hayne drops his bat. I'm not sure how he feels about Latham going for the second there. If it had been a direct hit, it might have been tight, but it's 2 runs.
I think it's good cricket. When runs are hard to come by, you've got to take all that you can. And if Hayne maybe just didn't run the first one as quickly as Latham, he fancied 2 right from the outset, didn't he?
He did. He does creak a bit these days, Sam Hayes. Be a bit careful, Latham. This next one, he pushes back to the bowler. There's no run. Warwickshire have managed to avoid a run out so far this season. Having gone the whole of last season without executing a run out, they've actually managed 2 in this current campaign. It's Wait. Still with 3 slips in place. There's no one at third. Oh, there is. He's quite wide. Has pushed out to point, and it's a quick single taken by Latham. This time Hayne was ready, and he sprinted through for the one to the danger end. There's a fielder for the left-handed Latham who was almost a sort of backward point boundary. But for Sam Hayne, there is a fielder down in front of us. The right-hander is fielded an orthodox position, but still Worcestershire attacking with 3 slips. The only variation I can remember on that was when they pushed the third slip a little wider. But they're in orthodox positions at the moment. That's played to mid-on by Hayne. No run, 68 for 2.
Hayne suggesting with his hand movements after that one that he thought it kept a little bit low. Yeah, not sure it did, but have seen 1 or 2 keep low on this New Road Square earlier this campaign, the last 2 games. Not so much today.
That one doesn't keep low. He leans back and drives it through the offside, and it's a decent shot for nothing, but it is very well stopped by Ben Allison. Although he might have just landed on the ball slightly, he's shaking his right leg a bit. But a very good stop from Ben Allison. That's gone past, and that's going to go for 4.
Good work. There was a time when a big fast bowler wouldn't even have expected to go for that, let alone pull off a diving stop.
So Waite in, and Hayne defends that back to the bowler. Hits the non-striker stumps. Gives the umpire a bit of work to do. 68 for 2 at the end of the 30th over.
Lovely day here at New Road. The sun is shining, bit of high cloud, no threat of any rain. There won't be any rain during the day, but there will, we are confidently told by the weather forecasters, be rain overnight and in the morning. and tomorrow looks as though it could be a day of stop-start here at New Road. It doesn't look too good at all, the forecast. Club cricketers up and down the country be bemoaning that fact that it happens to rain on Saturday, but there doesn't seem much doubt about it as far as the forecast is concerned. There's Allison round the wicket, bowls, and Latham on his toes just drops that one down in front of him.
Yeah, 70% chance going to
tomorrow.
Tomorrow, going to an app that
yeah, that's
Kevin showed me.
That's pretty good, isn't it? 70%. I always think when you think, oh, we might get some rain, and it's 25 or 30% chance. That, you know, they're just being pessimistic, the forecasters. But when it gets up to 70, I think they're usually pretty confident. Round the wicket again, Allison bowls, and Latham is pushing this one out on the onside. Not a huge amount happening at the moment in terms of pitch support for the bowler, and not a huge amount of variation in the bounce. And I just venture to say that at the moment things look a little bit more straightforward for the batsman, but we said that a couple of times during the Essex game, and then a couple of wickets went down quickly. And as you said, Clive, if a couple of wickets went down quickly now, it looks a pretty ordinary score, 68 for 4, whereas 68 for 2, and say so far Warwickshire have done pretty well. Allison in, bowls to Latham, short and wide. Worst ball Allison's bowled, and cut away for 4 through the offside by Latham. A shot of real authority and quality, and just once again supporting my view this morning that the really top class player will absorb pressure on a pitch like this, but when the bad ball comes along, he will not miss out on it, not hit it straight to a fielder, not throw his hands at it and lose his shape, but just do exactly what he did there, which is make sure you get a full bat on it and you find a gap. Good batting and a good response too from Ben Allison, who goes past the outside edge with this next one, which is much straighter and much fuller.
BBC websites.
Much better.
Sorry, BBC website's giving us a little bit more cause for hope here on the weather. 80% chance tonight.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, during the hours of play, 17% chance at 1 o'clock. Other than that, nothing really until about 22% at 3 and 27% at 5.
Okay. Allison round the wicket again, bowls. That's a good leave by Latham, because that's just gone past the off stump and then carried on, and Roderick's taken it diving away down the leg side. That must have been very close to the off stump, but a good leave. The one before that was a really good delivery, which went past the outside edge, angled into the left-hander and then left him off the pitch.
I mean,
that was close, but good batting from Latham.
There's no sunshine tomorrow.
It might depend how much rain we get tonight, I suppose. Well, that's the other thing.
Tell you what, Monday doesn't look great, so if we're still playing by Monday, it could be an issue.
As Allison goes past the bat again, it's a really good over from Ben Allison, with the exception of that one short delivery which Latham capitalised on. Beaten twice, one leave where the ball just missed the off stump. Very, very good over from Ben Allison, but he remains wicketless. 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20, and Warwickshire are 72 for 2.
Latham on 35, Sam Hayes now faced 42 balls for his 9. We'll face Matthew 8.
You don't often see Sam Hain face 42 balls for 9, do you?
It's been kind of his season this season, though. It has been a battle for him. No doubt the runs will come again, but at the moment he's going through a difficult period. Waite comes into bowl to him, and he just jumps and pushes that one to mid-on. Standing up straight again, he makes a gesture with his hand. Yes, the ball's done something, but he's on walkabout. Duffy, who's fielding at third right in front of us, is doing some fairly rigorous stretching and practice bowling exercises. He's currently standing behind the boundary rope. He'll walk in as the bowler comes in. And Hayne clips that to square leg, or one more towards mid-wicket. Decent shot from Hayne. It'll earn him 2 runs. Should take him to double figures. On to 11. Takes a score to 74 for 2. Warwickshire won the toss. Elected about first, presumably on the basis that whatever the pitch is now, it's not going to get better. Although, whether overnight rain, and obviously it'll be covered, but whether a bit of dampness about the place makes a difference, time will tell. As he's in again, Bowler, and Hayne leans back and carves that through the offside. That's a good ball. It's been chased by Brett D'Oliveira, but he doesn't make it, and it's gone through for 4. Goodness, I almost called him his granddad and his dad there.
That's a good shot from Hayne, and again he's just done exactly what I was saying Latham did, which is he's made sure there's nothing worse than battling it out and then getting a bad one and whacking it straight to a fielder or missing it altogether. He's made sure that when the bad ones come along, he's got on the end of it and capitalised. Good shot.
So he's on to 15. Next one is just going down the leg side. He's helped on his way. Whether he got bat on that or not, we'll soon find out. He did. It's 4 runs down to fine leg. So suddenly the runs are coming for Sam Hayne. He's on to 19. 82 for 2.
Yeah. And successive boundaries in a game like this are absolutely gold dust. And this is a good position now. When you think they lost a wicket to the 7th ball this morning, and the bowling's been tight and the pitch has been helpful, it's been a very, very good, solid, determined batting effort by the visitors.
Both Warwickshire's wins this season have come away from home. That one is a more accurate delivery, and it's pushed out to the offside by Hayne. One at Durham, they were helped by a declaration from Durham. I mean, they were 8 wickets down, to be fair, so it wasn't a wild declaration, but I said at the time that I thought it was a little on the generous side.
I watched the end of it. It was a good run chase.
It was, but the pattern of the match was the same. Every innings, wickets fell early on, but once things settled down, it got a lot easier. But yeah, I mean, to be fair to I say it was a generous declaration. I mean, Durham were 1 wicket away from winning it, so could have gone either way, but that was a good run chase. That one, that's gone past Hayne. Doesn't know much about that one. As he nudges his bat at it, Roderick takes it. The other win was in a low-scoring game at Headingley against Yorkshire. It was a good effort. 82 for 2. Took 10 off that over, which was the 32nd over of the innings.
Yeah, that last one, classic wobble seam delivery, I think, from Matthew Waite. Just sent it down there, and Hayne thought it was going one way and then found that it came nipped back quite sharply at him. But it was sufficiently wide for him to lift his bat clear of it. Jacob Duffy is about to resume from the new red end and just lobbed the ball by Tom Taylor, who turned his back on him, and Duffy didn't realise he turned his back on him and bowled him a loosener, and it lobbed forward and hit Tom Taylor on the bonce and then dribbled away. Could have been much worse. Produces smiles all round. And Duffy is replacing Allison at the new road end. Wicketless so far, the Kiwi. 8 overs, 2 maidens. No wicket for 19 comes into bowl to his fellow New Zealander Tom Latham, and bowls, and Latham lets that go outside the off stump. Good delivery, but a good leave. I don't know how many Latham has left of the 86 deliveries he's faced. Quite a few, I would say, and he's left them expertly. Very, very important part of his technique against the moving ball on a pitch like this, and why play if you don't have to? It's been his philosophy, unlike Ben Duckett, as Clive was saying, and it's seen him go pretty well today and go pretty well again here as he steers this one down to third man for 4.
How many is that now then?
That is the... I mean, to be fair, they've got a wide third man now. He just wasn't wide enough to... 7 boundaries have gone down there off the outside edge. So that's 28 runs in a total of 86 for 2. But at least they have put a man there now. It's gone a bit finer. But 4 more to Latham. 39 now to him. He's played really well. Duffy in again, bowls to him. And another run added to the total. This time a leg by as he looks to turn it on the leg side. Taken on the pad. And score goes on to 87 for 2. It just exudes calm, doesn't he, Latham, at the crease?
Well, his other big score was in a high-scoring game. In fairness, he still top scored for the team, but these are different conditions.
Yeah, he looks like a man who knows he's booked in.
Well, better go.
As they say, bat all day, and he looks as though he could bat all day. Very, very solid so far. Duffy now to Hayne, bowls, and Hayne is playing this one defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. So still just the 2 men out. Rob Yates, first ball of the second over this morning, collected 3 off the first over, but then edged Tom Taylor through to Gareth Roderick. That was 5 for 1, 52 for 2 when Alex Davies was LBW to Matthew Waite for 21, but no other successes. As the field is changed slightly, a third slip coming in for Hayne, the right-hander, facing Jacob Duffy. Duffy in, bowls, and Hayne on his toes just steers this down behind square on the offside, and they go through for another single as Kashif Ali does the fielding. 88 for 2. Hayne goes to 20. He's faced 50 deliveries, but just found a bit of fluency in that last over when he scored successive boundaries off Matthew Waite. Now it's Duffy to the left-handed Tom Latham, and bowls, and Latham is looking to turn this one down the leg side, misses it, and a good diving one-handed stop by Gareth Roderick, the ball bouncing in front of him, and he moves across smartly to his right to bring off that stop and prevent any addition. End of the over. 88 for 2. Latham has 39 and Hayne has 20. They've added 36 so far for this 4th wicket, and Worcestershire will be well, they're not desperate for a wicket, but they need one. They need to just get things moving again in their favour after such a good start at the very beginning of the day. Warwickshire have just taken the sting out of things a little bit with this partnership. Matthew Waite bowls to Sam Hayne, who has taken on the pad as he looks to turn this on the leg side, and he's got a bit of bat on it as well because Jack Shentry, the umpire, makes no signal, and through they go for another run. So few alarms in this post-lunch period, certainly from the Warwickshire point of view. That will be quite reassuring for the batters sat up on the balcony watching things unfold in this afternoon session. Matthew Waite from the Digley end is in again over the wicket to the left-handed Latham, who's forward, pushing this out on the offside, and there's no run. And I think there would have been certainly awareness in the Warwickshire dressing room of what the pitch has been like in the game so far. They chose to bat first, hoping that they could probably post a decent score, as Worcestershire did in the last game against Essex. And then if the pitch does deteriorate, they've got some runs on the board, and they lost an early wicket, and then I thought, oh, here we go, it's going to be like we heard it was against Essex. But so far not the case, as Waite comes in again and bowls, and Latham is dropping this one down on the onside, and they go through for another single. It's a slow pitch, I think that's fair to say, so if there is a bit of movement, it's not nipping sharply away or in, it's slowish in terms of pace, but whether it has offered quite as much movement as the last one did, or whether the batters have just countered it better, or whether perhaps the bowlers haven't bowled quite the devil that they did in that game against Essex. They've certainly bowled tidily and tightly. Runs have been hard to come by, but there haven't been much we haven't been looking at unplayable deliveries one after the other, as Waite comes in and bowls, and Hayne is forward and gets another single, just nudging this one away on the onside. So what we're seeing is runs just being accumulated steadily, but no great alarms. A couple of edges have dropped short of slip, but a couple of LBW shouts, but nothing. We haven't seen the ball steepling past the shoulder of the back line.
No, and you mentioned the slowness of the pitch. Nothing really is carried to the slip cordon, which has been notable.
Yeah. It's anyway. My feeling is that Warwick should be pretty satisfied, and as I say, that the waiting batters sitting up on the balcony watching from the dressing room will be quite reassured by the measured way that Latham in particular, but good support from Hayne and Davis. They've gone about their business. As Waite trying to do something about it, comes in and bowls, and does actually go past the outside edge with a good one, which again suggests that there is a bit there if the bowler just gets everything right. And as I say, they've bowled tidily, they haven't been loose, but just haven't quite had the threat that they possibly would have expected to have. I was watching the replay of that last one, and that's an absolute jaffer, that Clive. It's swung in the air to the left-hander and then left him off the seam, and the best thing you can do with those is miss them, I think. Is Waite again bowls, and same again. I think Latham played at that one. So great finish to the over from Matthew Waite with 2 play misses, but at the end of it, no further wickets. 91 for 2.
Also, England have got a second wicket in the Test match. Bashir has struck Zimbabwe 99 for 2, replying to England's 565 for 6, and West Indies are now 274 for 6 with 5 overs to go against Ireland, setting for a decent total at Dublin. In the Championship, Durham 127 for 4 against Somerset. Hampshire recovered a bit, 112 for 4 against Sussex. Essex 125 for 4 against Surrey at the Oval. And Nottinghamshire 94 for 2 off 37 overs. You think it's slow going here? It's even slower there. Second Division, Glamorgan 92 for 3 as Duffy comes into bowl, and that's turned round his pads by Hayne for a single, which takes him on to 23, 92 for 2. Lancashire have lost a couple of wickets now after a good start. They're 90 for 2 in the 38th over against Leicestershire. Northants 89 for 4 against Gloucestershire at Northampton, and Derbyshire have lost a wicket. David Lloyd going for 50. But Caleb Jewels completed a half century for them. They're 136 for 1 against Kent at Derby. In comes Duffy. That's left again by Latham. And it remains unchanged on 92 for 2. A few clouds in the sky now. It's still a pleasant enough day. Good smattering of spectators. A few on the old ladies' pavilion benches. They'll be first in the queue for the cakes when they're announced fairly soon. Next one's left. There's no run. That always causes a bit of a rush around the ground when Dave Bradley announces that the cakes, tea and cakes are ready.
No, there'll be a queue up the steps when it happens, I think.
Yeah. Us broadcasters have got no chance of getting any. Takes too long for us.
Oh, they'll bring some over.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this one is pushed back to the bowler by Latham. Another dot ball. Intriguing. Interesting this match, perhaps made greater by the results of the last games. Warwickshire suffering their first defeat against Hampshire, and Worcestershire claiming their first victory here against Essex. Just put the teams closer together. Warwickshire third in the table, but they're still having to look over their shoulder a little bit in terms of the bottom two. It's left, there's no run. It's the nature of a 10-team league that you can be in contention at the top, but still one bad run away from being sucked into the relegation scramble, and it is a very close division as a result of the last round of results. So Warwickshire in third place are 9 points ahead of 7th place Somerset. 26 points clear of second from bottom Yorkshire, who are in turn 13 points ahead of Worcestershire. Worcestershire 21 points away from safety. Maybe we can get 24 points in a match. That one is a push to point. I'll leave a big shout of no, raises his bat. Mind you, any team that gets 24 points in this match will have done very well. Yeah. 92 for 2.
Yeah. Well, batting bonus points, Worcestershire hadn't got any until that last game against Essex, and they got 3. Hadn't got any at all.
Okay.
The previous games, there was a sort of ironic standing ovation, Clive, from the Worcestershire members when the first batting bonus point of the season was achieved. And then immediately a swarm of bees flew across the ground, causing all the players to lie down, and the wags were suggesting that they'd all been overcome by surprise at Worcestershire getting a batting point. But it was actually a swarm of bees. Here's Matthew Waite from the Diglis end, bowls to Hayne, who clips this in very characteristic fashion, has that very characteristic little clip on the leg side, bottom hand just punching through the ball, on this occasion straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, who is Jake Libby, and there's no run. A lovely afternoon at New Road, a ground looking a picture, cathedral bathed in sunshine, the trees on the bank of the Severn in full bloom, or in full leaf I should say, and it all looks very, very pleasant as we look across to that part of the city. Haynes had enough messing around, and he walks down the wicket and lifts Waite straight back over his head. 1 bounce for 4, super shot, and the shot of a man who's decided enough is enough. And I'm not saying he's going to go mad now, but he just wants to just put a bit of pressure back onto the bowler, not going to allow him to just keep bowling, and he's been using his feet quite effectively in defence on that occasion. Well,
he took 10 off from a couple of overs ago, didn't he? So maybe he's looking to,
he did, but he capitalised on a couple of bad balls on that occasion. That one, there's nothing wrong with that. He just made it into a bad ball by using his feet and gave the bowler something to think about. They talk about putting the pressure back onto the bowler, and that's what he did. This time he stays at home, he's taken on the pad, and there's a shout for LBW. Waite liked it a lot. Jack Chantry, the umpire, didn't. Waite has his hands on his head, and there was an appeal. It was supported from behind the stumps, and just having a look at the replay now, and I thought that looked a fairly decent shout, Clive.
Yeah.
What you thought, but I say that all the time. It's a really decent shout. And on this occasion, it's gone the way of the batter. Maybe he got a nick on it.
See it again. Yeah, it does look. Was it just outside the line? Maybe. I don't know. Anyway,
Jack Chantry was a bowler, so
I'm going to hand over to Kevin Howells
Waite
now.
In to Hayne, who plays that defensively down on the offside, and there's no run. Well, there'll be an interesting debate about that one, because if Alex Davies thought he was a bit hard done to, I think Sam Hayne might just have got away with one there, but it's possible that he got an edge on it. But umpire Chantry didn't like it. Matthew Waite was very confident, and the replay suggests that he had every right to shout for it. It's gone the way of the batter. 96 for 2. Weight in again. Hayne on the walk again. This time lets that go outside the off stump. And Gareth Roderick takes, and because Hayne was on the walk, he shapes to throw the ball up for a standing back stumping, but decides against letting it go as he sees that Hayne has turned and recovered his ground. Bit of chat going on between the two at the moment as Waite prepares to bowl the last ball of this over, his 9th. 1 for 37 so far, his figures coming in now from the Diglis end. Just the 2 slips now as he bowls to the right-handed Hayne, who is forward, pushing back up the pitch. And it was a no ball, says umpire Chantry. It's unusual for Matthew Waite to bowl no balls, but he has overstepped on this occasion, so 2 more runs will be added to the total. It's now 98 for 2, and Latham, the non-striker, has 40. Hayne, who's been quite fluid since lunch, is now on 27 as Little and Large go walking past in front of us. Oliver Hannon-Dalby and Alex Davis, senior pro and captain, walking around the boundary as Hayne clips this last ball of the over straight to mid-wicket. It's fielded there, actually it's Ian Bell, isn't it, with Oliver Hannon-Dalby, not Alex Davis. And there's no run. 98 for 2, end of the over. Latham 40, Hayne 27, the 2 men out before lunch. Yates for 3 and Davis for 21. Good afternoon for the first time to Radio 5 Live's Kevin Howells.
I'll give you a third go on that one, Frank. It's Ian Westwood, isn't it?
Oh, it's Ian Westwood, there you go. Boy, would it be Ian Bell. Ian Westwood. It got me Ian's.
But you're right in the first place.
Got me Ian's
Little and Large.
Yeah. I should have stuck with that, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Sid and Les, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Eddie. Sid and Eddie.
And the Large is a different sort of Large.
Yeah.
So, although Hannon-Dalby, next over, starts and played into the offside.
Yeah, Sid and Eddie, of course.
For no run. So, 98 for 2.
Well, I haven't got me Warwickshire coaching stuff updated. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, it's Westwood. It's Matt Walker, of course, for so long at Kent. He did a little while at Essex, but in a short time. And now he's and for Ian Westwood, I imagine that's great to have that sort of level of experience as well, working alongside you. Matt Walker will bring you. So this next ball is left through to the keeper from Latham, who's on 40.
Somebody sent me an email, Kevin, and it just says Rachel Hayhoe Flint, 1978 ? I'm assuming that's somebody.
Oh yes, for the captaincy.
Somebody knows my email address and has suggested Rachel Hayhoe Flint for the last Warwickshire captain to skipper England in international cricket at first team level. Not Rachel Hayhoe Flint, but good shout.
This next ball comes around the wicket in bowls and played into the offside defensively by Latham. And if it wasn't for further research to show you who the last player was, that might have had you sweating up a bit on that one as well.
Well, I assume it isn't just somebody who sent me an email with the words Rachel Hayhoe Flint 1978 ? On it for no reason whatsoever. Stranger
things have happened. Oh my gosh, really? I'm glad I'm not reading your emails.
Stranger things have happened in the world.
Okay. 98 for 2, round the wicket, in a ball, plays it, and, well, did he get anything on that? No, but that was so close, came down so late on that.
I reckon that kept a bit lower than he thought.
Yeah. That I think is the grumble from the batters, isn't it? It's this fact that the ball sometimes is just not getting up the way that they anticipated.
And that really crept.
Yeah.
Cashivalli got bowled in the Essex game by one that went through at sort of shin height.
So once again, this is Duffy coming around the wicket. More bat on that. In fact, guides it away quite nicely along the ground down to third. So he moves on to 41. And the score to 99 for 2 now. I don't wish to complicate the old question that you've been asking today, and certainly not with any further answers, but Neville Scott, you'll know Neville Scott.
Yeah.
So, well, yeah.
He's got another one, has he?
Well, it's not really for one people to ponder, but also I think just an interesting thought as well. This next ball is bowled past the off stump of Hayne through to the keeper. That ends the over. 99 for 2. So today, Mitchell Colleen has made his championship debut for Durham. So it's all about fathers and sons. And according to our Neville, I'm a bit like yourself, Frank, tends not to get these things wrong. And I'm going to read, he sent me emails about it actually. And believe me, he also sends some emails which are sometimes a bit perplexing, but on this one, no, not so. So on Blue Sky, he's, I must keep an eye on, the bowler's not quite ready yet. One for the real badgers, he says, Neville, on Blue Sky. Some of us are on Blue Sky, including today's teams. 10 players have appeared so far in this championship campaign whose fathers have also played championship cricket. And Josh DeKiris, of course, is not one of them this season. He's not actually played for Middlesex this season.
Okay, so we've got to get 10, have we?
Well, it's up to you if you want to play the game, but that in itself I think is interesting, though, just the fact that there are 10 of them.
Well, here's Tom Taylor round the wicket from the Diglis end, left alone by Latham outside the off stump. Well, Brett D'Oliveira's playing in this game, he's one. Johnny Bairstow will be another one. Just
well, Colleen, you've got to put in there,
Colleen a third, and so 7 more. I'm wondering if has Ben Charlesworth played for Gloucester? As Graham, his dad, may well have played for Warwickshire. Is he on the list?
Well, I haven't got the list.
Neville! Here comes Taylor round the wicket again and bowls, and Latham is on the back foot, dabs down the offside, they hurry through. It has to be a quick single throw coming in from Brooks. Might have been close if he'd hit at the non-striker's end, but he didn't. So we put it down as a good run, and it brings up the 100 for Warwickshire. 100 for 2 in the 38th over. They lost a wicket to the 7th ball of the game. That's a pretty good recovery, and I think they've done very, very well on a pitch which has assisted the bowlers. Perhaps not as much as the one that we saw last week against Essex, but nonetheless a good effort by these Warwickshire batsmen, and in particular by Latham, who's faced 107 deliveries now for his 42. Taylor comes in again and bowls, and this one is dropped down on the onside by Hayne, who's still feeling a little bit of pain, and I think in his right elbow where he was struck this morning. So we're not cheating yet, Kevin, on this. We have to think through just go through the championship sides, I suspect. Might be the best way to do it. Do
you want me to offer up any?
Well, if they're off the top of your head, absolutely.
Well,
here's Taylor in again, bowls, and Hayne working this one away on the leg side for 4, just behind square, nicely timed. Tom Taylor scratches his head. Sam Hayne probably as efficient a shot as we've seen, not as flamboyant maybe as when he struck weight back over the top, but just a nice little flick off the pads, timed beautifully behind square on the leg side. And he moves on to 31, and considering he was only on 9 at lunch, I think he's probably producing the most fluent batting of the game so far in this post-lunch period. Sam Hayne struggling a bit for form, I understand, this season, but goodness me, Worcestershire fans have seen him do well against their side in years gone by, and he's down the pitch and smashing this one over long for 6. Good shot from Sam Hayne, really taking the attack to the Worcestershire bowlers for the first time in the game in this post-lunch period. That's a cracking shot. Walked down the pitch and hit Taylor on the up, over long on, all the way for 6, and racing on to 37, and Warwickshire racing on to 110 for 2. And given that they have a very strong seam attack, and the Worcestershire batsmen aren't overly confident playing here at New Road, a worrying scenario for Brett D'Oliveira as Taylor's replying with a good delivery outside off stump, which Hayne leaves alone. But good stuff from the Warwickshire batsman, Hayne in particular, since lunch. And Worcestershire, well, to say they're in need of a wicket, I think would be a bit of an understatement, these two having added 58 so far for the third wicket.
And who would have thought we'd been thinking or saying anything like that?
There you go. This is why we love the game, Kevin, isn't it? You just never know what's coming to you.
Tom's dad was a first-class cricketer, I believe, Rod Latham, but I don't think he ever played championship cricket.
No, okay. Right, yeah.
So he's not one of them.
I'm going to try and...
you want to have a proper go at this, do you?
Okay,
now. Fair enough. Just remind yourself, it's just a bit of fun, okay?
Yeah,
just a bit of fun.
Absolutely.
Duffy in, and not far past the off stump there of Latham through to the keeper.
I'll try. I'm not going to cheat. I'm going to just rack my brains a little bit.
In exams, of course, it is exam period. You are told to show your workings here. We can actually hear his work. You can hear the brain working here. It's a good one, though. It is a good one.
It is 10.
Warwickshire 110 for 2 around the wicket, in and not too far again away from the off stump, but he seems comfortable leaving that Latham at the moment. You talked about, I hate to distract you from your quiz, but
Vaughan.
Oh yes, very good one. However, that we've just seen from Hayne, where he sort of does that fall into the category of batters fighting fire with fire and to be wary?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think Haynes used his feet to try and disturb the length right from the start, but actually going aerial, he's the first to do that.
Okay, it's Latham facing the moment, and he pulls that away, plays it beautifully through square leg. It's 4, kept it down, magnificent. And I have to say, you think about everything that Latham has achieved, and he's still lots of cricket left in him. To come out on a day like today, conditions like this, and perform the way that he's performed, I think is truly outstanding. I really do. And it shows probably why he's achieved what he's achieved. Brilliant attitude from Latham. He moves to 46 of 110 balls. Warwickshire 114 for 2. Duffy around the wicket. I'm sure it does help when people like Duffy are bowling to you. Fellow Kiwi. Ups it a little bit, but still it's a wonderful show-in from Latham. You've got to go back to Durham for one of them, Frank, and I think this was...
Well, I've got another couple. So Sam Curran today.
Yeah.
Tom Banton's dad played for Notts. I'm not sure if he played in the Championship, but he played... Colin Banton, South African, played 2 or 3 games for Notts.
Okay.
It was a while ago. Don't know if he's on the list. Got back to Durham. Okay.
Next delivery is defended by that. I should really have the list, but I just wanted to throw it out there for the public as well, Frank. I don't think it's put in their fun this afternoon. It's just pushed into the offside for no run, because they're hopefully joining in with Neville on his Blue Sky account. But he was almost thrown by one there with another Durham connection. It almost did for him, because he originally wrote one that said 8. And then he had to come back from, oh no, it's 10. It's 10. It would be 11 if Takeris had been playing. Into the pads of Latham, looking to work it away on the onside. Going through the overs quite quickly here, unlike the runs being scored. However, this partnership is building nicely for Warwickshire in tricky, difficult conditions. 114 for 2.
Another one at Durham, okay. Not sure of that.
What's he going on about now on the PA?
But to complete this wonderful scene, tea and cakes for
Ladies Pavilion cakes are now available apparently at 2:30. 114 for 2 then Warwickshire. This is good batting from them after they won the toss and opted to have a go first. Lost a wicket early on, but they've fought back very, very well. Taylor bowls, Hayne forward, defends out on the offside, and it's been mainly resistance from Latham, whose technique has been excellent. He's left the ball really well, but just in this post-lunch period, approaching an hour, Sam Hain has scored 28 runs since lunch, including the game's first 6 successive boundaries off Matthew Waite, and just for the first time you get the feeling that the bowlers are the ones under pressure out there. Taylor in over the wicket bowls, and Hain lets that go outside the off stump. Through it goes to Gareth Roderick. So we've been asking quiz questions all day, and we've been posed one by one of our fellow journalists, Neville Scott, who's not here today, but he sent it by email. 10 people have played championship cricket this season whose fathers also played championship cricket, and this question prompted by the inclusion in the Durham side of Mitch Colleen this morning. We have got 6, and there's another one at Durham, so I'm trying to think of that at the moment as Taylor bowls, and Hain drives for 4. Beautiful shot, over pitched on leg stump and driven up the ground past mid-on for 4. So Sam Hain, who many Worcestershire followers regard as a real problem when Warwickshire play against Worcestershire, such is his excellent record both in white and red ball cricket for the Bears against the Pears, and he looks like he's going to play an important role again. Lovely shot from him. He's moved on to 41, and that's off just 68 deliveries, which in the context of this is pretty rapid scoring. He's forward to this next one and pushing it into the covers where Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding. So another one at Durham. We don't know about Banton, so we've definitely got 5, and 5 more to get. Fathers and sons having played in the championship this season. I think seriously, I'll get the cogs clicking again at the end of the overs. Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hain, a little bit wide that one. Climbing through as Gareth Roderick moves to his right to make the take. These two so far then have added 66 for this 3rd wicket, and that from a Warwickshire point of view, from a Worcestershire point of view, is a bit of a headache for Brett D'Oliveira. But from a Warwickshire point of view, very, very solid progress. Taylor in again, bowls. Hain again in the runs, whipping this one away on the onside. They only get 2 this time as Ben Allison pursues it from mid-on, but good stuff from Hain. 43 to him, 46 to Latham, and at the end of the over, Warwickshire chugging along quite nicely at 120 for 2.
Colin Banton confirmed.
Excellent. I'm pleased
according to Wikipedia, made his first class debut for Nottinghamshire in 1995? As a dad? Have I got the right Colin?
Yeah, that'd be right.
Oh, that's frightening though.
Yeah,
that is frightening. We're talking about the dads.
So until 1995. D'Oliveira, Bairstow, Killeen, Vaughan, Banton and Curran. So 3 more. 4 more. 4 more, okay. And one of them is Durham, you say? Okay.
Well, there's one that Clive's just come up with. You'll kick yourself over. The next ball bowled and flies past the off stump again of Latham. By the way, I did pose this question back to the Devil just about Rod Latham of Tom's dad.
Yeah.
And he's pretty certain that he didn't. He said one of the reasons would be that Rod actually played rugby for Canterbury.
Right.
And therefore, of course, would have been busy
in the winter, yeah. Yeah.
Once again, this is Duffy coming in over the wicket this time to the left-handed Latham and flies high past the off stump through to the keeper. There is a Worcestershire one there. That you're not.
There's a Worcestershire one there.
Yeah, well, I don't want to give too many clues. Worcestershire, either past, present, or future.
Okay.
Yeah.
So somebody playing whose dad played for Worcestershire. Is that
Well, and they did.
and they did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Of course, yeah. Jack Haynes, yeah.
Thank you. Well, put that one down then.
Yeah, okay.
Clive correctly pointed that one out. Duffy, meantime, in bowls, punched away, but straight to the field. They will bring a single though for Latham.
Now, Tom Moores hasn't played for Notts, has he, this season? I don't think so.
No.
He won't be worn. Pretty much a white ball player now, isn't he? Joe Clark and the other chap.
I think the Durham one, certainly the extra Durham one's going to do for you.
Is that a tough one?
Yeah, it is. Well, look, with all due respect to everybody else, if it foxes our Neville for a little while, it's going to be a tricky one, isn't it? It really is. Duffy now into Hayne, goes back and then forward, and cuts that one down to backward point where there's a fielder. How many slips we still? We're employing just a couple of slip fielders now alongside Roderick. But it's taken on a very interesting, not so much, well, yes, pretty much a change of course really since lunch.
It has, yeah.
And it's Hayne without doing anything silly or reckless. He's 72 balls for 43. Gone about it differently. Worked away, glorious shot actually through square leg side. That's going to get the better of the fielder, is it? Yes, it is. It goes over the rope. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, terrific.
Very
performance
good.
This.
Very good.
I mean, I'm applauding Latham for everything he's done from 11 o'clock this morning. But now Hayne, who took a nasty blow. It's his very first ball, wasn't it?
Very early on, yeah, on the right elbow. He's played beautifully since lunch, hasn't he? Really has. Very, very fluently indeed.
That's moved him to 47, so he's caught up with Latham already. 125 for 2. Duffy bowls again. Shoulders arms to this one. Bit of extra lift and carry through to the keeper. End of the over. 125 for 2 then. Latham on 47. Hayne on 47. And Worcestershire here, for whatever they might have thought of. Oh, you look out. Let me finish. Whatever they might have thought was going to happen with everything based on the last couple of home matches, it's not playing out that way so far. Go on, I can tell you're a happy man now.
No, I just think I might have gone. What about David Sales at Northampton?
And his son's name is?
James.
Yeah.
James might have played this year. The
no, yeah. Playing now.
Okay, so there we go. That's another one. So only 3 left. Okay. I'll have to think about this over. First, Taylor to the left-handed Latham. 2 slips in place. He bowls, and Latham is just taken on the pad. It drops down on the onside. So Latham 47 off 116 balls. Hayne 47 of just 74 balls. And particularly since lunch, Hayne, who was 9 at lunch, has added 38 in the last hour, and he's played with greater fluency than anybody else. Struck the game's only 6 so far. Found the boundary with a beautiful straight drive. A couple of clips off the pads. Gone down the pitch and hit the bowler over his own head as well. It's been good from him. And Latham is dropped by Jones at second slip off the bowling of Taylor. Driving at that one, probably as loose a shot as he's played, and the ball flying high to Jones at second slip, unable to cling on to the catch. It's a very tough one, wide to his left, got one hand to it, sort of goalkeeper style, and they go through for a single.
I don't think it's there's a player you're gonna more curse your luck than your skills on that one, aren't you? And not being able to keep hold of that.
He flung himself away to his left. Third slip, it would have been into the bread basket, wouldn't it? I think probably. And well, there you go. They haven't got a third slip anymore. Taylor over the wicket bowls, and Hayne leaves alone, and Roderick takes. So unlucky for Taylor, who is wicketless. No, he's not. He got the first wicket, 1 for 31, but he put his head in his hands when he saw that one go down. And Brett D'Oliveira in conversation with Ethan Brooks at the moment, who is, I think, going to have a bowl shortly. He's certainly been going through some loosening up exercise. Very much the fifth seamer for Worcestershire. But he has picked up some handy wickets this season. And Worcestershire very much in need of one now. As Taylor comes in again and bowls, and Hayne is beaten outside the off stump. So Taylor will be considering himself pretty unfortunate in this over so far, having found the edge, gone past the edge, but no second wicket for him. So the bowling figures for Worcestershire: Duffy 13 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 35. Allison 8 overs 3 maidens, no wicket for 20. Waite 9 overs no maidens, 1 wicket for 39. And Taylor 2 balls away from the end of his 12th over, 1 for 31 so far. Feeling pretty cheesed off, I would imagine, at the moment. Top of his mark, in conversation with Matthew Waite, and preparing to come in and bowl to the ever more fluent Sam Hayne. And Hayne is getting another one here as he just tucks this one away on the onside for a single, and moves on to 48, where he joins Tom Latham. And the pair so far have added 85, I think, for this, was it 75, for this third wicket. 75 indeed, and really pretty much without a great deal of trouble, apart from that Latham edge which Jones was unable to hold on to at second slip in this very over, which will be completed now by Taylor. Round the wicket, bowls to Latham, and he lets that go outside the off stump. The end of the over, the 42nd of the innings. Warwickshire 127 for 2.
There are plenty of wickets going down elsewhere. Hampshire 133 for 6. They had a torrid time a couple of weeks ago against Nottinghamshire. Better last week, of course, against Warwickshire. Ben Brown's not out 33, but Dawson's made a 30. Toby Albert was out for a first ball duck. So pressure building a little upon Hampshire there, to say the least. So let's see who did what. Hampshire won the toss, decided to bat on a green surface. So as I say, the attempts being made down there to help what sometimes appears to be a sort of a deadened surface, not too much life. And it's the sort of season shaping up in Division 1 where it's very open, and therefore you give yourself half a chance on with a pitch which of course can go your way, can go against you as well, and all that sort of stuff. But
well, I wonder, when there was last a round of matches where the first division leaders lost and the team at the bottom won, and both stayed in the same position.
That's a very. I heard you this morning. This one is bowled and worked away behind square on the leg side for a single. So Warwickshire move up to 128 for 2. And this is Ethan Brooks bowling for the first time. It's his former team, so he's up and running in this game. See if he can make a breakthrough. As we mentioned earlier, we didn't really think we'd be talking about the importance of making a breakthrough, really. Not in the context that we are here now, but Worcestershire need to be doing that with this pair at the moment. That's Latham, who's looking ever more comfortable in leaving the ball. Wonder whether conditions have improved out there, or whether it's just a bit of mind games playing back from the batters into the bowlers' minds, thinking we should be doing better than this 2 wickets down in these conditions. But Latham, 120 balls for his 48, and Haynes only been out there for 78. He's got one more run. That's a shorter ball. We're talking about the bounce, and some have kept low. That a good lift and carry through that one. But of course, variable bounce, that's the killer for the batters. They don't quite know what's coming. But still just those 2 wickets. Essex 145 for 6 away to Surrey. Pepper's not out 34, but wickets falling on another green surface there at the Oval. And that one is taken by the keeper, goes through. A couple of wickets with Nathan Smith, 1 wicket apiece for Worrell, for Curran, for Clark and Laws. That is a good bowling attack. To think you have to create a green surface for them, you don't really. But such as the difficulty being travelling for them this year, they need to make sure of things at home. Brooks bowls. That was a fairly comfortable leave again. Nothing too much to trouble the batters at the moment, and they probably need to be doing that because in their own way they're both starting to settle in here. Latham, you say, well, of course he is, 123 balls out there, but it's not been that surface you would have thought to feel settled in, but he's got that look about him. Hayne at the other end. Next ball bowled, and again just watches that pass, seems very comfortable to leave that pass, so must have started off fairly wide. 128 for 2, Latham on 48, Hayne on 49, and the last wicket fell at 52 when Davis was out. LBW to wait for 21. Even at that point we thought Warwickshire were doing well, but we did expect more wickets to fall fairly quickly afterwards, and they've not done so.
That last one seemed to keep a little bit low, but I've just worked out, worked this out now, a little bit of symmetry, because I keep track of the 50s and the 100s. So the Warwickshire first 50, in which they lost 1 wicket, came in 114 balls. Warwickshire's second 50, in which they lost 1 wicket, came in 114 balls. So the two first 50s took exactly the same number of deliveries.
And how often does that happen?
Well, I don't
Is that
know.
a first? I think that might be a
that's
first.
That's for the Association of Cricket Statisticians.
I don't think that's ever happened before, Clive.
Well, I'm sure it has, but still, it's I suppose it shows.
I'd be really interested in the next. Seriously, generally, really interested in the next 50.
It will be a lot quicker, I think.
Well, we think it will. Let's just see, 1, it is, and 2, how much quicker. Yeah.
Sam Hayne will be facing Matthew Waite. He's got the 1 wicket so far. Just 2 slips in place now. Hayne takes a little walk down the pitch, turns it around his pads nicely. He's growing in confidence, saying he's got a half century, and that will be a big moment for him. I don't think Warwickshire had any doubts that Sam Hayne would find some form eventually after a sticky start to the season. He showed signs of it in his second innings against Hampshire, and having battled early on in this innings, he's grown in confidence, and he's brought up his 50 in the end, just 79 balls, which in the context of this innings, team innings, is pretty rapid. 7 4s and a 6.
I think it's been a stunning display, this, from your overseas player. I really do. Terrific.
Well, Latham now on strike. That's played to mid-wicket. He's through for a single. So Sam Hayne with a 50, and now Tom Latham on to 49.
Oh, sorry.
I was talking about Sam Hayne, but that's all right. That's all right. I'm just checking that 6 he hit early was his first of the season. Ethan Bambers, which is slightly unlikely biggest 6 hitter so far this season with 5.
What a signing he's turning into be.
Absolutely, yeah. Waite is in, and Hayne again shuffles down the pitch. He's wrapped on the pads. There's a shout more from behind the stumps than from the bowler. The ball's gone through. It has gone through for a leg by. I think they were almost too busy appealing to actually stop the ball there. They half stopped it, and it's a leg by onto the total. The bowler did actually ask the question, looking at it again.
Fairly close to that leg stump, but presumably thought he was doing too much.
Just the second leg by of the innings. The big LBW shout turned down earlier, but Latham just drops a bat on that to point. There's no run. I think benefiting from that. His 55th score of 50 or more in county championship, in first class cricket. Sam Hayne, he's converted 19 of the previous 55 into centuries. His first half century of this campaign. Latham stands, bat poised, tries to turn that round the pads, and it's come out onto the offside. It's a shout of anguish from the bowler, who is causing one or two problems this over. Again, just underlines really how well Warwickshire feel they're doing at 131 for 2. The 44th. Yeah, that one nipped back, hit him on the thigh pad. He's in again. Matthew Waite, and Latham turns that round to a square leg, and that's his 50. And it is a terrific performance from the overseas player. He's been more circumspect than Hayne. He's one of his 50 in 128 balls. You're ahead of your time there.
Yes, I just got over myself, but yeah, I just can't get my head around how this has really changed around here for Worcestershire. They too, no doubt, are thinking and wondering the same thing. Certainly, Hayne has been obviously more attacking, more positive about his cricket, but in no way has been reckless. And you would have thought that they would have had a few more wickets, just the 2 going down. Next ball is driven, and that's a nice drive. It should be stopped, tumbling stop. It's down in front of us by Ben Allison, so he has to get a long way down, the big man, but he does. And it's Latham who moves on to 51. And Warwickshire to 133 for 2 here now. And work for the captain, D'Oliveira, to work out how they are going to prize this pair apart, because you say they're both looking far more assured. If you can look assured on this, how on earth are they looking as assured as they are, when you're bearing in mind what we thought were treacherous conditions to bat in? Certainly some variable bounce and low bounce. That's just tickled away very fine, and there's a fielder running round. He'll try and cut that off, pull it back in. I think he does. Gets down to it really well in the end. Matthew Waite prevents a boundary. Hayne will get 2. He moves to 52 not out. Warwickshire to 135 for 2 now.
Just checking the IPL. Royal Challengers Bangalore are playing today, but Jacob Bethel isn't in the team, which, given what was said before the test match, is slightly surprising, I think.
And a single here behind square leg side by a bat of Hayne. Well, certainly he seems to have had his the rest of his summer mapped out.
Yeah. Although Ollie Pope making a big score could put that under pressure, I suppose.
Yes, I guess. Well, that was part of the problem, wasn't it? This one is just, it's not going to be single leg by, it will be. And the score moves to 136. Has the board ticked over? Yeah, 136 for 2.
Well, and Zach Crawley, I mean, whoever's place he was, generally assumed he would take Crawley or Pope's place. Well, they scored 295 runs between them in England first innings.
So it's Brooks back to his marks. Just his second over. He's got 2 balls remaining of it. That's been whipped away. Glorious shot. Power as well to boot. How far has that gone? It's gone all the way for 6 over square leg. And that's where he gets the applause. Well, this really has turned around and changed so much this afternoon. And Hayne playing the way that we are used to Sam Hayne,
Yeah.
but we thought it not possible here today in these circumstances. You say he's not been in great form himself. It wasn't necessarily the pitch and conditions. You'd think you'd be able to find the old Sam Hayne, but he's on his way to doing so. He's 59 not out, 143 for 2. Just one slip in now. Brooks in again. He's gone big again over the leg side. Where's that one gone? That's gone all the way for... No, that...
One bounce.
One bounce just inside here over mid-wicket. Well, Nathan Brooks has proved by the standards of everyone else very expensive, but 2 overs gone for 15 runs, and Sam Hain stuck in there 63, Latham on 51, Warwickshire 147 for 2.
This is a good time here from a Bears T20 point of view. If Sam Hain is now finding his form. Did Frank get the player that I mentioned, by the way?
Yes, he did.
He did?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it makes me feel so old seeing him play, because I remember his dad when he was a kid, just emerging.
Well, I think that's the whole point of these things. I was gobsmacked when we were talking about Banton and his dad who made his debut in 1995, and it was his dad who made his debut in 1995. But that's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Frank's come up with that Fletcher Middleton, Tony Middleton, of course, his father. That's one. He's not going to get that other the Durham one. He really isn't. I know he isn't.
Matthew Waite will try again to Tom Latham, who pushes out to the onside. There's no run. He has asked questions or two. Matthew Waite in this spell, but not got any reward for it so far. Yeah, so no place for Jacob Bethel in the Royal Challengers Bengaluru team. We're playing the Sunrisers Hyderabad today. Wait. Balls. He leans back. Latham's gone for a quick single. Could be tight and direct hit, and Latham might have been in a spot of bother there. He managed to get there for a single. It was Ethan Brooks with the throw.
Seen 2 or 3 of those today.
Yeah.
Frank made the point, if it's difficult scoring runs off the bat, you've got to be keen on those running those ones, and sometimes they go back for 2. You weren't too sure whether they should have done, but they got there as fine. But had those throws been direct, would have felt a different story. So this is Roderick standing up now with 2 slips back, and this is still Waite bowling from the far end.
It is.
And he comes in now to bowl to Hain. So Hain obviously has been used his feet well, which is part of the reason why it didn't really feel and look as reckless as some innings might be, if to use Frank's phrase that he's seen here this season, fighting fire with fire from the batter's perspective. But it's been good use of the feet, and he's turned the length of the ball into something he can really work with, played some glorious shots. But now to try and keep him back in that crease, the keeper is standing up. He still has a good look around him, Hain, but by this stage he's probably seeing it quite well for his 63. Waite will bowl again. Down the leg side, loops in the air, but it's going to be safe, and it's been given as a bye.
I was going to say, if it was going to be given as a leg bye, you could have questioned whether a shot was actually offered there, but if it missed everything, he's entitled to take it.
One more to the total, 149 for 2. I was about to say the queue has now disappeared up inside the pavilion itself, but actually no, more and more join the ladies' pavilion away to our right hand side. I've talked about it so much, heard about it so much, I've yet to have a cake, I think, from that pavilion. Defended into the offside, there've been no run. It may have been that, I mean, you struggle to understand how this could possibly happen, there'd be anything left over, but I may have had the benefits of that maybe on the odd day.
Yeah, I think there's some benefits. I have been in that, and the difficulty is that it's a real difficult one to choose what to have.
Oh, really?
So many different types of cakes there. You can't just have one.
Well, I was going to say,
at least 2.
I'm not too sure as that really would be a problem for me. If I was undecided as to which of the 6 I should have, I'd have the 6. Wait. Past the off stump again, through to the keeper. And at the end of that over. So this is Warwickshire at 149 for 2. starting to look really threatening here. Latham on 52, Hayne on 63. This partnership of obviously vast experience. In their own sweet way, they've been here, they've seen it, they've done it before on this sort of surface and these sort of conditions, and they've worked their ways out of getting on top of it. And Latham's has certainly been one of great patience, and Hayne has been one of being as positive as he can in tricky conditions, and it's worked for him.
Ethan Brooks hasn't lasted long.
No.
He's been replaced by Ben Allison. I think Warwickshire are trying to win the game the same way that Hampshire beat them and Worcestershire won their last game here, when it looks like it's going to be quite low scoring. The theory is if you can get into bat first and put a decent score on, then you kind of control the match. That's what happened in those last two games. I'll describe this ball, then I've got to go. That one's left and there is no run. I've got to go and tell the good folks and even the very few not so good folks across the West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire all about it.
Okay. I think in the meantime, as we get to 3 o'clock on the first day of these matches, tell you what's going on elsewhere in Leeds. Nottinghamshire 124 for 5. Joe Clark not out 18. Lyndon James just gone to the crease to replace Verena. Haynes made a 5 earlier, by the way. But 124 for 5 Nottinghamshire away to Yorkshire. George Hill's picked up a couple of wickets there, and that one is past the off stump. From Allison through to the keeper. Nottinghamshire beaten for the first time this season last weekend at Durham. See how they respond to that. Essex have lost another. They're now 7 down away to Surrey. Michael Pepper's not out 43. Snater's gone there to join him. Sam Curran available for Surrey in this game. He's picked up a couple of wickets, a couple for Nathan Smith as well. So Surrey doing Surrey things there at home. Hampshire lost another as well. Warwickshire though 2 down, still 2 down. Use of the feet from Hayne on this occasion. The bowling of Allison. Roderick is not standing up. He's standing well back, which gives Hayne that opportunity still to use his feet, that he tried to do, but had to stop and check himself on that one. Played it into the offside. But Hampshire 8 down, 146 for 8. And Henry Crocombe 4 for 25 for Sussex, their opponents there. Next ball bowled and defended again by Hayne. So more questions being asked here. Needs to be a little bit more watchful and careful. Not as much to play with as he had from Ethan Brooks a little bit earlier. Durham 194 for 6 against Somerset. So wickets are tumbling elsewhere around the country, or falling. Did I say 8 down for Hampshire? Or was it 7 last time? It's 8 now anyway. Allison bowls, and again full Yorker length delivery, which is pushed out, and Hayne has a look at that, almost like a golfer. He holds his club stroke bat in his hand. Ben Brown's not out 45, but there have been wickets falling there in quick time. One every other over seemingly from Henry Crocombe. Dawson, Albert, Fuller, Abbott. Meantime back here, Allison bowls, defended. Again, pushed into the offside towards mid-off. 149 for 2, Nathan on 52, Hayne on 63. And it is a bit of a problem here now for Worcestershire. There's been one really difficult catch dropped by Jones at second slip, but it really was very difficult. He did get a hand to it, but diving to his left hand side, it really would have been a breathtaking catch had he have kept hold of it. But here Latham and Hayne doing a wonderful job at the moment for Warwickshire. And that is Latham with a glorious drive for weight through the extra cover area. That's 4 runs. As comfortable as you can get on a surface like this. This really is looking that way here now for Warwickshire in this pair. And it brings up the 150, that 4 to 153 for 2. Latham and Hayne. Terrific work as even more sun makes an appearance. And again looks a picture. We know there's rain apparently on its way, but not today, hopefully, maybe tonight. And defended by Latham. At least it does give us something to talk about a little bit more if there is some rain around, because we just simply haven't had that subject to talk about for the last 4 or 5 weeks. It's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, that heightened excitement and fever pitch at Edgbaston a couple of Mondays ago when that thunder rain brought a halt to the proceedings against Surrey. I generally think that's the only rain I've seen. I know there's been a little bit around from time to time some matches, but that's the only rain I've seen all summer long so far. And turned away onto the leg side by Latham, but falls well short of square leg.
Yes, there's not been a lot. As I mentioned, the first two 50s both took 114 balls each. The third 50 for Warwickshire took just 58 balls. So a noticeable acceleration.
Which Latham is playing his part, but it's mainly Hayne. Sam Hayne on 63 not out, but it's Latham who's on strike. Wade bowls to him now. Goes forward, not a big stride forward, past the off stump. It is breezy though, trees around, and obviously away to our left has always that wonderful sight, the trees in the cathedral and the river. I always have to stop and remind myself there's a river between here and there, because it looks a lovely walk straight across.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you think that, don't you? Yeah, you can get there's a little ferry boat that can take you to the cathedral side.
Right.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it.
If I come to this game, particularly to this ground, particularly if I'm not necessarily working, don't have a car park space.
Mm-hmm.
So you usually you park up the road and then you take a little walk across some fields and then down along the riverside into the ground. It's very pleasant.
Sounds a lovely walk. Comparable to the one, if a little different, but through the park in Cardiff. You walk through the park.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
To, the city centre out there. That's a nice walk as well. Next ball and fended away, but nicely. Have space out there. Certainly get one. They'll think about coming back for 2. Latham's always keen on picking up that 2 if he can, but thinks better of it. And that's the end of that over. 153 for 2. If I could ask Frank to come in, because I've been summoned elsewhere. 154 for 2. Beg your pardon. Latham on 57. Hayne on 63. And he'll come back in, and maybe he'll talk more about his own quiz.
Yes.
And also that at levels.
To give us the answer just before tea. So.
Okay.
Kevin Howells, BBC 5 extra we're on. As Frank will rejoin us. 154 for 2 then. So Warwickshire lost Rob Yates to the second over of the morning. He was caught behind of Tom Taylor for 3. It was a real battle after that. They did manage to add 47 in 18 overs before Alex Davis fell LBW to wait for 21, but nothing for Worcestershire since the Century Partnership's been completed, as that's left outside off stump. There's no run. These two put on 102. A Century Partnership for them. Which has rather changed the complexion of the day. It is their first Century Partnership for the 3rd wicket this season for Warwickshire, but it's the 3rd one that Tom Latham's been involved in. He was involved in 2 in the game against Surrey. So that one is pushed back. There's no run. So first Century Partnership that Sam Hayne's been involved in this season.
I think the fact that Latham's been involved in 3, did you say?
3 now,
tells its own story, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That he's the common denominator, holding it together. He's played brilliantly, isn't he? So's Hayne in a different way, but I really do think Latham. He's soaked up 142 deliveries.
So this one is pushed just onto the onside by Latham. Bowler Allison. And it's a dot ball. Sun pouring down on New Road. What have we got? We've got 15 overs after this one till tea, so we're going to be rather late in the tea department. No spin so far. Allison comes in round the wicket to bowl, and that's solidly defended by Latham.
No spin. There's a reason for that, Clive. They haven't got a spinner.
Okay.
Unless you count Brett D'Oliveira's occasional leg
Like I
spin.
said, yeah, but anyone can do the occasional. Yeah. Well, Warwickshire also haven't gone with a frontline spinner, but Rob Yates can bowl. Does bowl quite a bit. Taz Ali not included in the starting 11. Remember, Chris Rushworth and Chris Wokes back in the team. Allison round the wicket, that's left, there's no run. So, I mean, there has been options. We've got Rob Yates, we've also got Bo Webster, who bowls.
Yeah, bit of both.
Bit of both. Even in one over, he did it.
Did he?
And Edgbaston, depending which batter was facing. And Zen Malik to pop up with a couple of overs against Surrey. So Allison round the wicket in, that's left by Latham. And it's the end of another over, 154 for 2.
I think Glamorgan have got the only player who can bowl left and right handed.
Bowling at the Diggers end, Ethan Brooks.
Spin in proper fashion, I think, haven't they? Also got runs in the last game. Not playing today, but I mean that really is extraordinary, isn't it? To be able to do that left arm and off spin at first class level, as Ethan Brooks starts a new over bowling to Sam Hain, who is turning this one off his pads down to long leg for a single.
I'm sure the umpire has to inform the batter every time.
Yeah, definitely. But to be able to bowl, Ben Kellaway, of course, I'm talking about, to be able to bowl off spin and left arm spin. He was an off spinner, and then during lockdown, I think he thought, I'll just go and try bowling with my left arm, and he's developed it to the point where he can bowl it in first class cricket. As Brooks bowls and Latham plays this out on the onside, and there's no run, and has done so, and can even change in, as you say, with Webster can even change mid-over from one to the other, or turn the ball away from the left-hander, and then they swap over, and he turns it away from the right-hander. Extraordinary skill to be able to do that, and also make runs. Pretty impressive. Round the wicket, Ethan Brooks from the Diglis end bowls to Latham, who drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. 155 for 2. These two now added 103 for this third wicket. Extraordinarily impressive, given that they lost a wicket to the 7th ball of the game, and given that we were expecting this pitch to prove as difficult to bat on as the last one and the one before it. Maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's just a little bit slower and a little bit easier for the batsmen. It's not been easy, but it hasn't perhaps had the demons in it that I might have expected. I thought for the first hour or so, maybe even 90 minutes, that it was doing just as much as the previous pitch and nipping around, going past the outside edge and so on, but just perhaps the way the batters have approached it since lunch, suggesting that it isn't. Brooks bowls again. Latham leaves outside the off stump, and there's no run. And Hain in particular, I think, since lunch has been extremely impressive in putting pressure back onto the Worcestershire bowlers. I mean, he was 9 at lunch, Hain, so he has added 55 since then. Latham clips this one away on the leg side. Pick up 2 as Jake Libby comes round to do the fielding. Nicely played. Brooks kicks the ground, end of the over. 2 more to Latham, takes him on to
Ben Allison coming to bowl to Sam Hain. 2 slips in place. Hain ducks under a short delivery. Taken by Roderick. Raining in Dublin, which may not be that bad news for Ireland, because West Indies made 352 for 8 in their 50 overs. So that's going to be some run chase for Ireland if they get back on. Hampshire on the verge of being bowled out by Sussex at 148 for 9. 52nd over.
Very up and down, Sussex.
Yeah, well, Hampshire as well.
Yeah.
He comes down the pitch there. Haney's clobber that one down the ground, and in fact it's gone through the covers for 4. Not 100% sure that's exactly where he intended to hit it, but he's hit it firmly and got 4 runs for it, and moves on to 68, 161 for 2. 4 wickets for Henry Crocombe in that one. That does seem to be a bit of the nature of the First Division. Very difficult to predict how teams are going to play. This one, he just pushes out to point. Does Hain. Warwickshire beaten by Hampshire. Wasn't much in it. They were beaten. They struggled against Notts. Were lucky to get away with a draw there, but then brilliant run chase against Durham. Good win against Yorkshire in a low-scoring game, and a couple of credible draws, notably the one against Surrey. Nobody really been absolutely consistent. Allison. Time over, right-handed Haynes, again comes down the pitch and defends it with a slanted bat into the offside. There's no run. Chase Simmons, Warwickshire substitute fielder, is preparing to come on with drinks. He's got a towel round it. It looks a bit like a boxing second there, with his towel round his neck. Got some gloves with him, I note. The batters might have decided they needed new gloves, as well as a couple of drinks. Oh, Haynes played a miss at that one. Outside off stump. That's a good delivery from Allison. And Haynes driving at it, misses. But frustratingly for the bowler and for Worcestershire, they don't find the edge. We'll just see to move away. It was coming in towards off stump and then moved away.
Just holds its line, he angles it in from this high position that he bowls from, and then it just holds its line, does enough. Batsman playing, expecting it to carry on.
He's in again. Oh, he's gone past the outside edge again. Hayne playing forward to that. Bowler stands with both arms on waist, has a chat with the batter. You'll feel unfortunate there, Ben Allison, not to get an edge of those last 2 balls of the over.
Yeah. And in a way, as encouraging as that is, it's also perhaps a little bit discouraging that Worcestershire will be looking and thinking, well, it's still doing a fair bit and we haven't managed to pick up more than 2 wickets. It's a really hugely important partnership, this one, in terms of, I would anticipate, in terms of the shape of the whole game, Clive, that we might look back on this and think we've witnessed where the game was won or lost, perhaps, as Brooks bowls outside the off stump. And you can always tell when Worcestershire head coach Alan Richardson's concerned, because he comes down to the boundaries. He's having a long chat with Jake Libby about the lines that they're bowling and about Latham, the balls that he's been leaving. I'm sure we'll have some pretty relevant thoughts about that. Here's Brooks again in round the wicket bowls, and Latham is edging and is caught behind. So Ethan Brooks, the fifth seamer, very much the fifth seamer, picks up the key wicket here, the wicket that Worcestershire desperately needed. And the partnership, having added 109 for the third wicket, is ended by Brooks just getting one in the right place and Latham pushing at it, gets an outside edge, and Gareth Roderick picks up his second catch of the innings. And Clive, just in the last 5 balls or so, we've just been reminded that actually there's still a fair bit happening out there for the bowlers, and that was a fair indication of it, and that just puts into perspective what a hugely impressive partnership that was for the third wicket of 109.
Yeah, it was a good delivery. Ethan Brooks celebrating. Remember, he took some wickets against Warwickshire a few years ago. He celebrated very keenly, and Warwickshire were fine with that. And talking about Robertson afterwards, he absolutely didn't go as far as saying he was pleased for him, because obviously he was taking Warwickshire wickets, but he celebrated a little jump in the air and a fist bump. What Worcestershire needed. Good innings there from Tom Latham, who'd be perhaps a little frustrated, having worked so hard that he didn't go all the way to convert that, but a big partnership with Sam Hain has got Warwickshire into a very good position. Latham going for 59, 153 balls, 8 fours. And now the other overseas player, Bo Webster, marches out to the crease.
Yeah, which is an interesting change in the order. I thought Barnard would be next to come out, but much taller figure of Webster comes out to join Hain. Another man in form. He's got 100, hasn't he?
He's got an 85.
85
against
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Decent score.
He got some wickets against Hanford. Got 41 in the first innings, which was one of the bigger scores in that innings. Got 6 wickets in the match.
And he's out there now to face Ethan Brooks. New challenge for a bowler in terms of Webster's reach, because he's a lot taller and can therefore get forward. Having said that, he gets forward to his first ball and it goes past the outside edge, a strangled appeal from behind the stumps. And Ethan Brooks asking a few questions here in his fourth over, 1 for 18 his figures, and Worcestershire, having got 1 wicket, they're sensing they can perhaps strike again quickly and just tilt the balance back slightly in their favour, because it was going the other way, that is for sure. Brooks in bowls, and Webster's clipping this one away on the onside, but straight to the fielder at mid wicket, Kashif Ali, and there's no run. So 161 for 3.
It's a decent piece of captaincy from Brett Dolliver, because Ethan Brooks had a couple of overs from this New Road Emmers clobber for 15 runs, so he gave him a short rest, and then a change of ends seems to have proved dividends.
He bowls this one wide outside the off
Single
stump,
wide.
and it is wide, very wide. He does try and mix things up, Ethan Brooks. Those Warwickshire listeners and viewers will know him from his days at Edgbaston, particularly in the white ball game, where he bowls all sorts of different deliveries, just trying to mix that one up a little bit, and just got it wrong, and it started wide and went wider. He does bowl a lot of slower deliveries and that kind of thing in the white ball game. Bowls this one, and Webster on the back foot plays defensively up to Dolvera at extra cover. As regards his red ball bowling, his aim in the last 18 months or so has been to put on a bit of pace, and it's not easy to do that. You have to, obviously there's a certain amount of work you can do in the gym and so on, but so much of quick bowling is about rhythm, It's not easy to say I want to be quicker. He bowls and Webster pushes out on the offside and he's off the mark, taking a single to Brett D'Oliveira, who shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Ambitiously, to say the least, the ball hits Webster and rebounds off him. They take the single. That is the end of the over from Ethan Brooks. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21, 1 for 20 his figures, I beg your pardon, and Warwickshire are 163 for 3.
Yeah, that makes a 1 for 5 in the spell of 2 overs he's bowled from the Diglas end. So a good comeback from Ethan Brooks. Warwickshire may just have to regroup here a little bit again. Got into a strong position. Bo Webster's still on strike. Tall, lean figure. Tasmania, 3 test matches to his name. It'll be Ben Allison bowling to him, and he turns that to mid-wicket for no run. BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, and 5 Live, 5 Sports Extra, I should say. Bringing you live ball-by-ball commentary of this local derby, you'd call it. That's the Pears v the Bears. And that one is edged and well stopped. That third slip by Ethan Brooks, diving to his right. It didn't carry. It looked like it was going to go down to for 4, but Brooks dived to his right and made a very good stop. He wasn't full stretch to stop that one. 3 slips in place, so with the wicket having fallen, they've had themselves the luxury of a third slip. And then drop back to 2. Allison to Webster, who just pushes out into the offside into a little bit of a gap, which allows him to get through for his second run. 164 for 3. Giles saying hello to everyone again in front of us. Oh, there's Kev. I think Kevin's booking him for an interview here. Looks of things. Allison into bowl, and that's defended to mid-on for no run. Must be one of the more visible chief executives.
Yeah, definitely. Him and Joe Tromans, the head of commercial, set themselves up during games in the front row of the stand, absolutely deliberately, and yeah, couldn't agree more. That's driven to mid-off. It'll be cut off. It's a single. I remember that. I think it was the last time we played a championship match. I was walking around the ground at one point, went past the hospitality tent, and who should be giving a speech to the guests but Ashley Giles. So. Yeah, you're right. Very visible, very approachable, and very popular at New Road at the moment. Former Warwickshire left arm spinner. Ashes winner. Been there, done that.
Former coach and sporting director as well.
Yeah.
Was pushed out to the offside for no run.
Yeah, there aren't many roles that he hasn't fulfilled.
165 for 3. not brilliantly treated by England, in my view, over the years in its coaching roles. Took the blame for things I don't think really were his fault, but there we are. I suppose that's the nature of the job. $165 for 3. Brooks in, and that drops down by the toes of Haynes. He tries to turn around to square leg. So Richardson's another Warwickshire connection in the Worcestershire camp.
And Kadir Ali, his assistant.
There's a lot of them. If that's left, there's no run. Josh Cobb has ended up now on the Warwickshire coaching staff.
Only briefly here.
Yes, true. Warwickshire trying to prevent one wicket being followed quickly by another. That's left by Hayne, who has now reined himself in a bit after going for his shots while he was forming that partnership with Latham. Batting to come Ed Barnard, Warwickshire's top scorer this season. Zem Malik, only his third match. Chris Wokes, whose inclusion of the team does strengthen the batting a bit. He leans back and plays that to the offside. There's no run. And then Kai Smith and Ethan Bamber.
They bat down all the way, really.
But they do now, yeah, with that line-up they do. Yeah.
Kai Smith, not a bad
No, he's not.
inclusion at number 8.
And Ethan Bamber's hit a few runs. He gave Warwickshire just a slight chance towards the end of the game. Yes, Hampshire, that's hit Hayne on the pass. Did it come off bat and pad? His front foot was a long way forward. There's an appeal, to which the answer is not out.
Came back quite sharply.
This next one is played to mid off. There's no run. Kai Smith's inclusion, just noting, I think I said 2 changes. There's 3 changes to the team actually against Hampshire. He's replaced the spin of Tazim Chowdhury Ali, and then Chris Wokes and Chris Rushworth coming in for Ollie Hannon Dolby and Che Simmons.
Worcestershire making just one change, which saw Jacob Duffy come back into his side at the expense of Yadvinder Singh from the side which beat Essex last week. Duffy wicketless so far. 13 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 35. Also wicketless, this man, Ben Allison. 12 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 26. He comes in now, bowls to Webster, who is pushing this one up to mid-on. There's no run. Tom Taylor 1 for 32 from 12. Matthew Waite 1 for 48 from 12. And Ethan Brooks 1 for 20 from 5 are the successful bowlers. Yates out to the 7th ball of the game, caught behind by Roderick for 3. Partnership then of 47 between Alex Davies, the captain, and Tom Latham before Davies was LBW to Matthew Waite for 21. That was 52 for 2 in the 20th over, and then 109 added for the 3rd wicket by Hayne and Latham. Let's break off as Allison bowls again, and Webster just steers this down into the gully, and there's no run. And then Latham, the 3rd man out, the only wicket since lunch, giving a second catch to the wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Ethan Brooks. Latham out for 59, made off 153 balls with 8 fours. That tells you how watchful and considered that innings was, but it was a hugely important one. And Warwickshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat in a position of some considerable authority at 165 for 3. as we have 10 overs left till tea, and Allison bowls down the leg side to Webster, who looks to play it away down the leg side, misses it, and there's an athletic diving take by Gareth Roderick. One-handed diving away to his left. Good bit of work by the Worcestershire keeper, and no addition to the score. Good crowd, I reckon, today, this afternoon, Clive. Probably the marquee's well populated, the pavilion, New Road stand, quite a number in the Basil D'Oliveira stand, and we've tended to see the biggest crowds on Fridays, I think, in the Championship, certainly in Worcestershire's games at home and away so far this season, as in comes Allison, and Webster is turning this one on the leg side. Tumbling stop by Jake Libby at mid-wicket, and no run. I'm just wondering whether you always like to have a chat with a player or two at the end of a game to find out, the end of a day, to find out what they think about the pitch and whether our impressions from the side match theirs in the middle. I think this is pretty slow sort of pitch. It's offered quite a bit of movement, maybe not quite as much as the last game, but it's still nipping around as Allison comes in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Webster and taken by Roderick. We haven't seen much of the sort of steepling bounce that we saw occasionally from even, medium pacers in that Essex game, like Jamie Porter, quick medium, but getting the ball to climb quite steeply at times. I haven't seen so much of that, but certainly lateral movement. Been a lot of play and misses, and a lot of very good judgment from Latham in particular in terms of what to play and what to leave. Here's Allison again, strides in outside the off stump, left alone again by Webster. End of a tidy over from Ben Allison, and at the end of it, a maiden. His figures 13 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 26. The brakes have been applied slightly, Clive, since the wicket.
Yes, they have. And even actually just a couple of overs before the wicket slowed them down somewhat. That's Sam Hain has made it his job to make sure he sticks around, having scored rapidly for a spell. And he's facing now as Brooks, who you'll know well, comes into bowl. He turns that one round to back a square leg for a single, ambles through for a run that takes him to 70. And so 165 for 3. 166 for 3. Robbed Warwickshire of a run there. Just the one slip in place now for Brooks, bowling to Webster, who drives that, and it's caught in the gully area. It's a bit of a loose shot, and Jake Libby takes the catch low down, and Ethan Brooks is his second wicket. 166 for 4.
Yeah, interesting. Just watching a replay before I comment further. Yeah, I mean, I said several times this morning that when Latham was playing so well, and Hain particularly early in his innings, that the important thing when the bad one comes along is to keep your shape and play it sensibly, and that's just exactly what Webster didn't do. It was full and wide, and he kind of lost his shape, collapsed a little bit, threw the bat at it, and just sliced the drive. And it's a bonus wicket for Worcestershire in many ways, as Ed Barnard comes out to bat at number 6. Pretty much Worcestershire's best batter when he left. The stuff here at New Road. Interesting announcement just coming over the tannoy for a gentleman in the crowd whose wife has apparently removed his car from the car park. She says she'll come and pick him up later. It's very nice of her. So Ethan Brooks strikes again, and Worcestershire benefiting from their fifth seamer, and one begins two. Barnard coming in will be very keen for him to become the third, but as I say, Ed Barnard was rapidly establishing himself as Worcestershire's best batter in 2023 before he left. Excellent technique. He's been in the runs this season quite heavily, Clive.
He has. He has.
Massive 100 the other day, 170 odd, wasn't it, in the game before last?
I would tell you exactly how many he's got, except my laptop's run out of power, so I'm trying to recharge it.
He's on strike now as Brooks comes in and bowls, and well, he's playing and missing at that first one. Not a convincing start, but entitled to have a little bit of fortune early on, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Hayne comes down the pitch for a little chat with him just to take the heat out of it.
Well, they're taking 2 wickets for 5 runs, Frank. If they can get another one
it would
pretty
certainly
quickly.
change things. Here's Brooks in again. He bowls, and Barnard is just slightly uncertain as he pushes this out on the offside. Popular man, still lives in Worcester, Ed Barnard, and still very friendly with a lot of his old teammates. Was here last week with a number of other players who have left Worcestershire, coming back for the funeral of our good friend and former colleague John Curtis just 9 days ago. Brooks in again, bowls, and Barnard slices this in the air, and it bounces only just short of Jake Libby, who took that catch to dismiss Bo Webster a few minutes ago. So Worcestershire suddenly back in it, and they will feel they can, as Clive said, if they can nick out another one, they'll all feel that probably they're back on course. That's excellent partnership, having taken the game away from them. And Brooks has a massive shout for LBW here, and umpire Jack Sentry had a good look at it before turning it down. Have to have a look at the replay before we can
Umpire can't do that, can he?
No, he can't. He has not got that benefit. There's Brooks is in, doing a bit too much, I reckon. Nipped off the seam, probably going down the leg side. End of the over, good over from Ethan Brooks. His figure's now 2 for 21 from 6. That's a real bonus from Brett D'Oliveira's point of view. And Warwickshire with 8 overs to go till tea. 166 for 4.
That could be an important 8 overs these before the interval, with Worcestershire fighting back with those 2 wickets. Ed Barnard has got, where is this? I'll tell you in a minute. Where's it gone?
177.
He's got 2 centuries this season, but I'm going to tell you exactly how many runs he's got if I can find it. It's written here. I've got it written down here somewhere. But it's, in the meantime, Duffy into bowl to Hayne, who turns that one round into the deep. 2 fielders chase it, got to be careful not to collide. In the end, they do a little relay action, and it's 2 runs.
Waite's still got a damaged hand, which hurts when he throws, I think, so he's just flicked it up to Libby.
557 runs before this innings, Ed Barnard this season. Let's say 2 centuries. Including in that run chase against Durham at Chester Street. Actually, he was a bit mortified on that occasion, as this one is pushing out the offside. There's no run. He seemed to be leading Warwickshire towards a famous run chase victory, but the ball after he reached his century, he got out, which put a bit of pressure on the rest of the team, but in the end they got over the line.
It can happen. Slight ease in concentration, maybe.
Yeah. So we've got 101 that game, 177 not out against Surrey. At Edgbaston. There's this one from Duffy, and Hayne pushes that back to the bowler. There's no run.
I just heard Kevin next door reporting to his people that Hampshire are already all out in the county championship, bowled out for 154 by Sussex. At Southampton. 4 wickets for Henry Crocombe. This one is Hayne ducks under, another bouncer from Duffy. Hayne happy to duck under those.
Yeah, it was certainly very tricky the first session.
168 for 4.
Half an hour, but Latham, like quality player. I mean, the way he lined it up, left very well.
And
he did nip around a bit, as it has consistently this year so far. But Haynes also played beautifully. He's a really
Duffy,
how he's not played for England, I'm not quite sure.
2 slips. Well, and that's a play and a miss from Hayne outside off stump. 169 for 4. Just heard Ashley Giles talking to Kevin next door saying, can't understand why Sam Hayes not played for England. He has actually played a couple of ODIs against Ireland. It has been a frustration at Edgbaston over the years that Haynes been overlooked. That one, he stands up and plays down to the ground to the offside. There's no run. I think he's kind of come to terms with it now. It has been a frustration for him as well. It doesn't help that people like me keep asking him about it after every big score. But it looks as if his England career is going to be restricted to those couple of ODIs. You never know what can happen late in the career, but consider himself unlucky that he hasn't had more. That one's played to point for no run. End of the over, 169 for 4. Haynes on 72.
Yeah, well, since that wicket fell in the 52nd over, we've had just 8 runs in 5 overs. That's how hard it's been since Latham was out, and that's with a batsman at one end who's in the 70s, Sam Hayne, who's been becalmed a little bit. But that's the effect of wickets. Ethan Brooks got those last 2 to fall, and he goes past Barnard's outside edge again here with the first ball of his new over, his 7th, 2 for 21 so far, and Brooks doing a really good job for Worcestershire as the 5th seamer. And Ed Barnard, an uncertain start to his innings. Fine player that he is. He waits now and goes on the back foot. Has a bit more time to play this one, and out it goes into the offside. And there's no run, so Barnard still yet to get off the mark. As Worcestershire coaching staff, Kadir Ali and Alan Richardson, have a wander past. Feeling a bit happier than they were about half an hour ago, I should think, as Brooks bowls again outside the off stump, and that one's left alone by Barnard. Through it goes to Gareth Roderick. I went for a little walk in my last break and watched a little bit from behind the bowler's arm, and I just sensed amongst the Worcestershire members, Clive, that there was a little bit of disappointment and kind of their expectation that after that early wicket this morning, Warwickshire would be in trouble, had been rather let down, but they perked up a little bit since the fall of those last 2 wickets. Barnard still not off the mark as he steers this one down on the offside. But I think those that had been for the last 2 games saw that Yates wicket, 7th ball this morning, thought, here we go again, we'll have them all out by mid-afternoon, but not to be. Mainly, I think, because of obviously Sam Hayne and also Tom Latham, who played very, very well this morning. Barnard in again, I beg your pardon, Brooks in again, bowling to Barnard, who pushes this up to mid-on.
Yes, no Latham, I think, show that the leave is still a
an important shot in modern cricket.
Yeah,
Not
absolutely.
everyone seems to employ it these days.
No, but on a day like today, absolutely vital, and his judgment was excellent, I thought. Brooks in again, bowls, and forward comes Barnard, who is still not off the mark, having played a maiden from Ethan Brooks. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. His tidy figures, and at the end of that over, Warwickshire are 169 for 4.
So a key phase of the innings really. Can Warwickshire build on what they've done before? They need another decent partnership to get them to a good competitive score. Or can Worcestershire start making inroads and restrict Warwickshire? Hayne is obviously a key wicket now. He's on strike. Duffy to bowl to him. Duffy in right arm over to bowl, and that's a little push and run from Hayne. He's 3 for 1. Against the bowler, that Jacob Duffy, who opened the bowling, took the new ball. Must be a little bit irritated that he's still wicketless, and the fifth choice bowler's come in and taken 2 wickets.
He's bowled 1 or 2 decent spells for Worcestershire, Duffy. Don't feel he's ever really clicked, really found proper rhythm.
Oh, hello. Cakes have arrived.
You asked for
Quite
cake.
a lot of them.
You asked
yeah.
for cake, Clive. And
Need a pot of tea as well, though, Chris.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Served with a smile.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Lovely. Thank you. This next one is left. There's no rum.
Not allowed to eat it yet, though, Clive.
No.
No, wait 5 more overs after this one.
No one wants to hear you commentate and eat at the same time. It's not a pleasant sound. 170 for 4. Barnard on strike. I think I was going to say something profound then, but the case completely put me off and knocked it out of my mind. Never mind.
Something about Duffy.
Oh, is that Edge? It is,
Yeah,
and he's
cool.
scored it slip, and Ed Barnard's out for a duck.
Tom Latham with the catch at first slip, I think.
170 for 4.
For 5 now.
Yeah, sorry, for 5. Henry Nichols with the catch.
Henry Nichols.
Yeah, Henry Nichols with the catch.
Of Jacob Duffy.
And so 3 wickets have fallen for 9 runs. And Worcestershire are fighting back here. And Duffy does have his wicket.
Yeah, I think you can claim that one, Clive. Justifiably, you can claim that one.
I've never believed in. I like to be a bit rational about these things. Nothing I say in here.
I've never believed in it, but it's amazing how often it happens, isn't it? It really.
But you only notice it when it happens. You say that's the point.
Well, how many times have you said today that Duffy will be disappointed to be wicketless? Once. What happens? 2 balls later, he gets a wicket. Anyway, it's an important blow in the sense that, as you say, it's suddenly changed, hasn't it? 161 for 2 has become 170 for 5. And I've just got to do a quick update.
Okay, so what I was going to say is it can be difficult for overseas players when it can take them a while to get going, and quite often we've seen players play for Warwickshire over the years, and just at the point where you think, yeah, they are getting into their stride, is when they're due to leave. Now Zen Malik is coming in. Worcestershire feel they got a chance here, only because this is only Zen Malik's 3rd match. He impressed in his first game. His second game, was it his first or his second? Now let me just
5 overs.
yeah, it was his first game, of course. This is his 4th game. He impressed in his first 2, but he impressed in the first game because he got 49 not out in a low-scoring match
and hit the winning runs for Warwickshire in a tight game against Yorkshire at Headingley. They made a century on a bit of a batting paradise against Surrey. Didn't have much success against Hampshire. Still a very inexperienced player, not a young player. He's come late into the first class game, and he's off the mark there. Opens his face to the bat. It's slightly fumbled in the gully area, and he's able to get through for a single. He is 27 years of age. He's come out of the South Asian Cricket Academy. He educated in Malvern, so he's a local lad to here. I think Worcestershire, one of the counties. Apparently he trialled for a total of 12 counties over the years, of which Worcestershire was one. Played some second 11 cricket here, but never quite made the breakthrough. It's Hayne on strike. Oh, they're appealing for a leg side catch. It's a very good take from Gareth Roderick, but the umpire doesn't think it came off the bat. Probably off the thigh pad. I think Roderick felt entitled to appeal because it was such a good take, but not off the bat. So yeah, just saying about Zen Malik. In interviews he's done after he signed for Warwickshire, he admitted he might have got a little complacent in his relative youth when he looked like he was going to have a burgeoning first-class career ahead of him. That one is defended. There's no run. And he didn't quite blossom, but he never gave up. He attributes the South Asian Cricket Academy for helping him finally get his opportunity, which he's got here with Warwickshire. He's on 171 for 5.
Yeah, well, you admire Saka, South Asian Cricket Academy, for their work, and you admire some of the players that come through with Saka for their perseverance and patience and determination. And so Malik would be one of those players. But suddenly Worcestershire now sniffing a tea time where their tea and cake will taste a lot better if they can get another one now. As Brooks is in and bowls. Oh, and they would have done if they'd have had a third slip, because that's gone in the air, off the edge, and that would have been a comfortable catch at around about knee height for third slip. But they haven't got a third slip, they haven't got a third man either, and that's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. They've got a man on the drive at mid-wicket as their sort of third catcher, and that would have been a comfortable catch to third slip, I would suggest, Clive. Instead, it takes Malik to 5.
Sam Hayne offering some words of encouragement and advice to Malik, but he got away with one there.
This next one he's playing up to mid-on, and there's no run, so well, a let-off, you could say. It didn't carry, it didn't go to hand, so you can't really call it a chance, but it would have been if there'd been a third slip, and it would have been a third wicket for Brooks. He's been really impressive since he changed ends. He bowls this one outside the off stump, Malik leaves it alone. Wide. Cool, there you go, Clive, you can't deny it. He's been really impressive, and he runs up and bowls a wide, but he does. 176 for 5 now, and well, an odd mix from Brooks in this over, but he has been asking questions. Comes in again now, bowls, and Malik is forward watchfully, head right over it, pushing this one out into the covers. Hayne is still there. He's been calmed, I think, Sam Hayne, since these wickets started going down at the other end. Probably feeling now that a little bit of extra responsibility is on his shoulders, particularly with Webster and Barnard having gone cheaply. Brooks in, bowls to Malik, who drives loosely but times it quite nicely, straight to D'Oliveira at extra cover. As I say, Worcestershire now with 4 overs after this till tea, just feeling that they are in with a chance almost of getting back on even terms really with Warwickshire. I think I'd still put Warwickshire slightly ahead at this moment, but if they can pick up another wicket, then I'd say Worcestershire will feel that honours are even. Another dot ball here as Malik drives this to D'Oliveira in the covers. 176 for 5 then. Yates out for 3, Davis 21, Latham 59, Webster 2 and Barnard without scoring. Sam Hain 73 not out. Brooks in bowls and Malik is on the back foot playing defensively into the covers. End of another tidy over from Ethan Brooks, just the one boundary off it, and that was off the edge. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26 his figures, and then Malik has 5, Sam Hain has 73.
So, it's an interesting day's cricket. I'm just going to go and do an update. Leave my cake here. I'll come back for it.
I'm sure you will, Clive. I'm sure many things you say I'm not so sure about that one. I'm absolutely certain. So off goes Clive Egan to update listeners to BBC CWR with the news of an intriguing day. Actually, it's been a very interesting day's cricket here at New Road, and honours fairly even as Duffy starts a new over, bowling to Hain, who turns the ball off his pads out to deep mid wicket. Pick up a single, and he goes on to 74, and the total to 177 for 5. Lovely afternoon here in Worcester. If you're just joining us, welcome along. Good to have you. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Clive Eakin of BBC CWR and BBC WM is alongside me. Duffy bowls and Malik is beaten outside the off stump, and we have been joined on various occasions this afternoon by Kevin Howells of BBC Radio 5 Live. Good to have you with us. I'll give the answer to the quiz in a minute or two just before tea. It's my usual method. Quiz today: which Warwickshire player was the last to captain England in an international? Not a test match, but an international match. And Duffy is in and bowls, and Malik is turned around by this one, gets a single off the outside edge, looking to play it straight, gets an edge and it runs out behind square on the offside. And my quizzes are light-hearted, and I might be wrong. Somebody might have a better answer than me. I think I'm right, but I haven't checked every possible possibility. I haven't trawled through Cricket Archive, but I'm fairly sure that I've got the answer right to this one. Duffy in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hain, taken by the keeper. I was inviting answers on Twitter at Frank Watson 58 is my handle on X or Twitter. I had various suggestions. Bob Willis was one of them. I don't think. Well, I know that isn't the answer. Chris Wokes was another. I think Wokes captained the Lions. Don't think he captained England in a sort of full first team international. So I'll give the answer. I'll wait for Clive to come back and then give the answer. We've still got 3 overs left after this one before tea. Duffy in again, bowls, and Hain flicking at this one down the leg side, misses it, not taken cleanly by Roderick. No run. So Hain's been there all afternoon. He was 9 not out at the lunch break. He's now 74, and he was flying along at one stage. Hit the game's only 6, straight down the ground off Tom Taylor. Went aerial a couple of times, played some glorious shots. He's also had 1 or 2 difficulties on this pitch, but has become becalmed a little bit since he lost his big partner, Tom Latham, who shared in that 3rd wicket partnership of 109. Lets this last ball go outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. So it's 178 for 5. And Zen Malik will be on strike again. He's on 6, and Ethan Brooks will be continuing. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26 so far for the former Warwickshire all-rounder Ethan Brooks, who is relishing the chance to do some damage against his former employers. Comes in now to bowl to Malik, and Malik is turning this one on the leg side for a single. Out to Duffy at deep backward square leg. Brings Hayne on to strike at the New Road end of the ground. 179 for 5 now the total. And I'm going, as Clive comes back, to reveal the answer to the quiz, or the answers to the quiz. Don't know whether Kevin went through all the answers to the father and son combinations that had played in Championship cricket this season. Brooks comes in and bowls and Hayne defends. But the answer to the quiz, the last Warwickshire player to captain England in the full international, I think, is, as it was suggested this morning by one person who got in touch with me, Moeen Ali, who skippered England in a T20 international. Before that, I believe,
was he with Warwickshire when he?
I think he had gone back to Warwickshire. Before that, how about this? As Brooks bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Hayne. Before that, an extraordinary one which connects these two clubs, Norman Gifford, who left Worcestershire briefly for Warwickshire at the end of his career, and after it hadn't played international cricket for a long time, was called up for 3 one-day internationals in Pakistan, I think in 1985, and skippered England in at least one of those. Brooks bowls and Hayne is taken on the pads. A big shout for LBW. Umpire Jack Shantry is not interested, just stands counting his little counters in his hand, and that is because the batsman must... Oh no, I was going to say he must have got a nick on it. There was no signal, but now Shantry gives a very delayed leg by signal. But he obviously felt that that was missing leg stump, which I watching the replay. That's an extraordinary one. It wasn't missing leg stump, and if he didn't get a bat on it, you have a look at that one, Clive.
Well, Hayne stayed where he was for a bit.
Shout to me that one. Goodness me.
Might have been going down. Might have been going down.
Ethan Brooks in again, bowls, and Malik leaves that outside the off stump. He couldn't believe it. He could not believe that it wasn't given. 180 for 5. Goodness me.
Well, I suspect he didn't give it because he felt it was going there. It was angling a little bit, wasn't it? It did both from quite wide.
I don't think. Well, anyway, it's not given. End of story. And Hayne is at the other end on 74 now. Malik on strike on 7. As Brooks bowls down the leg side, taken by Roderick, and that is the end of the over. So we've got 2 overs left till tea. 180 for 5. Malik has 7, and Hayne has 74. Just going back to the quiz, four captains have captained England in Test cricket that played for Warwickshire. But Moeen Ali, the last to captain the senior side, I think it was in a T20, and I think it was when he had moved back. Before that, Norman Gifford.
Just going back to that, I mean, Sam Hayne, I think, was worried because he didn't run the leg by. It was then Malik had virtually joined him at his end before he went through for the leg by. So I think he was a little nervous, but the verdict went his way. And Duffy now to bowl to Hayne. Will be desperate to get into tea now after doing all this work. He turns that one round to the deep, to the sweeper, the boundary rider, if you like, on the leg side for a single. So he's scored 66 runs in this session, has Sam Hayne. Warwickshire have scored 116 for 3 since lunch, which makes it a more even session. It's not a bad one for Warwickshire if they can avoid any further loss. They've still got a couple of overs, 11 balls to keep out. And Malik plays and misses that one outside off stump. He survives. So this session, Tom Latham, they got to, they'd added 96 more to their century partnership before the wicket finally fell, in the 25th over after lunch before Latham was caught behind off Ethan Brooks for 59. And Bo Webster steering him straight to Jake Libby in the gully area for 2. And Ed Barnard caught at slip for a slip catch of the day by Nichols without scoring. There are now 4 slips in place for Zen Malik, who does well to leave that one. So it goes through to the wicket keeper. Worcestershire clearly fancy their chances against Malik, who's shown some temperament in his early Warwickshire career. I mean, it was a real compliment to him that he kept his place, having just got into the team because of a late injury for Sam Hain. The fact that he played in the next match, even though Hain was fit and Tom Latham had been added to the squad, was pretty impressive, and so a testament to how well he played against Yorkshire. This one bounces up a little bit. He hits it from quite high in the bat into the ground. No run. For a late one here. I hope the player's tea hasn't gone cold by the time they go in.
I don't think they have hot tea anymore, do they?
No, I think
energy
you're
gels
right,
and energy drinks. And
well, here an apple crumble had come off. Who was telling us that? Warwickshire games at Edgbaston, one of the players that's pushed out to point, there's no run, was telling us apple crumbles come off the menu now. And I said, well, it's fruit, isn't it? So that's the crumble is the problem bit. Apparently too many of the players have just eaten the crumble and not bothered with the apple.
And the ice cream.
So they don't get that now.
Well, I bet they still get it at Lord's, Clive. I can't imagine their players' food has changed at Lord's. World famous.
It's all chicken wraps for tea now, apparently.
Energy gels and goodness knows.
So Duffy bowls, and that's left. Actually 5 slips in place for the last ball of that over.
1 more over before tea.
I would suggest Zen Malik's entitled to feel slightly offended by that. 5 slips been stuck in. Oh, get his edge, no problem.
Well, it's a good leave.
Well, it's 181 for 5.
Brooks to carry on, I would imagine, having picked up 2 wickets this afternoon. And indeed, it is Brooks to continue.
That's where they've resumed after tea in the test match. Zimbabwe 213 for 5.
He will be bowling to Sam Hain, who is on 75. Comes in now and bowls, and Hain is looking to play this one away off his pads but misses it, and through it goes to Roderick.
There's a strategic timeout at the IPL. That's exciting. It's otherwise called a commercial break. The Sunrise is 156 for 4 against the Royal Challengers Bangalore, with no Jake Bethel in the Challengers team. They haven't got back on at Dublin between West Indies and Ireland because of rain.
Here's Brooks again. Last over before tea. Bowls, and Hain is turning this one off his pads down to long leg for a single. 182 for 5. Hain goes to 77.
Durham
4 balls left till tea.
Sorry, Durham 227 for 8 against Somerset at Chester Street. Doesn't look like it's easy at Hampshire. Sussex having bowled Hampshire out for 154 at Southampton, I should say. Sussex are 13 for 2. Essex all out against Surrey for 217.
Brooks again in, bowls to Malik, who is forward, pushes out into the offside. No run as D'Oliveira fields.
Essex put on 50 for the first wicket but have struggled since. Nathan Smith with 3 wickets.
Yeah.
Notts 178 for 5 against Yorkshire at Headingley.
They found it hard going. Similar to here, isn't it? Similar to here. Malik. 3 balls to go before tea. Bright sunshine. Brooks in. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone. And taken by Gareth Roderick, who's been pretty busy in terms of taking deliveries.
Second division, Sam North East has got about 83. Glamorgan 215 for 3 against Middlesex at Cardiff. Big partnership there. Lancashire 171 for 7 now at Leicester.
Again, they got off to a good start, struggling now.
Brooks again to Malik, leaves alone outside the off stump. Well negotiated this over so far.
Northampton enjoying a big partnership. James Sales was one of the players you mentioned in the quiz.
Yep.
184 for 4, he's got 70 odd. And Derbyshire 240 for 1 against Kent at Derby, with Caleb Jewell 98 not out. There you go.
Last over before tea, last ball before tea. Brooks to Malik, left alone outside the off stump, and that is tea with Warwickshire 182 for 5 of 64 overs. Sam Hain is 76 not out, and Zen Malik is on 7. So there we are. Interesting afternoon session. At lunch it was 65 for 2. The men out in the afternoon, Latham 59, Webster 2 and Barnard without scoring. At the break, Warwickshire 182 for 5. And well, pretty even afternoon session given that those wickets fell. Sam Haines played brilliantly. Tom Latham also played very well. Worcestershire bowled pretty tidily. And it's, I would say, Clive Warwickshire possibly just on top.
Yes, 117 for 3 and 36 overs in that session. Worcestershire fighting back towards the back end of that session. Very well batted Sam Hain. Well bowled Ethan Brooks. So good day's cricket. We look forward to the final session.
We'll see you when play resumes, which will be at about 25 minutes to 5.
Sahin and Zayn Malik, resuming the Warwickshire innings.
Welcome back to New Road. We've got intriguing day's cricket. Warwickshire 182 for 5, which we think is a pretty good position on this pitch, but it was looking better at one stage. They were 161 for 2 till 3 wickets fell in the run up to tea. But Sam Hain, having battled for form this season, is making his first big score of the campaign. He's on 76.
And Ben Allison.
Ben Allison's going to open the bowling from the New Road end. He's wicketless so far. 2 wickets to Ethan Brooks. 1 apiece to Tom Taylor, Matthew Waite and Jacob Duffy. Tom Latham's 59, the other main contribution. And the sun's still shining, Frank Watson.
Yeah, it's a lovely day, isn't it? Beautiful evening now. If you're in Worcester and you're watching this and you're not too far away, get down here. 32 overs, it's free to get in, and enthralling cricket.
So Allison in to bowl to Hain. Takes a little shuffle forward, as he's been doing much of the time. Just trying to negate any of the valuable bounce. He pushes out to the offside for no run. Umpire just a little over the ball there, I think, who's then just marked where he lands his front foot, so he was a bit close to no balling. That might be the case. And he turns and bowls. That's left. There's no run. Still a decent crowd in. Few have gone home, but there's a decent crowd in. He says free admission after tea.
Yeah, free after tea. Yeah, and
the same at Edgeworth. I
think it's becoming pretty common around the country.
So, next one is solidly defended by Hain. Of course, these players are going to have to adapt immediately, or those that play in the shortest form of the game. Players like Sam Hain, here he is battling away in the challenger. Next game, he can't be playing shots like that because it'll be the T20 blast.
Yeah, all starts next week, of course. Worcestershire's first game away at Old Trafford.
Warwickshire at Trent Bridge, and a double header. The women are playing the Blaze as well the same day. This is left. There's no run. Talking to the women, I'm assuming, I've got to double check, I'm assuming they're T20 Cup quarter-finalists tomorrow, because there have been 2 quarter-finals today. Let's have a look. Worcestershire are in Leeds, actually at Warwickshire to play Warwickshire I should say, or at Leeds to play Yorkshire in the quarter-final of the T20 Women's County Cup. So we wish them well for that. Next one again is soundly defended by Hain. Change the score. Warwickshire won the toss, selected the bat first, looking to post a score that will prove challenging. Allison bowls. That's gone past the outside edge of Hain, playing forward to that. It's been very tidy, Allison. It's bowled 7 maiden, his 7th maiden in fact, 26 runs off his 14 overs.
but no wickets so far.
It just makes you think, doesn't it, that it's still doing a bit, and it just kind of puts the whole day into perspective, really. It is still doing a bit. It's still moving sideways off the pitch. It's still doing a little bit in the air, and it's 65 overs old. Matthew Waite, Worcestershire's top wicket taker this season, comes back into the attack. Possibly didn't bowl at his best this morning. 12 overs. No maidens, 1 for 48, but he has been Worcestershire's top wicket taker, as I say. Nibbles it around off the seam, and coming back in now from the Diglis end and bowls to Malik, and his first ball goes past the outside edge and through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. Zen Malik 7 not out. He's faced 22 deliveries now. Edged one in the air past slip for 4. Would have been a catch to third slip, but there wasn't a third slip at that point. And yet to really get in. Played and missed at that one. Didn't actually do a lot of that one. It was just fairly straight. Here's Waite in once more to bowl to Malik, and he's beaten again outside the off stump. 182 for 5. Warwickshire won the toss and chose to bat this morning. 65 for 2 at lunch. Excellent partnership for the third wicket of 109 from Latham and Hayne. Then Latham out for 59, Webster for 2, and Barnard without scoring. No runs added since tea. Waite in now to Malik. Bowls, and Malik drives up to mid-on. Jacob Duffy, the fielder there. And there is no run. Again, as you were saying, Clive, good crowd in. I went down to chat with some spectators, family, friends and so on down at the Diglis end, and they were commenting on that. It's a good, healthy crowd. And it's been good cricket. It's been cricket that's been easy to watch because there's been quite a lot happening. There haven't been any really flat periods in the game. And I think that holds the attention. Waite in, bowls, and Malik is forward again, pushing up to mid-off. It's a pitch that has tested the technique of the batsmen. There have been 2 outstanding innings played by Hayne and Latham. Davis stuck around well for 21. But it's one of those, and we said this in the last game, where if you do get a partnership, such as the one we've seen between Latham and Hayne, if 2 players do get in and get on top, they almost need to say to themselves, and I'm sure they do, as Waite bowls and Malik is forward again playing up to mid-on, they need to say, this is important today, it's us 2 today, we're the 2 that have got to make this count, because we've got on top, because it's quite easy when you lose 1 wicket to lose 2 or even 3. That said, to lose only 5 in 2 sessions at New Road this season has been quite an achievement by Warwickshire, especially given that they lost one to the 7th ball of the day. Waite again is in and bowls, and Malik is forward, taking on the pad, and strangled appeal from behind the stumps. Throw comes in and hits the stumps at the striker's end. Hayne, however, is in. There's no signal from umpire Chantry suggesting Malik got something on that, so it'll be a single to Zen Malik, and it will take him on to 9, and the total to 183 for 5 at the end of the over.
Hayne just seemed to ease in a little bit there at the end. He was in, I think, a throw.
Yeah, I think he was in.
Shows.
He didn't sprint though, did he?
No. He sprints less these days than he used to. Comes to us all. Not that I ever sprinted at all, really. 183 for 5. So just 1 run for the first 2 overs since tea. Zen Malik stays on strike. They had 5 slips for him just before tea. They're restricting themselves to 3 now as Allison comes in to bowl, and he leaves that. The keeper takes it. And still 183 for 5. Warwickshire. And they back through the day. Scoring rate still pretty modest. 2.77 and over, so in comes Allison, that's defended, there's no run. So if they do bat through the day, you're looking at probably around about 260, 270.
That would be a very good day,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. So she'll hope to get them all out. But then could face a little awkward period before the close. Allison bowls, and that's against, well defended by Zen Malik. Doesn't seem to get face. He's played and missed quite a few here. It's not been easy, but he doesn't seem to get too rattled. Allison will turn, and that one is, he just opens the face of the bat. He's looking to run it into a gap and past Gully, but it's cut off, so there's no run there for Zen Malik. There's a bit of gardening. Sam Hain ever talking to him, encouraging him. Across the pitch. Interesting innings from Sam Hain. He started with a bit of a struggle, as a lot of the batters have, but survived, played himself in, and then with that, during that partnership with Latham, he really cut loose for a while, overtook Latham, hit a couple of sixes. That one is going to get him a run, is it? No. Again, open face of the bat to the gully area. It's slightly misfielded, but they don't have time to get through for one. And then after Latham, ever since Latham's been out, he's reined himself in again, Hain.
Absolutely. Just trying to work out how many he was on when Latham was out. The score was 153, so we've only added 30 since Latham was out in 16 overs.
This next one is left.
I think Hain was actually ahead of Latham at that point, wasn't he? He'd outscored Latham, hadn't he? So
yes.
So he was already past 60. So he's probably only scored 15 or 16.
I have the wicket
since
having
then.
fallen 161. Latham's wicket.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
What was Hain on at that point?
So only 22 been added since. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 22. Yeah, 20. Yeah, 22. And he's probably. Well, let's see. Webster got 2, but Arnold didn't get any. Malik's got 8, so that's 10 of them. A couple of extras. So yeah, he's probably got about 10, hasn't he?
Yeah.
In that time, which is surprising, but not so surprising in a way. They've bowled a bit better, haven't they? Wait now with the keeper standing up. Bowls to Hain, who is back and playing out on the offside.
Well, he's been shuffling forward a bit, hasn't he, Hain? So
yeah, good ploy.
Stop to that
from Roderick. $183 for 5. Whereas Waite is in again from the Digley's end, right arm over, bowls to Hain, and he's just turning this off his pads, off his hip, really, for a single on the leg side. Kashif Ali comes off the boundary to do the fielding, and that brings Zen Malik onto strike. 8 not out. Kai Smith in next, then Chris Wokes, Ethan Bamber and Chris Rushworth. So plenty of batting still to come. Malik Waits. Fairly wide stance, tapping his bat, hands in tight by his box. Plays forward to this, just lets the ball come onto the bat, steers it down on the offside. 184 for 5. Bright sunshine. An interesting and absorbing day's cricket. We will reserve judgment, as we always say, on the pitch until we've seen both sides bowl on it, but it hasn't appeared to have quite the demons in it that it did against Essex, perhaps against Durham earlier in the season, but that might be just because it lacks a little bit of pace. Waite bowls, Malik drives, fielded at mid-off by Taylor. Taylor 1 wicket, Duffy 1 wicket, Waite 1 wicket, Brooks 2 wickets, Allison wicketless, and yet he has been the tidiest in terms of economy. Ben Allison at 15 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 26. His figures. Every ball of every championship game brought to you this year by BBC Sounds, BBC Sports app, the website. Malik drives up to mid-off, and again Taylor fields and there's no run. We're also on 5 Sports Extra 2 today for much of the day. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, alongside me Clive Eakin from BBC CWR, and we are to be joined again shortly by Kevin Howells from BBC Radio 5 Live. And it's been an absorbing day between these two West Midlands rivals. Worcestershire rooted to the bottom of the table, but they did win last week against Surrey. Waite bowls, Malik flashes at this one, that's a loose shot. Thrown a little bit wider by Waite, and Malik drawn into it, threw his hands at it and missed it, and possibly lucky not to get a nick through to Gareth Roderick. So the end of the over from Matthew Waite. 1 run came from it. 184 for 5 is the total.
And those 3 wickets for 9 runs, wickets 3, 4 and 5. They've did 14 since then, so you can't say they've exactly steadied it, but they've spent a bit of time at the crease. This is the 10th over since the wicket of Ed Barnard. Allison into bowler Hayne, who ducks under a bounce or gets his head out of the way. He was shuffling down the pitch a little bit because Roderick is not standing up to Allison. But
saw him coming, I think, didn't he? And decided to delay the delivery. Just kept it in his hand and dragged it down and bowled that a little bit shorter. But he's not of a pace that is going to trouble a batsman of Haynes' capability with a short one. So lots of time to just watch it and get out of the way of it.
There's 2 slips, and Hayne leaves a slightly late decision to leave that one as it goes past his chest down the leg side. This is bat out of the way. Hayne early on in the innings, when he was leaving one in similar fashion, actually got struck on the elbow as the ball nipped back, hit him on the elbow, and he required treatment. Doesn't seem to have been troubled by it since. I expect he'll have a bit of a bruise there when he retires tonight.
I think the Worcestershire seamers have done okay.
That's short, and Haynes pulled it, and that's maybe cut off. Will it go all the way? Oh, it was a good effort, but an effort in vain from Jake Libby, who slid in, got a hand to it, but couldn't quite stop it cleanly, and it just went over the rope. 4 runs to Hayne, onto 81, 188 for 5.
I think the Warwickshire seam attack, just looking at it, Wokes, Bamber, Rushworth, Barnard, Webster, I think they're going to. They've got the variety and the ammunition there to get quite a bit of response from this pitch, I think.
Here comes Allison. He again comes dancing down the pitch. Hayne has to adjust, plays it down by his feet. Yeah, the only thing is, I suppose Rushworth and Wokes haven't played for a long time. They haven't played sort of competitive first tier cricket. Rushworth not since last season, and Wokes a little bit in the winter because played for England in the winter, but not a lot.
So I was talking to Ashley Giles about at the start of the day. He's hoping that it takes them a bit of time to get into their stride. Allison comes in the bowl, that's left. Again, Hayne with bat in the air, lets it go past. 188 for 5, Warwickshire. It's been a watchful day. After Latham's 21, the next highest score is Latham's 59 rather. The next highest score is Alex Davis' 21, and then the other three batters have been dismissed for 3, 2 and 0. As Hayne finds, or pays that just wide of mid-on. Has to come round a little bit to field it. Does Duffy, and Hayne is through for a single. He'll keep the strike. He's on to 82, 189 for 5. So already Zen Malik has outscored 3 of his teammates. He's on 8.
Yeah, that's why that partnership was so important between Latham and Hayne. And that at the time perhaps didn't appear to be quite as important as it was, but those of us that had seen the cricket here earlier this season probably thinking a partnership like that was going to be very, very important. Waiters in and bowls, and that one keeps low, and there's a suggestion again that the things that we saw happening in the game against Essex are just still happening. There's a bit of sideways movement, the odd ball keeping a little bit low now, like that one, and Hayne did well to get down on it. Partnership of 100 for the third wicket looks big, and Hayne's 82 is the highest individual score on this ground this season. And I said at the beginning, if somebody gets 100, I doubt they'll finish on the losing side. I'll stick to that judgment, as this one is outside the off stump and pushed out on the offside by Hayne. Just looking back at something that happened before tea, but can't find it, doesn't matter. Go live again. Sorry, that's on our monitor. There's Waite, that was outside the off stump and left alone by Hayne and taken by Roderick. So Matthew Waite in again from the Diglis end, bowls, and again suggesting that might have kept a little bit low as Hayne just jams his bat down on it and pushes it out on the offside. 189 for 5. Quiet, tough going since tea. Just 7 runs added in 5 overs, 5.5 overs. 4 of them from one shot. Very important. It's almost as though Warwickshire recognised the importance of taking this pretty solid position. Wait again to Hayne, works it on the onside, no run. Taking this solid position and turning it into 300, Clive, which is, would be a good first innings score here. And the fact that if it falls away now, they only get 220 or 230, then that will be underachievement given where they were. So it's actually a very, very important little phase of play, this.
Well, that's exactly the score Hampshire got to in the game at Edgbaston. They got to 300 first innings, and the next 3 innings were all around the 220 marks, so that 300 proved decisive.
In comes Waite, and this one is clipped away for a single by Sam Hayne, which takes him on to 83. And Gareth Roderick will now stand back because Zen Malik is on strike, and he hasn't been using his feet to the bowler in quite the same way. Three slips in place. Libby in the gully, deepish. Otherwise it's fairly conventional. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Waite in. Bowls outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, and Malik lifts his bat well clear, allows it through to the keeper. So 190 for 5, 20 runs only added for this 6th wicket, but they've steadied the ship after the loss of those 3 wickets in fairly quick succession this afternoon. And Malik has faced 38 deliveries for his 8, but he's doing a good job for his side in support of Sam Hain, who continues to have a very good record against Worcestershire, particularly in white ball cricket.
Well, this is a big boost for him after a difficult start to the season. Matt got married in the winter in Australia. Had been rumours that he might think about going back to play in Australia, but instead he signed a new contract with Warwickshire. Allison bowls, he leaves that, taken by the wicketkeeper. There's no run. It's 190 for 5. I don't suppose he'll have completely given up on his England ambition, Sam Hain, even though he's probably resigned to having been overlooked. He's seen Alex Davis called up to the England Lions captain in the winter with a suggestion that he's not completely off the radar, even at his age. But this one, he turns round into a little gap at mid-wicket and ambles through for 1. Breaks into a sprint very briefly when he thinks there might be a bit of jeopardy, but gets there comfortably enough.
I can't see Sam Hain getting the call up now.
Well, it doesn't look like it, but you never know. Players have done it later. I mean, he has got those 2.
Well, they have, but not under this regime. They haven't.
Well, no.
It just doesn't seem to fit the bill, does he?
Regimes do change, though. If England have a difficult summer, who knows? Allison to bowl, and that's play to point. There's no run.
Yeah, I'm not for a minute suggesting that he hasn't got the ability or that he hasn't been unlucky not to have been picked. And you know, I'm well aware of the school of thought that he's one of the finest players in recent years that hasn't been picked. But I just, for whatever reason he hasn't been picked, I don't think that there's going to be any change. I really don't.
So he has got the 2 against Ireland, so he has. But I suppose England have underachieved quite badly in white ball tournaments of late, haven't they? So there might need to be a rethink at some point. Anyway, you're probably right. As Malik drives that down the ground, that's a nice shot for Zayn Malik. He'll have enjoyed that. It might not go all the way. In fact, it probably won't. He'll get 2. He turns around, looks for a 3rd, but it's not there. So it's 2 runs for a nice shot from Malik. Gets him into double figures.
Yeah, I'm not saying he won't play any more white ball cricket. I was thinking Test cricket. I think that ship has sailed, really. Whether rightly or wrongly, I've been off to do an update. I might just slide across to the other side, which might work. Kevin Howells comes in alongside me shortly. I'll just break off as Ben Allison comes in to bowl to Malik again. He just pushes this down on the offside, and there's no run. Jake Libby, the fielder. And Ben Allison in once more from the New Road End bowls, and forward comes Malik and just drops that one down on the offside. And again, there's no run. Good, proper, competitive county cricket here at New Road. End of the over, 193 for 5. It's been tough for the batters out there. And with every passing over, Sam Hain's splendid 84 grows in significance in this game. He has faced 148 deliveries, which is a pretty good scoring rate. But he has been slowed down quite considerably since that partnership with Tom Latham. Matthew Waite in now to him, and that's down the leg side, neatly taken by Gareth Roderick standing up to the stumps. Roderick, who goes about his work in a very unfussy, undemonstrative fashion, and even a ball like that, which is quite a difficult take, he just manages it with a minimum of extravagance. Good work from the Worcestershire keeper. Hayne on strike, waits again as Waite bowls to him, and he's forward, plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. Bright sunshine still glinting off the stickers on the back of Hayne's bat as he takes guard at this new road end of the ground. 2 slips in place, Henry Nichols and Rob Jones in there, and a game that has, I think it's fair to say, held the attention throughout the day of a pretty good crowd. And we've got 24 overs left in the day after this one. Waite is in and bowls, and Hayne drives beautifully out on the offside. It's a good piece of work at mid-off by Tom Taylor. They come back for 2. It would easily have been on its way to the boundary had Taylor not made the save, diving to his left. Good work from him. Tom Taylor, just 12 overs so far for Tom Taylor, 1 for 32. Waite is in his 16th over, 1 for 53. Brooks 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28. And the other bowlers used. Allison 17 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 34. And Jacob Duffy 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 43. Waite bowls and he's edged. Hayne is gone. Caught at slip by Jones. A wicket for Waite, driving at it, flew off the edge, and his excellent innings is over. Out for 86. He faced 152 balls and hit 10 fours and 2 sixes. It's a very, very good innings indeed. Could well be a match-defining innings. We'll have to wait and see. But it is ended by Matthew Waite with his 2nd wicket of the innings. A smart catch at second slip by Rob Jones, but well batted Sam Hayne.
I wasn't sure that didn't deflect off Roderick's glove to slip. The impression I got might be wrong, but
I didn't think so, but you might be right. To replay, I thought it was
a good
sharp catch.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Whether it anyway, good innings from Sam Hayne. He was trying to rebuild after those wickets fell. A partnership of 25 for the 6th wicket, so still means that 4 wickets have fallen for 34 runs. And Kai Smith will walk out to the crease next. Back of the side, left out for the last game. But favoured ahead of the spin option of Taz Ali. Warwickshire not expecting maybe a lot of spin action out there. So Kai Smith not keeping the wicket-keeping gloves these days. Having done so for the first few matches. But big wicket for Waite to have taken.
Yeah, 2 for 53 now for Waite. It's his 25th wicket of the season, I think, so it's a pretty good season for the former Yorkshire all-rounder. And Worcestershire again just sniffing the opportunity to strike twice in quick succession as Waite comes in to bowl to Kai Smith, who's letting that one go outside the off stump. Smith, who made a brilliant 100 against Worcestershire in the white ball competition at Edgbaston. Was that 2 years ago now? It all blurs. Was it last year?
I think it was last year. I think. Yeah.
Fantastic innings.
That's right. Yeah, that was his sort of coming of age, really.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was. He was a brilliant one. I'm just going to watch the replay of that and see whether you were right about it going off the gloves of Jones. No, I don't think it did. Just straight off the bat. I think Waite bowls again, and Smith is forward this time and pushes that on the onside. The end of a successful over for Matthew Waite. 16 overs, no maidens, 2 for 53. His figures Samhain gone for 86 and Worcestershire 100. Warwickshire 195 for 6.
Well, what should we feeling? They've got to at least make sure they get to 250. From the position they were in, they'd have wanted more than that even, but 250 would, you'd think, be a competitive score.
Yes, I do. 250 be competitive is a good way to describe it. I'm not sure about whether this pitch is quite as tricky to bat on as it was against Essex. I have a feeling it might look that way when we see Wokes, Bamber, Rushworth et al. Performing with the ball in their hands.
We'll see Tom Taylor now bowling to Malik. He's been there for 42 balls now. Zaire Malik, so two very young rookies at the crease. That's played out to the offside for a single. It has been a real positive for Warwickshire the early part of the season, how the rookies, if you like, have contributed. Unfortunately now injured, but Michael Booth playing some really important spells, one with the bat and a few with the ball, and Kai Smith as well. Zaire Malik hitting the winning runs against Yorkshire. Some of these players have got very little experience, single figures in terms of their first class appearances, have contributed significantly for Warwickshire this season. Taylor to Smith. That doesn't quite come out the middle of the bat. It's well stopped in the gully area.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, to keep everybody happy when you've got so many good young players. Hence Ethan Brooks coming down here to Worcestershire. Dan Mousley not in the side at the moment in the Red Bull game.
Got 150 playing for the Counties 11. That would have been good news for him. Cassie Fally with that stop, by the way, was a good one. It's interesting because you mentioned Ethan Brooks, perhaps the most famous ones. That's a drive and a miss by Smith through to the wicketkeeper. The most famous one would have been Moeen Ali, who Warwickshire wanted to keep, but he was getting frustrated at lack of opportunities. So made the move to Worcestershire, which did work out from a personal point of view very well for him.
Well, the most famous one, Clive, it might be Glenn Turner. He was allowed to leave Warwickshire. Billy Abdullah having brought him over from New Zealand, because in those days you couldn't hit it off the square, but you couldn't get him out. But look how he changed, goodness me.
Taylor to bowl, and that's successfully defended by Smith. No run.
But yeah, that's we were talking about that recently in one of the other games. Glenn Turner, who came to Warwickshire and played a fair bit for them before being released, and the main reason that he didn't cut it was because, although they couldn't get him out, he just didn't score quickly enough. And yet at the end of his career he made scoring runs in one day cricket almost an art.
It's it's pushed out to the onside. Well, it's actually not pushed out to the onside. He tried to push down to the onside, it ends up by his toes. I've just noticed, I'm looking at the room to our left. Now, who works in there?
That's all the stewards and the.
They've got very comfy-looking seats. A huge TV there as well.
Well, it's not. They're
not
watching TV. No,
okay.
Well, they are, of course. They're not watching Netflix or anything like that, and they're not watching the cricket either. They're CCTV cameras dotted around the ground. It's the sort of nerve centre of the stadium complex, really.
Oh, that's a play and a miss. Where are the scorers these days? Because they were there briefly.
Yeah, they're just the other side.
Okay, so we can't see them anymore.
No, we can communicate via our phones, but that's about all. End of the over from Taylor with a dot. Malik has 11. Smith still yet to get off the mark. Taylor still yet to add to the one wicket that he took with the very first ball he bowled today, when Rob Yates was caught behind by Gareth Roderick for 3. Seems a long time ago now. Men out since then. Davis 21, Latham excellent 59, Webster 2, Barnard 0, and Sam Hain, the innings of the day really, 86 off 152 balls with 10 fours and 1 6. But two youngsters at the crease now, Malik and Kai Smith, and it's Zen Malik on strike on 11 as Matthew Waite comes in to bowl to him from the Diglis end, and he's on the walk and smashes that down the ground all the way over long on for 6. So he might be a rookie, but he doesn't lack confidence. That's a superb shot from Zen Malik. just walking into that one from Matthew Waite and saying, no, I've had enough of this messing around and blocking it. I'm going to put you under a bit of pressure. It's what the modern way is, and he does put the bowler under pressure by cracking it down the ground for 6. So fantastic effort by him, and he moves on to 17, and Matthew Waite has some thinking to do, and Gareth Roderick sends for his helmet because he's going to come back up to the stumps, and it's basically saying, we've had enough of that, I'm not going to have any more of you walking down the pitch in that way. I'm going to stand up to the stumps and make it a bit more difficult for you.
It's his 4th 6 of the season, Zen Malik. I think his temperament has been probably his most impressive characteristic so far.
3 sips still in place. Roderick now standing up to the stumps as Waite comes in again to bowl to Malik, who is just defending this out on the offside, and there's no run. That 6 incidentally brought up the 200 for Warwickshire, 202 for 6. And well, it's been a fantastic, watchable day's cricket. Ebbed and flowed. Only 2 players really making significant contributions, but what contributions they were. 59 from Latham and 86 from Hayne. Give you the scores from elsewhere as we go through the rest of this over, as Waite bowls down the leg side, taken by Roderick, no run. So elsewhere, at Southampton, Hampshire playing Sussex. Hampshire 154 all out, Sussex 71 for 2 in reply, so they're going quite well. 2 talented but perhaps slightly inconsistent teams. Northampton playing Gloucestershire at Northampton in Division 2, and Northampton 246 for 6 in that one. Durham against Somerset at Chester Street. Durham all out for 277. Here comes Waite again, short outside the off stump, and that one, well, a flashing blade from Zen Malik, and he gets a top edge to it.
Someone said something to him.
Leg for a boundary, so that was a real sort of throw the bat at it, that one. And he's well, in fact he's played an uppercut. It was a very good shot actually. Looking at the replay, I've done him no credit with my initial description, because it was banged in short and he just leaned inside the line and played an expert uppercut down to fine leg for I'm talking about a modern cricket shot. Played it beautifully, he knew exactly what he was doing. Goes to 21. Waite in again, bowls to him, and he's flashing at this one. It's 4 more wide of the off stump, giving a bit of width, and he crashes it out for 4 more, so 210 for 6. And dare I say it, Clive, we're watching a modern batsman at work here, aren't we? He's hit Waite over the top for 6, he's then played an uppercut for 4, and now he's put pressure on the bowler, he's forced the wide one, and he's flashed that away for 4 as well.
Well,
excellent stuff.
I suppose he wouldn't be human if he wasn't sort of thinking, well, you wouldn't sign me when I was trying to start my career, so go and fetch that one from the Diggler's end.
He might be thinking that. Nottinghamshire against Yorkshire at Headingley, Notts 199 for 8 in 77 overs, so slow progress there. Waite in again, bowls, and that's 4 more, wide and short. He's sliced it away over gully. So absolutely tremendous stuff from Zen Malik in that over, and he's seen Warwickshire race on to 214 for 6, and he's gone on to 29. So good stuff from Zen Malik. Just finishing off scores elsewhere, Glamorgan going well, 269 for 3 against Middlesex at Cardiff. Lancashire all out for 206 against Leicestershire at Leicester, so Leicestershire's season continues to go from strength to strength. Derbyshire having a really good day against Kent. They are 300 for 2. Lloyd made 50, Harry Kame 89, and Caleb Jewell 126 not out.
Taylor in, and Kai Smith tried to get into the act, he swings and misses. It's a bit of a wild shot from him. It's interesting how this pace of this innings has changed. It was pretty constant for the first 100 runs, because the first 50 took 114 balls, the second 50 took 114 balls, but the third 50 took just 58 balls. That's when Sam Hain in particular was cutting loose. But the fourth 50, by far the slowest, 156 balls to get from 150 to 200. As Taylor's in, and that's played back to his no run. At the moment, it looks like the fifth 50 will be a bit quicker than that.
Yeah.
But the second 100 took 214 balls, which was actually slightly quicker than the first 100. It was that bit between 100 and 150 that was so brisk.
Two other scores to update you. Essex against Surrey. Essex 2-1-7. Surrey 46 for 1 in reply. And in the test match, Zimbabwe 256 for 7. Trailing by 309.
Got their fastest ever century though, I believe, in that game. Fastest ever test century. That's going down the leg side. Tumbling stop. Taking us on the test match special social media feed. Brian Bennett is the guy's name? Yeah, got fastest.
139 off 143 balls with 26 fours.
Quickest ever for
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe test batter, yeah. So, 214 for 6. And the Worcestershire bowler's just been put under a little bit of pressure by Malik. He's off strike at the moment. Taylor comes in to bowl to Smith, and he's edged it to slip.
Nichols.
Just he doesn't like it. He doesn't think he hit it, but it went straight to slip. So it's slightly surprising that, but he waited for the finger to go up and then looked very disappointed when it did. That he has gone without scoring. Does he think it came off his thigh pad? No, that's not how the umpire saw it. Just wonder whether Kai Smith got a little bit sucked into the way Malik was playing. Did he need to be as aggressive? Could he have afforded to?
It looked to me like an outside edge from what I could see on that replay.
Just his reaction afterwards would suggest otherwise.
Yeah. Unless it was just disappointment. It looked pretty straightforward, didn't it?
Anyway, it's Taylor's second wicket. And a little flurry of runs. They got 19 for that partnership, but it's still 160 for 2 to 214 for 7. But now Chris Wokes comes out to the crease. Second duck of the innings, that one. I just do wonder about the way he was playing there, Kai Smith. Just did he need to follow Zayn Malik's example, or could he?
Well, he wasn't really. I mean, he was on the walk, but to be fair, we've seen a lot of batsmen. Sam Hain did that right from the start of his innings. We were just trying to upset the length a bit.
He took a wild swing at a couple of balls before, didn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's. I've been saying all day. I think it's about staying calm out there, isn't it? Hain and Latham in particular were models of sort of concentration and application out there, and when the bad ball came along, they put it away. But at the same time, you've got to earn the right, really. And I just think the young player these days doesn't sit there and allow the bowler to bowl. You know, they want to try and put the pressure back on the bowler all the time, and that's what happened there.
Well, Chris Wokes hasn't batted for a while. He's back from injury. He drives that first one to mid-on, and there's no run. He's picked for the Lions, isn't he, to get some cricket in after this. Last games he played were in the South African T20. That's left, there's no run. Played for the Super Giants in Durban, scored 4, 5 and 1. Last time he batted the test match for England in December and scored 18 in his most recent match. So he's a little bit out of practice. 214 for 7.
Message from Mark Byrne, who says excellent innings from Hain, but credit to the pair's attacker who have stuck to the task and bowled in good areas, beating the bat frequently. A good contest, yeah, I'd agree with that. I think we'll probably have to reserve judgment, as I always do. We all do. We're very cautious in terms of just commenting on the pitch and the performance of the attack until we've seen both sides perform on it. Ethan Brooks back into the attack to replace Matthew Waite at the Diglis end. Starts with a short ball down the leg side to Malik, who looks to swivel round and pull it away behind square. Missed it and taken by Roderick Brooks, who was the surprise package of the afternoon, really. 10 overs, I beg your pardon, 2 for 28 his figures. Those 2 wickets he picked up this afternoon, dismissing Latham and Webster. Comes in now and bowls and down the leg side again. He tosses his head skywards in dismay, disappointed with himself, but very much the fifth seamer, but increasingly just picking up odd wickets, quite important ones here and there, which is exactly what his captain would want him to do. And just checking on it, he picked up 6 before today, so he's up to 8 now. Doesn't sound many, but it's more than occasional. This one outside the off stump and left alone and taken by Roderick, who at the moment is standing back with Malik on strike against Brooks. If he starts walking down the pitch, I think he'll surely go up, and Brooks is an easier place to stand up to than perhaps Waite.
But he's been the partnership breaker, Ethan Brooks, in this game, hasn't he? Getting rid of Tom Latham, which started that run of wickets.
He's in again now and he bowls, and that's not a good delivery, short and wide, and just Malik just helps himself to a single. Might be disappointed that he didn't get more off that, but it was just lacked a bit of pace and died on him, and he played it through extra cover. Libby went round to do the fielding from deep backward point. The total goes up to 215 for 7. Malik has 30, and Wokes yet to get off the mark. Will be on strike against Ethan Brooks. At one time, Ethan Brooks would have been a young, starry-eyed academy player at Warwickshire, looking at Chris Wokes and thinking what a fine player he is and my hero, and now he's bowling to him and he overpitches on leg stump and he clips him away for 4 through mid-wicket. Absolute minimum of effort, maximum efficiency, just overpitched on leg stump, and it's like Dennis Amiss just clipping that one through mid-wicket there. 4 from the minute it left the bat. Meat and drink to a player of Wokes' experience and ability, and Brooks knows better than to bowl there to Wokes. This one is much better, and nips back and takes Wokes on the thigh pad and runs out on the offside, and there is no run. The end of the over. 219 for 7. Wokes has 4. Malik has 30. The men out since tea. Hayne caught at slip by Rob Jones off the bowling of Matthew Waite for 86, and Kai Smith caught at slip by Henry Nichols off the bowling of Tom Taylor without scoring.
Certainly the with the greatest respect to Jay Simmons, the return of Chris Wokes to the team has improved Warwickshire's lower order, as has Kai Smith's inclusion ahead of spinner Taz Ali. So Chris Rushworth less so, but they do bat pretty much down to number 10 now in this lineup, which hasn't always been the case this season. It is the way of the modern team. Of course, Warwickshire have endured the record 10th wicket stand against them already this season. As Tom Taylor comes into bowl, and he comes down the pitch there, Malik, and hits that over the top, and that has gone for 4 in front of the hotel at long off. So he's maintaining that attacking intent. He's now on to 34 very valuable runs. 223 for 7.
Yeah, cracking shot by Sam Malik. He's in the mood.
Well, he's waited this long for his chance. I guess he's taking the view that I'm not going to scratch around now that I finally got it.
He is in the mood.
His career average is currently 62. He needs to stay in. Keep that up. Taylor comes into bowl, and he defends that to mid-off for no run.
I think one thing we have to consider when we look at a burgeoning career like this of Zem Malik is that they haven't worked him out yet.
No.
You know, the analysts haven't got enough data to work with, and they haven't perhaps worked out exactly where to bowl to him yet. But that it is a factor, and I think second seasons are much more difficult than they used to be. I'm not saying he isn't going to be brilliant and overcome all of that, but it is tougher when they get all the data on you.
Taylor bowls, he pushes that out to mid-on, there's no run. 2-2-3 for 7.
And it used to be captains looking at a player or bowlers looking at a player and just assessing him for themselves and working out where his strengths and weaknesses were, and then they'd chat over a pint in the bar and tell the other bowlers at the other counties, well, when you bowl against him, do this, do that. Well, now of course the analysts have it all written down.
That's a pull by Malik, but where's that gone? That's landed in no man's land in the end. He didn't get hold of that at all. Maybe a good job he didn't, because there's a fielder right on that mid-wicket boundary who might have been in play, but the ball just sort of rather apologetically looped up and landed about 3 pitches away.
Nobody knew where it had gone.
No.
He certainly didn't.
I think the bowler in the end was the closest to it, but he couldn't get there. So, well, he's going for the big shot, so it's inevitable he's going to miss Q1 or 2, and he gets away with that one. He might be auditioning to try and get into the team for Friday night, the first T20 match of the season. He's wrapped on the pads and he's out. LBW. Then Malik goes for 34, and it's so a nice little cameo from him, but they're now 8 down. Warwickshire at 223.
Yeah, well, Worcestershire have stuck at it, haven't they? I have to say, I think 250 would be a competitive score. I'd be surprised
to get there, though.
Well, yeah, maybe, but you might now find that Chris Works decides to play a few shots, and you might get a quick 30 or 40. I don't know, but Worcestershire, they have stuck at it. The new ball is 3.5 overs away. Whether they would take that or not, I don't know. Zen Malik lived by the sword, and I suppose he died by the sword. He was trying to be attacking right to the end of his innings. Played some attractive shots, but has gone for 34. Tom Taylor, who's stuck at it particularly, has picked up 2 in quick succession and now has 3 for 37 as Ethan Bamber comes out to join Chris Wokes. Both of them probably looking forward to having a bowl.
Yeah, because that's the potential problem for Worcestershire. There's still 20 overs left. If they get these 2 wickets, say the next 5 or 6 overs, they could face an awkward little hour before the close. So Ethan Bamber, who made an impressive 43 in the second innings against Hampshire, was just about keeping Warwickshire in with a little bit of a shout.
He's better than a tail ender, isn't he, to be fair, Ethan Bamber. He's a decent lower middle order player, shall we say. I think he's been a really good signing, Clive. I said it before he joined, as soon as I heard about it.
Hasn't got a 50 though in
for a while.
In his first class career from 95 innings. But, he's facing now. That's wrapped him on the pass. He's out, and Taylor's on a hat trick. LBW. So not this time for Ethan Bamber. And so Tom Taylor is on a hat trick, having dismissed Zen Malik and Ethan Bamber in consecutive balls, both LBW. And Warwickshire, who were at one point 161 for 2, are now 223 for 9. And the only problem for Tom Taylor is that was the last ball of the over.
He might be on a hat trick tomorrow.
He might.
I'm trying to get a fly. I middled it twice, but
you've probably been caught at slip with those other glances.
Bring in the heavy artillery. Yeah, well, he's not on strike. Will Chris Woakes now try to put him back to ball with a vengeance, as he's joined by the one genuine tail ender in the side, Chris Rushworth. I think Kevin Howells was giving me a bit of stick earlier today when there were only 2 down and it was 161, and I'd suggested that there would be 14 or 15 wickets in the day.
Well,
I'm
should be hoping not.
Yeah, well, they will, but there's still 18 overs left after this, and knock off a couple for the innings. Worcestershire could face a tricky 15 overs, could easily lose 2 or 3 tonight.
Partnership of 109 between Sam Hain and Tom Latham is looking absolutely massive now, and since Latham was dismissed by Ethan Brooks for 59, wickets have fallen rapidly. What is it, 39, 62 for 7. Yeah, Bo Webster fell to Brooks for 2. Ed Barnard fell to Duffy without scoring. They went to Tid, 182 for 5. Sam Hain was trying to hold the innings together, eventually was caught at slip off Wake for 86. Kai Smith was caught at slip by Nicol off Taylor without scoring, and Taylor then removes their mallet for 34 and Ethan Bamber for 0 off successive balls. So Chris Woakes now needs to try and have a few runs at the end here, and he's edged that. It's flown past third slip at a catchable height, but there were only 3 slips, not 4, and so he gets 4 runs for that. 227 for 9. So a bit of good fortune for Woakes. Warwickshire will gratefully accept the runs. He almost as if he was trying to withdraw his bat at the last moment, but
it was a genuine edge, I think.
227 for 9. Or is Duffy? Change of ends for him. Now they've taken, despite that, edge going past the vacant 4th slip area.
They want to give him 1, really, don't they?
Yeah, they've got put 2 slips in. And he's caught at second slip. A great diving catch, and Woakes goes, and Warwickshire lose their last 3 wickets in the space of 4 deliveries, and they've been bowled out here for 227, and from 161 for 2 they'll be bitterly disappointed. But a great comeback from Worcestershire's bowlers. Yes, they now face an awkward spell of batting on what looks to be a fairly difficult pitch. Nonetheless, they've got themselves back in the game. There was a big part of today when you felt Warwickshire might get a first innings total that would put them in complete control of the match, but Worcestershire had prevented them from doing that and bowled them out for just 227. So on Sports Extra 2, I'll hand back to Kevin Howells.
Yeah, so it was actually Jacob Duffy, not Ethan Brooks, who picked up the last wicket, and Chris Woakes, the man dismissed.
Jones with the catch.
A good sharp catch. Jones's second of the innings, and Chris Woakes gone for 4. So bowling figures for Worcestershire in conclusion: Duffy 17.2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 47. Taylor 15 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 37, and he's on a hat-trick when he next bowls. Allison 17 overs, 8 maidens, 34 runs, no wickets, probably bowled better than that, only went for 2 and over. Matthew Waite 17 overs, no maidens, 2 for 71, and Ethan Brooks 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. So Warwickshire all out for 227. Yates 3, Davis 21, Latham 59, Webster 2, Barnard 0, Hain 86, Smith 0, Malik 34, Bamber 0, and Woakes 4. The men out.
Can I
that's it.
Can I just throw in Chris Rushworth's latest innings?
So
0 not out here, didn't actually face the ball. So he's gone 0 not out, 0 not out, 0 not out, 0 not out, 0 not out. So that's 1, 2, 3.
He's only got 1 duck.
He's only got 1 duck, but he's finished on 0 in the last 6 innings with just 1 dismissal.
It does suggest that the man at the other end doesn't have a lot of faith.
Indeed.
But, Rushworth was the one I hadn't said, not out 0. There were 14 extras, 2:27 all out, and we'll have a little break and we'll be back just before 10 to 6 when Worcestershire will begin to reply to that score, and they'll have 16 overs left in what will be a pretty long day, I would imagine. Until then, thank you for being with us, and do join us in about 8 minutes time.
In the test match at Trent Bridge, Zimbabwe all out for 265, replying to England's 565 for 6 declared. In the test match, not surprisingly, England having forced the follow-on.
Alvin, did you eat all the cake? Yeah. Did you eat all the cake? Can I ask you? Where's it all gone?
Say it again.
You had all that cake?
Yes, all of it. What about you? The rain around as well.
Last year it was quite early and quite late, so both were rain affected. That's a year before the division. But so they said the last 5
Well, unless there's rain here, I think that's really broken. But there is rain forecast tomorrow, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah, might go around.
Steve O'Shaughnessy and Jack Chantry, the umpires, are on their way to the middle. Alex Davis leading Warwickshire onto the field of play. Opening the batting for Worcestershire, Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick.
Welcome back to New Road. Play about to get back underway. 16 overs left in the day, and Worcestershire about to begin their reply to Warwickshire's first innings score of 227. The opening batsmen Gareth Roderick and Jake Livy, and about to open the bowling for Warwickshire from the New Road end of the ground, Ethan Bamber. And I would hazard, Clive Eakin, that Worcestershire would be happy probably to get through these 16 overs with only one wicket down, and maybe even two. I don't think this is going to be easy at all on a pitch which has helped the Seamers all day, and perhaps Warwickshire's score was misleading at one stage because of that excellent partnership by Latham and Hayne for the third wicket of 109, but losing their last 8 wickets for 66 runs, and something of a collapse, but perhaps they were flattered by the score before that.
Yeah, lost the last 3 wickets in 4 balls. It's Worcestershire at least have given themselves a chance here. They can bat really well. Put themselves in a good position. But Ethan Bamber will fancy his chances. Have been in good form this season, and he'll be bowling to Gareth Roderick. I think Kevin Howes will be joining us shortly, but until he does this, Bamber comes in to bowl, and Roderick has flipped that onto the leg side. I don't think he got bat on it. It's going to be signalled a leg by, a thigh by.
A thigh by.
And it takes Worcestershire off the mark. First ball, 1 without loss.
Well, Ethan Bamber, new to Warwickshire. Worcestershire haven't seen him in Warwickshire colours before, but they have played against him when he's played for Middlesex and for Gloucestershire when he was on loan. And I know he's a bowler that is very highly rated.
And he's in again. That's trim. That's a lovely shot to start with from Jake Libby. It's going to be chased down, I think. It will be. And he will get through for 3 runs. Chris Wokes doing the chasing there. Well, only 2 balls gone, but it's a decent start from Worcestershire. 4 without loss. But, 4 slips, a bit of a gap between third slip and fourth, almost a gully really. As Roderick's back on strike, Bamber bowls to him, and he's clipped that off his toes down to fine leg. It'll be cut off for a single. A very productive start here. They've added runs onto the total of each of their first 3 balls of the innings, albeit one of them was an extra. Maybe that's the way Worcestershire will go. Try and score at a decent rate. Responding to 227. Bamba in again, and that's the first dot ball of the innings. Because the leg bite's not a dot, is it? It's a little L. That's played to mid-wicket, and Zen Malik fields it. Jake Libby, the batter, he'll be a key wicket from Warwickshire's point of view. He scored runs against them. Looked it up off the top of my head. I seem to recall him scoring quite a few runs against Warwickshire over the years. Bamba. One time over, bowled, and that's nicely guided by Libby through the onside. Again, it won't quite go all the way. It's chased down there by Rob Yates with Zen Malik helping. They got through for, was it 2? Yeah. No, 3. They did get 3. Libby's on to 6. 8 without loss. So first over, very nice, and no sign of any alarms really. Bamba. Perhaps the heavy roller's done its job. So that one is played to, that's going to go through for 4. Nicely guided by Roderick. Well, what a first over for Worcestershire. 12 without loss. Well, I've knocked these off by the close, Frank.
Well, I think you're right about the heavy roller having done its job, to be honest, Clive. Having said that, it's very early days, and if anything, I think Ethan Bamba he was too full in that over. The length that's really troubled the batsman has been that pushing length, that just back of a full length, and he was slightly over pitching in that over. But I'm sure he'll settle, and we will see Worcestershire with a little bit more of a challenge in the remaining 15 overs of the day, the first of which is going to be bowled by Chris Rushworth, I should say, at the Diglis end of the ground, the end that he has favoured in his career here, and he has had some pretty impressive performances at New Road, particularly in his Durham days. And he comes in now to bowl to Jake Libby, who is pushing this one out on the offside, and there's no run.
I think that one kept a little low.
Yeah,
that's the first hint of anything happening in the innings. That one didn't get up very much, did it?
No, I think it did keep a little bit low, that one. And Rushworth, well, the one thing about Rushworth is that he makes the batter play, doesn't he? He does not tend to waste many deliveries, and on the money straight away with his first ball. He comes in again now from the Diglis end and bowls, actually slightly over pitched on this occasion, and Libby leans into that and drives it through extra cover for 4. You don't see Rushworth bowl many half volleys, but that was a full half volley. To his credit, Libby didn't miss out, didn't try and hit it too hard, made sure he found the gap at extra cover. That's the secret, as we've been saying all day on this pitch. And Worcestershire, they've got a little bit of a flyer, haven't they? 16 without loss off 8 deliveries. Nobody will be getting too excited about that, least of all these two batters who've both struggled. Libby's got one big 100 this season, but neither has been consistently in the runs. So it's one ball at a time, 3 slips and a gully in place as Rushworth comes in again and bowls, and Libby is beaten outside the off stump by a really good one, which left him, I think, off the pitch. Climbed a little bit as well, that one, and that is just exactly where Rushworth will want to be, and Libby was forced to play it, I think, and through it went to wicketkeeper Davis. Yeah, it was good, really good delivery. Didn't actually do a great deal off the pitch, but enough, and Libby beaten by it. Waits again now as Rushworth is in, and he's just dropping this one down on the leg side. Small targets for the batters in a situation like this, so 16 overs to go till the end of the day. Worcestershire will be hoping that they can just get through without too much damage, and just about getting through 1 and then 2 and then maybe the first 5 and take it to 10 and so on. It's a tense little period, could have a big impact on the game 227 all out Warwickshire. Rushworth in to Libby, who is steering a Yorker out on the offside, just squeezing it into the block hole. It runs out behind square on the offside. Live cricket on the BBC from BBC Hove and Worcester, BBC CWR. I'm Frank Watson. Alongside me is Clive Eakin. Kevin Howlesby joining us very shortly. We've on 5 Sports Extra 2 today as well on the BBC Sports app and website, and it's been very watchable here at New Road as Rushworth is in and beats Libby again outside the off stump for the second time in the over. So 1 bad ball in the over, 4 came from it. Libby has 10, Roderick has 5, and Worcestershire are 16 without loss.
Yes, some promise from Warwickshire in that over. Beat the bat a couple of times. One keeping low. And experienced player like Chris Russworth might understand that Ethan Bamber's fairly experienced, but I suppose you've got to be careful not to be trying almost too hard. Let the conditions do the work for you. You're sort of expecting to take wickets. You've got to just be a little careful. That's a forward defensive from Roderick, and there's no run.
I tell you what I'm surprised at, Clive. Rob Yates isn't at slip.
No.
And he is one of the best slippers around, I reckon.
Well, he did have a slight... he's played the last couple of games. I think he did pick up a slight injury, so whether he's got a little hand injury, possibly, I don't know. But this next one is driven, and that's Yates. Will have to chase that, and you have to pick it up after it's crossed over the boundary rope. 4 more runs, and Bamber's proven expensive here, and Roderick moves on to 9.
Yeah, just a bit full again from Ethan Bamber. That's been the problem. Maybe trying a bit too hard, as you say. Maybe he would prefer to bowl at the other end of the ground. Don't know, but just as yet not quite settling into any rhythm.
Comes in now, True Roderick. That's a better ball. Roderick turns it around to mid-wicket. Malik is quickly onto it. There's no run. 20 without loss. Deficit's just 207 already. Well on the way to avoiding the follow-on.
Long way to go, Clive. Long way to go.
This next one is pushed out to mid-wicket. There's Malik Fields again. Quite enthusiastic fielder, there Malik. Enjoying every moment. First class cricket. Decent innings from him. Scoring 34. Went on the attack after a while. And without those 34 runs, it would have looked even uglier for Warwickshire in terms of their collapse, having got 261 for 2. No one else able to contribute after Latham and Hayne. Bamber comes into bowl, and that's pushed out.
Yeah,
that's it's getting better. Yeah.
Moral victory, isn't it? He's turned him around a bit with that one. I think didn't know a lot about that, Roderick. Just sense he's settling a little bit, Ethan Bamber.
Just looking at the Warwickshire innings, 4 innings of double figures. 1, 2, 3, 3 ducks, along with a 2 and a 3. So 5 batters making 5 between them. That one is played to mid-off. There's no run. In fact, we had Chris Wokes. What did he get? 4.
Yeah.
So 6 batters got
9
between them. Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, that's not untypical of what we've seen on this ground so far this season, Clive. And you know, if 4 players get double figures, 4 players get 20 or 30. That's usually the main sort of chunk of the runs that have been scored in the games that we've seen, the four innings that we've seen here in the Essex and the Durham games.
Well, Kevin Howells is going to come into my place for this run fest.
As Rushworth bowls, and that one is steered through third man by Libby off a thick outside edge. I say steered rather than edged because I think he got quite a bit of bat on it. but it's and it was all along the ground, but it's another boundary, so they've got a little bit of a flyer here, Worcestershire. I think it's fair to say they are now 24 without loss, and we're only in the 4th over, so the deficit is almost down to 200, with Warwickshire having been 227 all out. But as I say, I don't think these two batsmen will be getting too carried away at the moment, as Rushworth is in again and bowls, and Libby is playing defensively off the back foot into the covers. Chris Wokes is the fielder at mid-off. If you're just joining us today, Warwickshire won the toss and chose to bat 227 all out. The cornerstone of the innings was a partnership for the 3rd wicket between Tom Latham and Sam Hain of 109, but the innings fell away as the last 8 wickets fell for just 66 runs, and they were 227 all out. 4 wickets for Tom Taylor, 2 each for Jacob Duffy, Matthew Waite and Ethan Brooks. Chris Rushworth from the Diglis end bowls to Libby, slightly over pitched on leg stump, and a pretty ordinary piece of fielding by Rob Yates at mid-on. I've just been saying what a splendid slip fielder he is. He's not in the slips at the moment, and he allowed that one to run through his hands, and they got 2 when they should have been scampering for 1, and the score goes on to 26 without loss. But it's unless he's got a hand injury or something, in my experience it's a good side that can afford not to have Rob Yates in the slips. Latham at first, Webster at second and Hain at 3rd, and Malik at 4th, I think, as Rushworth is in, and off the back foot this one is played up to mid-off. It's Kai Smith at 4th actually, and there's no run, but Rob Yates, a really good slip fielder, and currently finds himself at mid-on.
I suppose there are chances of Bo Webster being around. Maybe they feel that he's. I mean, I've heard what you've said. You'd probably put him first ahead of all 3, would you?
Because of the length of his arm.
Yeah. Well, no, just the fact maybe he likes fielding there. Or
Rushworth again is in, and Libby plays up to mid-on. Yeah, I just think, I often muse about the quality of slip fielding around the country, and it's so important, and we've seen that very much here in the games so far, and there've been a lot of catches to the keeper and to the slips, and I just think, if you ask me for my top 10, or certainly top 6 or 7 slip fielders in the country, I'd probably put Rob Yates in there. Saw him catch 2 or 3 here for the Lions last year. Absolutely brilliant. And as Rushworth bowls, that one left alone outside the off stump by Libby. So tidy from Chris Rushworth, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10 from him. Ethan Bamber, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. Worcestershire have negotiated 4 of the 16 overs that they have to bat tonight, and they are 26 without loss.
Just got a feeling earlier today, Frank, that Latham and Hain partnership, at the time I just felt that there's something a bit different about this. It does feel a bit special, but you're thinking, well, maybe things have changed, conditions have changed, maybe it will carry on, but it didn't carry on. But at the time you sort of knew that there was something extraordinary, is probably too big a word, but above the rest. This next ball is bowled and drilled, beautiful. We're seeing some shots here which are pretty much above the rest as well at the moment from Roderick and Libby, the opening pair here. Terrific work. That's Roderick, not finding the boundary but driving it so well, and it's 28 for no wicket. Obviously very much Clive tongue-in-cheek about his run fest, but again it's got a different, but this is even different to what we saw earlier from Hain and Latham. It was a bit more gritty and hard working, but this has got some fluency about it. You're thinking, where has this come from?
Yeah, although I think it's probably bowling that isn't where Bamber would want it to be at the moment so far.
Comes in and bowls. That's up onto his toes, and he does well to keep that down just in front of the slip cordon. That's a sharper ball.
Yeah, and a slightly shorter ball. I think Bamber's just been a bit full so far, and he's got driven a few times, but that one might encourage him to just pull his length back a bit, because it popped up quite nastily, didn't it?
Yeah.
Played it quite well actually, but these two know what they might have to face on this pitch.
Bamber again in and bowls and turned away square on the onside for no run. Yeah, fairness to Malik with his 34 or 58 balls as well. That's a contribution there, but it's all ended very rapidly.
It did. Tom Taylor be on a hat trick when he bowls in the second innings. Ironically, he got a wicket with his first ball this morning. Be hoping he could do that next time as well.
For those listening on Sports Extra 2, they would know that I was bemoaning the fact that this game was way behind the others in terms of wickets falling, as this next ball is turned to the onside towards square leg for no run. And as I said, that they very quickly caught up. Because it's been a busy day for wickets in Division 1. Somerset 51 for 1 after Durham made 277. Sussex 94 for 5 after Hampshire, all that for 154. Henry Crombie, his first game of the season, he is a great talent. He took 4 wickets and 11 balls in that Hampshire first innings total. Surrey 72 for 1 after Essex made 217. Bamber inning time in here, and that's allowed past the off stump through to the keeper for no run. And Yorkshire 5 for 1 after Nottinghamshire were bowled out for 228. Joe Clark got some runs there for Nottinghamshire, ended up with a 64. That was the highest score. But George Hill continues to gather a lot of interest in his bowling.
Yeah.
The Yorkshire all-rounder 5 for 40 today, another 5 for him this season.
He's a good cricketer, isn't he?
See Bamber rushing in again, fairly full, but pushed back at the end of that over for no run. So Worcestershire 28 for no wicket, Roderick on 11, Libby on 16. Bamber has bowled 3 overs, he's gone for 17 runs. And a reminder, Warwickshire made 227.
Yeah, Worcestershire lost heavily, as you know, to Yorkshire up at Headingley earlier this year, and George Hill certainly impressed. 4 for 23 in the second innings, 5 in the game. I know that Worcestershire players rate him very, very highly with bat and ball. Chris Rushworth in bowls, and Libby just pulls the bat out of the way at the last minute from this one, allows it through to the keeper.
Neville, who's been very busy for us today, Neville Scott, and I genuinely appreciate it. He's quick out of the traps on this one with some George Hill figures. His last 3 games, 6 for 51, 3 for 31, 5 for 66.
Yeah.
And 512 all out. 5 for 40 today. 32 overall at 13.62 this season.
Yeah, and he can bat as well. That's the other thing. As Rushworth bowls, and that one's driven by Libby. Very full and driven, not perfectly timed, but well enough to bring a couple of runs as Chris Wokes runs back from mid-off to do the fielding. So Libby goes to 18, Worcestershire to 30 without loss. A nice start for them. 10 overs left in the day after this. Dare say we'll see Chris Wokes turning his arm over before long. But a good start by the Worcestershire openers. Rushworth in again, bowls, and a little bit of movement away from the right-hander who was turned round by this one, and it just runs out on the offside. But that encouragement for Rushworth from that one, and Jake Libby, having driven beautifully off the previous one, just slightly turned around a bit by that one, and far less comfortable. Gets away with it though, puts it out of his mind, waits again, bat raised. Rushworth in towards us from the Diglis End bowls, and this one is again over pitched and driven by Libby, and this time he's got enough of it. Well, he wanted 3, he was coming back for 3, but Roderick sent him back as Chris Wokes overhauled the ball just inside the rope. But a confident shot from Jake Libby takes him on to 20, and Worcestershire to 32 without loss. Maybe it's the heavy roller, maybe it's slightly over pitched bowling from Rushworth and Bamber so far. There've been more drives than they would have perhaps wanted. And forward again Libby here, and he gets another single, pushes up to mid on Yates, comes round to field. Good running. It's a feature of the game against Essex that Worcestershire batters ran aggressively throughout, and I think the collective view was that on a pitch where batting is not particularly straightforward, it's very important to maximise all opportunities. these two have started in the same vein. Libby goes to 21, 33 without loss. Roderick hasn't faced much of Rushworth, is on strike now at the New Road end. He's on 11. Same field as Rushworth bowls, and he clips this one very nicely off his legs, but a tumbling athletic stop by Zen Malik at mid-wicket means that there is no run. End of the 6th over. We've got 10 left in the day, and Worcestershire are 33 for no wicket.
Bring back that heavy roller situation. If it is having an impact, and I know you're sort of edging your bets at the moment, a little bit uncertain with it, but that would be for the first time if it is this season. Is that fair to say that it's had any impact, or you're uncertain?
No, I think it is fair to say. Yeah. I discussed it with the groundsman. Asked him whether he thought that the heavy roller would make much impression, and he said he didn't think it had in the last game. We're all. It sounds like a cop out, Kevin, to keep saying it, but I think you'll get the same message from everybody who's watched all the cricket here at Worcester this year, and I think Ashley Giles might have said it to you earlier. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows.
And I wanted to give him an opportunity over on Test Match Special to just explain to everyone, the sort of hard work that's been put in by the ground staff here, and the almost impossible situation that they're placed in. But they've not given up. They keep on, and I've got to tell you, it's been really interesting, compelling watch today, as I'm sure it has been on other days as well. Really enjoyed this. Now then, got a bit of Chris Wokes. He's not playing for England, of course, in this Test match, but boy, they want him to play a big part over the next 9 months or so. India, Australia. Well, he's back, and he's back for Warwickshire here, looking for a breakthrough here. He bowls and defended. First up, pushed straight back to him, and there is no run. So Chris Wokes back at bowling.
One thing I would expect watching Chris Wokes is that, I said that Ethan Bamber had been a bit too full, particularly from this end. Chris Wokes will have worked out already, or it won't take him long to work out where to bowl on this pitch, and he'll probably start hitting those areas pretty consistently. I think batting's going to be tough this last few overs of the day.
And he's in again. That's a lovely looking shot, but straight to the fielder. Maybe slightly over pitched, but didn't get past the man on the leg side.
He may be a bit rusty, as Clive was saying earlier, Kevin. First bowl of the season for him in first class cricket, but he's at that stage in his career where he knows his game inside out, I think, and it won't take him long to rediscover a bit of rhythm. He looks as fit and as sharp as ever.
And he's currently in and bowling to Libby, and Libby will defend that one to the onside. And there is that balance to be hit, though, isn't there, between being at the stage of your career where you know your game really well, and they're actually it being more than just a little bit rusty.
Yeah, and playing just the right amount of cricket, isn't it? Not bowling too much, but making sure that you're bowling enough to be able to rediscover your rhythm fairly quickly. And Rushworth's in his first game of the season as well, I think.
This is Wokes to Libby. Libby drives at that again to the fielder on the offside this time. Tumbling stop and no run. Just quickly back to that George Hill, 32 wickets. Carl Upton 32, but then you've got a couple of Worcestershire players in behind in the league table, the most wickets this season. Not too far behind either. Tom Taylor on 26, Matthew Waite on 25. That's a nice position for the bowlers, and obviously they want their team to reflect that in their position in the league as well, which may well happen. As Wokes bowls and carries nicely over the off stump through to the keeper. No run. I'm just looking for the top Warwickshire one. That's Ethan Bamber. Sorry to interrupt you there. He's on 22 wickets. So there's a lot of them 20 plus now. Sorry, Frank.
Yeah, well, those numbers sound high because we're still in May, but of course we've had more or less half of the games, haven't we? Yes. So those players that are going to be nudging 50 wickets will be in that table.
Wokes again to Libby down the leg side, helped on its way. Has it gone far enough to get to the boundary rope? It has, and that's 4 runs confirmed by the umpire to finish off that. Chris Wokes returning over. And Worcestershire have moved to 37 for no wicket. 227 Warwickshire made. And whatever the bowling, and Whether or not the rollers played a part, who knows? This is still quite a stunning reply from Worcestershire. Roderick on 11, Libby on 25, because they haven't made it look easy. It's not easy at all, and there has been still some variable bounce, but it has got a different feel about it. It really has. Well, for me, anyway.
Yeah, I agree. What they have done is they've scored off almost every delivery that's been scoreable off, if that makes sense. And I think that's probably a deliberate intent from them. As Rushworth comes in and bowls to Roderick, who just defends down on the offside and sends back his partner, who fancied a single, but Kai Smith was coming in very quickly from cover, and Libby was aware of that and regathered his ground at the non-striker's end. Roderick on 11, Libby on 25 as Rushworth moves in again and bowls, and Roderick is taken on the pad as he looks to turn it on the leg side. Some excited shouts from the fielders, but nothing by way of a proper appeal.
And I suppose we need to remind people who may have forgotten, but also tell people that maybe you're not aware. I mean, it was Warwickshire who won the toss.
Yeah, and probably in mid-afternoon were very happy that they had made that decision. 161 for 2 at one stage. It's Rushworth bowls and Roderick gets a single, turning it off his legs down to long leg. So 161 for 2 when Latham was dismissed by Ethan Brooks for 59, having added 109 with Hayne for that third wicket. But thereafter, the last 7 wickets falling pretty rapidly, and from 161 for 2, Warwickshire eventually all out for 227. 4 wickets for Tom Taylor, 2 for Duffy, 2 for Waite and 2 for Brooks. Worcestershire with 16 overs to bat in reply, or 38 without loss, as Chris Rushworth comes in and bowls outside the off stump to Gareth Roderick, who leaves that alone. Sorry, Jake Libby, who leaves that alone, and it's taken by Alex Davis, the Warwickshire skipper. We're in the 8th of those 16 overs, so 8 more after this one, and the pair of Roderick and Libby so far still together. 3 slips in place as Chris Rushworth comes in from the Diglis end and bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Libby. And there's no run. Rushworth so far, no wicket for 16, 1 ball left in his 4th over. Chris Wokes just 1 over for 4, and Ethan Bamber a little bit out of sorts. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17 for Warwickshire's top wicket taker so far this season, Ethan Bamber. It's been a lovely day, nearing its end as Rushworth is in and bowls, and again that's outside the off stump, left alone. End of the over from Rushworth. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16 his figures. 8 overs left in the day, Worcestershire 38 without loss.
I was actually thinking about the weather. I was looking out at thinking, in my winter dreams, and I'm thinking about the summer and trips to Worcester even. This is what I'm thinking of actually. That it's that late afternoon, early evening bit, which I think really this is one of the best places for it. Got a lovely look and feel. There's a very strong wind blowing actually, very breezy out there. Whether that's making any cooler, I've been out for a bit of a wander and couldn't really say that I noticed too much. That it was necessarily that much cooler for it, but Wokes will continue. Worcestershire 38 for no wicket, and he's coming over the wicket here now to Roderick. Roderick came out of bat on that defensively. So it has been an enthralling, entertaining day, not only here but elsewhere in Division 1, well, and the second division as well. Somerset's already 3 down away to Durham, 63 for 3 after Durham made 277. Sussex 99 for 5, so that's something of a recovery there. Hampshire made 154. Simpson, this is the captain Simpson, but he's only on 10. Hudson Prentice on 6, and that's a recovery. Next ball in, and a big exaggerated lead from Roderick through to the keeper. But the wickets, they have been a tumbling, that's for certain, and particularly there.
I know some people down there, they get very upset when we say Southampton, because of course it isn't really in Southampton. Hedge End. I know, don't look at me like that. I'm just saying that sometimes it's close enough. Sorry, I've lost another wicket. 88 for 2 after Essex made 217. Wokes in, bowls, clipped away nicely. He needs to be a little bit careful with that, making sure he doesn't put it in the air at all, looping up there on the leg side.
You saw Bo Webster get out that sort of fashion during the Warwickshire innings. I have to say, Worcestershire have taken a firm grip of this game now, so a long way to go.
Yeah,
a couple of quick wickets will change it, but
some interesting changes in the story as the day has gone on today, and this, as I mentioned earlier, this is a bit different again. Wokes midway through his second over. He's gone for just 4 runs so far, and in the bowls, and that's taken low down by the keeper. That 4 was the last ball of his first over, which just clipped away fine, wasn't it, on the leg side. But lovely to see Chris Wokes back, and I know England supporters, if they're listening to us, instead of following Zimbabwe at 6 for 1. Is that the latest, or is it? Yeah, 6 for 1, following on. Trailed by 294 runs there at Trent Bridge. Only a 4-day test, remember?
Yeah.
So coming to the halfway point. And it, oh dear, looks like there's been some rain in Ireland, which is a blow. Next ball, defended up to mid-on. So West Indies made 352 for 8 and it's no result.
A blow for the crowd in Dublin, perhaps not a blow for Ireland, because
yes.
Getting, wouldn't they?
That's very true, isn't it? It's not only the England men in action, England women in action at Hove. And that one starts at 6:35. They've won the toss. They're going to field first. England have won the toss. Going to field first. It's closed there in the northeast now. Somerset 63 for 3. Wokes into the pads, but nothing doing there. Half-hearted appeal. So 38 for no wicket remains. Worcestershire. That is a maiden, is it not, from Wokes? I think yes, it is. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs conceded. So close of play in the northeast. 63 for 3 trails Durham by 214 runs. Yorkshire 6 for 1 trail Nottinghamshire by 222. Lancashire have got Leicestershire at 53 for 2, but Lancashire all out for 206. Close of play at Derby. Caleb Jewell has batted throughout the day, not out 152. Derbyshire 352 for 2 against Kent.
Rushworth in, just over pitch, clipped off his toes by Libby, who's made some really good strokes in the evening sunshine here at New Road, and that's gone away for 4 despite Rob Yates' best efforts to chase it down. Libby is on to 29. Let's go back to the England women. Now, good to see that Arlett and Izzy Wong from Warwickshire kept their place in the team. But we no longer celebrate Amy Jones being in the team because she's gone off to play for the Blaze now, so she's not Warwickshire anymore.
That seems a bit mean, Clive. I know you're not a mean sort of man, so do you want to think about that again? I think you're better than that,
well,
Clive.
I suppose, given that I've interviewed her a couple of times with the England squad, so, but, you know, let's play back to the bowlers now. Actually, we will see her. Well, we won't see her because she'll be away with England, but we will see her team, the Blaze, on Friday. They play Warwickshire's women in a double header in the first T20 Blast games for the Warwickshire's men and women. But I presume Amy Jones won't be available for that one, nor will Arlett or Wong. In comes Rushworth. And that's deliberately played past the slip cordon by Libby. And he's going to get 4 more, I think. Or will it be dragged in? No, it's a good chase down by Tom Latham. They have to really sprint to get the 3rd, but they get it. Applause all around for the shot, for the fielding by Latham, and then for the running by the batters. Although I think Roderick's slightly out of puff at the end of it. 45 without loss.
A terrific response there from Worcestershire.
It is, isn't it?
And still, 7 overs remaining after this one tonight.
Making big inroads in Warwickshire. Just got to hope that 1 wicket will be followed by a couple more, which has happened in the Warwickshire innings. Just 2 partnerships, really, of any sort of note. In comes Rushworth, and that's left. There was a battling 47 between Davis and Latham before the 109 partnership between Latham and Hayne. And the next biggest after that would be 25. Warwickshire must be wondering what on earth's happened here. Rushworth comes in to bowl, wraps on the pads. There's no appeal from the bowler. He might have come off bat onto thigh pad. It was looking so good for Warwickshire. Really right up to... Even at tea at 182 for 5, to be honest. It looked a reasonable position to be in.
But if they've got it in their heads, and I'm looking to Frank here, because in case I've got this wrong, if they've got it in their heads that maybe this pitch is variable bounce, going for that full is where they think they're going to maybe get that low bounce.
That one is left, there's no run.
Would that be right, or you still want to hold it back maybe just a little bit on your length?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to put it down to the heavy roller. It's the heavy roller that's done it.
Well, that should wear off before too long.
Wokes will continue. He's bowled 2 overs so far, 1 maiden, 4 runs conceded. Mustn't forget that Warwickshire, of course, come into this match 3rd in the table. Clive has been rightly pointing out how it all looks very close now in terms of the points, but still Warwickshire in the right half of the table. Ahead of this game, Chris Wokes bowls and out past the off stump and through to the keeper.
Yeah, but we're unbeaten and lost a game against Hampshire. I wouldn't say it was a terrible defeat. They basically lost it because Hampshire's first innings was the top score of the match. I mean, Warwickshire batting last, chasing quite a sizable target, but they did score the second highest innings of the match, 4th innings. So there wasn't a lot between the two teams, but nonetheless a defeat.
Wokes bowls and up on his toes and through to the keeper. It's Jake Libby. Well, you say that, not a lot between the two teams. I've just mentioned the table, not a lot between the teams, and I think generally speaking, when you see one round after another round, I mean, Hampshire have been absolutely thumped, of course, the previous week at Trent Bridge, and they come back with a good response. But I don't think there's a lot between these teams. I mean, we often think that Surrey will be head and shoulders above the rest as Wokes bowls. That's carved away, nicely played. That should be 4 racing square on the offside, and over the rope it goes. No, just ahead of the fielder actually, chased it down as best he could, trying to get to that one.
Kai Smith down there. I still think Surrey are going to be the team to
yes.
stop.
He, despite the best efforts of opposition to try and make sure that their bowlers don't get a lot of joy.
Have they mentioned that,
trebles.
Surrey, occasionally? I think it might have come out once or twice from them.
I think a lot of people have been saying it on their behalf, actually, those that have been watching the games. In fact, I'm not too sure as they have actually said it themselves.
Oh, they have.
Have they?
Oh, yes.
Oh, right.
Oh, yes.
Well, not to be. Although it was the great Jim Troughton who first mentioned something along those lines, defended into the offside and no run. And I was talking to him on the first game at Essex, where I talked to him about, great stuff, 3 titles on the bench, you're going for a 4th, what can you learn from your defeats last year? Which of course were at Hampshire and Somerset. And he said, well, we've got to expect that pitches will be prepared. But when Jim says it doesn't sound like he's making a point, it sounds just very reasonable and reasoned argument. This is a little bit extra carry through to the keeper and no run. But you were telling me they said a lot about it in Birmingham there, did they?
Mutterings,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, we discussed this before. At Edgbaston, they played on the... I mean, and you could argue, of course, they deliberately chose this match to play on there. They have to use the whole square during the course of the season. And they played on the side of the ground where it has been traditionally difficult to take wickets.
So they didn't have to play it there.
Well, I mean, they have to at some point of the season.
Yeah, it didn't have to be the Surrey game. Next ball bowled and defended into the offside, and no run.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they allocate and what they decide. Maybe
neither do I. Of course, I don't. Yeah. But anyway, there's been a bit of a theme, whether deliberately or not. that aside, Surrey is still going along
The thing
very
is,
nicely.
anyway, because it's 8 points for a draw, it might not. Too much harm.
It doesn't, no, and it certainly doesn't do the team that may have thought, well, let's make sure that we get a draw out of this against Surrey, think the same as well, think, right, well, we're going to do okay out of this. Any road up.
We are going to see Ed Barnard, who unusually for this season failed with the bat, but now he has an opportunity with the ball. Got naught with the bat. And he comes in to bowl to Roderick. 3 slips in place. Roderick defends that. There's no run. So 11 overs seen off now by Worcestershire. They've got 5 more to the close. And Frank was saying they might be quite happy to have got in 2 down by the close. Well, now, we're hoping not only can they be in none down, but actually with a few runs on the board as well. And as in comes, that's played nicely by Roderick. Not sure what came out of the middle of the bat, but he's got a single, and the applause is for the 50 up, which also means a 50 partnership. In 68 balls, and to put that in context, Warwickshire's first 50 took 114.
And the contrast is so noticeable. As I say, there's such a different feel about this at the moment.
Barnard in, and stands up to that one. Libby plays it down into the ground. Shake Libby on 36 off just 39 balls. He's done the main aggressive stuff. Come in. Oh, it's me.
You're supposed to be doing something at 6:30. Frank will come in.
Hello.
In a second. Meantime, this is Barnard midway through his over. In now and bowls and defended by Libby into the offside. What I'd like to do at the end of a day's play is really be looking forward to the next day in the sense of not having a clue what's going to happen. And what a day we've had today. I mean, you did make a point, Frank, and you made it very well, that in the end a lot of wickets did fall around tea time, but it's not been the day I think that many of us thought we were going to see. And that's a lovely delivery, which is not too far away from the edge of the bat through to the keeper. And I'm not too sure as we really envisaged Worcestershire being 50 for no wicket inside 12 overs.
Yeah, no, I didn't. But it was just saying, while I was just next door in the press box for a minute, that there's still a feeling, there's still a sense that you're only a couple of deliveries away from things changing around quite quickly. But nonetheless, excellent start from these two.
Barnard again from the far end. Bat on that from Libby square for a single. And that will complete that over. So we have 51 for no wicket and 4 overs left to the play. Roderick on 13. Libby has moved to 37. So he's had majority of the strike for those 42 balls. And Barnard's just gone for 2 runs from his opening over. Is it going to be the continuation of Wokes here? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think,
and it'll be the continuation of Clive coming in with you.
I think if Worcestershire can get through to the end of the day without losing a wicket, they will feel that it has been an excellent day. To do that, they've got to survive 24 more deliveries, and it won't be easy, but a good start by these two so far. Libby waits as Wokes is in from the New Road End bowls, and Libby is driving up to Rob Yates at mid-on, gets a single as Yates has to move quite a long way to his left, and that one is a further addition to the score for Jake Libby, who goes to 38 from 43 deliveries, which is remarkable scoring rate given the way that the day's gone. And he hasn't done it by doing anything other than just playing each ball on its merits. When the bad balls come along, he's put it away. Chris Wokes dispatches Zen Malik to deep mid-wicket. Might drop one in short at some point then to Roderick in this over. Not this one, which is outside the off stump. Good pace and good carry through to the wicket keeper Davis, but started wide enough for him to be able to leave it alone. So 52 without loss. Not their first 50 opening partnership of the season. That came in the very first game at Taunton, and they added 70 for the first wicket. Worcestershire were then all out for 154.
It's a very impressive book you got there.
Outside the off stump again from Wokes and taken by Davis. I do something different every year, Clive. One year I just got an old-fashioned scorebook, and used that, and it just got a bit tight when it came to the 20 overs and the 50 over games and stuff. But this is just a big page-a-day diary, and I just...
It does look as if you're going to give the register any minute.
Yeah, well, old habits die hard, as you can imagine. As Wokes is in again and bowled, banged in short, and on his toes Roderick plays it back up the pitch. But it does help to be able to look back at games. The only thing is I did miss a game, so I didn't do the game at Sussex, so I haven't got that. I mean, you can get them up pretty quickly on the screen these days.
But that rivals Oggie's book, Steve Grizovic.
Oh, does he do that?
City for a brilliant book. I'm telling you, end of the season, he probably can.
Yeah.
It's a fortune if he sold that on eBay.
Yeah, I bet he would, yeah.
It's a legendary.
Wokes again is in and bowls, and Roderick just reaching for this one a little bit, which is why I think a couple of the slip fielders got a bit excited. He was pushing at it away from his body, but he got the bat on it, pushed it off into the covers. I also have all the stats at the back, Clive.
Oh, very good.
A page for each player with the bowling figures, and it does help to be able to just very quickly look it up. Yeah.
Oggie left us in the car after one game. He was in a terrible panic.
I'd be in trouble if I didn't have it. Wokes bowls, fended off by Roderick, that last one. End of the over, 3 left in the day. Earlier today, Warwickshire, who won the toss and chose to bat 227 all out. In reply, Worcestershire are 52 without loss.
Very fine cricketer, of course, Steve Grizovic.
Yeah, got me out on a couple of occasions, Clive. Yeah, caught behind or caught in the slips. He moved it away from the right-hander and it bounced quite sharply. So yeah, he was a handful. It was Oggie. Played against him when he played for Shrewsbury and for Coventry and North Warwickshire.
Ed Barnard in, and that one is clipped to mid-wicket for no run. And so 52 without loss, so tantalisingly close now to making this an exceptionally good day at Worcestershire. They can get to the close without losing anything, having got 50 runs on the board, so the deficit now is only 170 odd, isn't it? So in comes Barnard to bowl, and that's gone past the outside edge of Libby. It's got the fielders doing a bit of clapping and shouting, but he survives it. And it's 52 without loss. Warwickshire all out for 227, having been 161 for 2 at one stage. I'm saying to Kevin, even at 182 for 5 at tea, they looked okay. What fell away spectacularly. And that's gone past the outside edge as well from Barnard. This is better from Warwickshire's point of view. Barnard getting close to finding the edge. Sun's still shining. If we need to do it, you'd probably play for another hour or so. But I haven't lost any time. Obviously finishing very late. They were -1 at one point, Worcestershire. I don't know what they finished with at the end of their innings. The end of the Warwickshire innings. That's played out to the offside for no run by Libby. All seam attack from Worcestershire, so they were at one point at least behind the required over 8. Three slips in position. It's gone past the outside edge again. That's 3 in the over from Ed Barnard. Libby goes on a short walk. Slip cordon consists of Tom Latham, Bo Webster and Sam Haynes. Just saying, unusual not to see Rob Yates there, given Rob Yates's prowess with catching. And Barnard in, and that's this time Libby gets plenty of bat on that and plays it back to the bowler for no run. But a decent over from Ed Barnard, but an unsuccessful one. Just 2 more overs for Worcestershire to see to the close. They're 52 without loss, replying to Warwickshire's 227. So you're not going to get your 14 wickets, and this is a very spectacular over,
no,
Frank.
I don't think so. No, I'm not. But I did think it was perhaps not realistic when Warwickshire were batting with such comfort in mid-afternoon, and that has proved to be correct. It's gone past the outside edge quite frequently, none more so than Barnard, with 3 in that last over. This first ball of the next over from Wokes is driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Roderick has 13, Libby has 38, and they have just 11 more deliveries to survive. And if they do so, I think they'll probably have exceeded even their own expectations. It will arguably be one of Worcester's best days of the season, as Wokes bangs one in at Roderick, and he ducks underneath it.
Well, it's testament to the attitude of you sticking at your task and not getting too downhearted.
Yeah,
Worcester's bowlers did that.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? They stuck at it really all the way through the day, and even when it wasn't going their way, they didn't get ragged. I think that is very much to their credit. This one from Wokes is wide outside the off stump and left alone by Roderick. Diving take by Alex Davis, I think, and the figures show that, don't they? I mean, weight was possibly a little bit expensive, 71 coming off his 17 overs, but the rest of them, and the overs were shared around fairly evenly. They're all sort of round about 2 and over, really, 2.5 and over. It was fairly tidy. This Wokes again is in and bowls, and there's a genuine beaten all ends up feel to that one, as Roderick was turned around by it and played at it and got his feet in a bit of a mess, and it went past the outside edge. But probably the least convincing shot that we've seen Roderick play so far. That one, it was a very good delivery, to be fair, from Chris Wokes, just angled in at off stump and then just shaped away a little tiny bit from the right hander. Good stuff from Wokes. He was in once more, bowls, and Roderick is defending this one out on the offside. So a very quick resume of the day. Warwickshire won the toss and chose to bat. They lost Rob Yates to the 7th ball of the innings, the 7th ball of the day. They were 5 for 1, 52 for 2 when Alex Davis was out for 21. But then an excellent partnership, 109 added for the 3rd wicket by Tom Latham and Sam Hayne. Latham then out for 59. After that, although Hayne made an excellent 86, Wokes in again, bowls, and Roderick drives up to mid-on. There's no run, end of the over, 1 left in the day. After that, they fell away quite badly, and although Zen Malik made 34, nobody else reached double figures after that point, and they subsided quite significantly from 161 for 2 to 227 all out. 4 wickets for Taylor, 2 for Duffy, 2 for Waite, 2 for Brooks, and Worcestershire in reply had 16 overs to bat. They've faced 15 of them, and they are currently 52 without loss, with 1 over left in the day.
Which means they can't lose more than 1 wicket now today. If a wicket falls now, then that'll be close of play. Ed Barnard did beat the bat 3 times his last over. This time Libby strikes it. There's an appeal for a run out at the non-striker's end, because I think Barnard did deflect the ball into the stumps, and Gareth Roderick is splayed on the ground, having dived back in time to avoid what would have been An unfortunate way to end the day. It's
Yeah, it was
quite a spectacular fall from him. In comes Barnard to bowl to Libby, who's solidly behind that. 4 more balls, he'll be thinking. Come back tomorrow on 38. And if you're Warwickshire will need to bowl well tomorrow, and they're also going to have to bat well 3rd innings of this match. Otherwise they could be in big trouble. Barnard bowls and Libby pushes it out to the offside. Looking comfortably enough so far this over. Oh, fair proportion of the crowd have gone. Quite a few are staying right to the very end. From the Basil D'Oliveira stand. I wonder how many cricketers play in front of stands named after their grandfathers, as Brett does. In comes Barnard. The ball that's gone past the outside edge. Barnard must be wondering what he has to do to get one to be nicked off.
What about players playing in front of stands with their own name on it?
Well,
James Anderson was
yeah,
done that.
and Stuart Broad,
done
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I'm not sure about the trend for naming stands and building statues outside football grounds and things.
You know,
I think it's fair enough, but you've got to. I mean, Anderson and Broad, fair enough.
that one is played out the offside for a single. Kind of think you should wait until they've retired, really,
Yeah,
but still.
yeah, maybe like Somerset did with Moss, just Gothic. And the stand, the requirements need to be very high, don't they? Because you're basically offering immortality, aren't you? I think Basil D'Oliveira probably deserves that here. There's a series of boxes here with about 8 of them with different players, which is quite nice.
They have
not
that
quite so public.
Yes, they have that at Edgbaston as well.
yeah.
So, how many balls have got left? Last one, and that's defender back to Barnard. What a great day for Worcestershire, and their supporters applaud keenly. They finished the day on 53 without loss, replying to Warwickshire's 227. So 280 runs scored in the day for 10 wickets, but all the wickets to fall were those of Warwickshire. And Warwickshire fielders of Alex Davis troops off, looking pretty disappointed with his day's efforts. He tries to give a high five to Kai Smith to keep them encouraged, but they've got a bit of work to do tomorrow, Warwickshire. They will wonder quite how they let this day slip away so spectacularly, but that's cricket. That's why we love it, as the cliche goes.
It is. It's a good day for Worcestershire then. 53 without loss, trailing by 174 runs after the end of day one, but in good shape after negotiating that 16 overs at the end of the day. Jake Libby is 39 not out, Gareth Roderick is 13 not out. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage from New Road today, and we'll be back tomorrow morning just at 11 o'clock.
Hand back to Kevin Howells.
And we'll hope you will join us then. Until then, it's a very good evening to you from myself, Frank Watson, and from Clive Eakin. Thanks for being with us. We'll be back tomorrow with more and with another quiz question.